Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 151: A man is a boy until he dies. For Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger, who were seeing magical creatures for the first time, everything at the Wizarding family's house was new and interesting. This enthusiasm ignited Mr. Weasley's interest in muggles, making him even more eager to explain. It was truly a two-way street. After George Weasley demonstrated how to banish goblins, Mr. Weasley led the guests through the garden. Behind the garden was a small hill, on which was a paddock with an orchard. The hill, paddock, and orchard weren't particularly special. For the Weasley family, their most important function was providing a Quidditch field for the children during holidays. Before the flying lesson started last year, Ron had boasted to his classmates about his Quidditch skills. In his description, it was as if he had spent most of his childhood flying around the fields on a broomstick. At that moment, Harry looked at Ron in surprise. So, what you said was true, what? You never believed me. Ron turned his head and looked at Harry with a wronged expression. I called you my brother, and you think I'm a liar? Oh, I'm sorry. Intimidated by Ron's imposing aura, Harry couldn't help but apologize. HMPH, I'll forgive you this time, but you have to lend me Nimbus 2000 for the next while. No problem. Hermione couldn't help but put her hand to her forehead. These two are hopeless. Because Mr. Weasley would stop and talk for a while wherever he went, it took the group quite a while to reach the living room. It was a room that looked comfortable, furnished with a sofa and several chairs. There was also a large fireplace, a large wooden radio, and a special clock in the living room. The clock was special because it didn't show the time, but instead indicated where each member of the Weasley family was or what their current situation was. For example, right now, everyone's nickname is receiving guests in the living room. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger stared at the clock for a while before finally taking their seats at the urging of the Weasleys. The sudden arrival of guests inevitably made the small living room feel a bit crowded. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all looked at Sherlock at the same time. At this moment, they truly understood what it meant to be blunt but reasonable. Especially Ron. Just as Sherlock said, he usually didn't feel anything. Now that 5 guests had suddenly arrived, the space suddenly felt cramped. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Burrow. Upon hearing this name, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger's expressions were strikingly similar. Their eyelids twitched and their lips twitched. In fact, Mr. Weasley had already mentioned this word when they first met. The sign diagonally placed at the front of the house also had this name on it. However, they were both attracted by the magical architectural style of the Wizarding family and hadn't paid much attention at the time. It wasn't until they sat down quietly and heard Mr. Weasley mention it again that the two realized the name was somewhat, how to put it? You see, the word burrow, as a noun, means cave or burrow, and in most cases, specifically an animal's burrow. Using it as their family name was certainly a bit off-putting. However, unlike Sherlock, they wouldn't directly voice their thoughts. After a brief twitch, they quickly regained their composure. Perhaps this was just a Wizarding habit? To each their own. Next, Mr. Weasley, as the head of the family, introduced himself and his wife. Arthur Weasley was 42 years old and worked in the Office for the Prevention of Muggle Misuse at the Ministry of Magic. His wife, Molly Weasley, was the same age as him, unemployed, and a housewife. He then introduced their children. Their eldest son, William Weasley, was 10 years older than Ron. During his school years, he served as a prefect and student council president, and after graduation, he joined the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, currently working as a spellbreaker in Egypt. The second son, Charlie Weasley, is 8 years older than Ron. He served as a prefect and Quidditch captain at school and went to Romania to study dragons after graduation. The third son, Percy Weasley, is 4 years older than Ron and currently attends school like Ron, serving as a prefect. The fourth and fifth sons are twin brothers named Fred Weasley and George Weasley. They are 2 years older than Ron and not yet of perfectual age. The sixth son is Ronald Weasley, who, needless to say, is Sherlock and Harry's close friend at school. The youngest son is Jennifer Weasley, 1 year younger than Ron, and the only daughter in the Weasley family. She will be starting school this year like her brothers. Most British people are accustomed to using nicknames to address others, which are usually short forms of their names. Nicknames for common names often imitate the unclear pronunciation of young children, who can usually only pronounce single syllables or 2 short syllables. This custom is well reflected in the Weasley family. For example, William Weasley was called Bill, Ronald Weasley was called Ron, and Ginny Weasley was called Ginny. Just introducing the family members took up a considerable amount of time. Although they had heard from Sherlock and Hermione that Ron had 7 siblings, seeing it in person still left Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger speechless. They were incredibly prolific. It's worth noting that since the 1990s, the birth rate in Britain had begun to decline significantly, with most families having 1 or 2 children. Only children like Hermione Granger were becoming increasingly common. In this context, a couple having 3 children was already above average. Faced with a Weasley family, where the couple were only in their early 40s and already had 7 children, both Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger could only say, terrifying. Fortunately, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger were both social experts, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to help Harry's Uncle Vernon secure the trilling rig order. For example, Mr. Holmes joked that the Weasley family had made an outstanding contribution to increasing the already scarce number of wizards. Mr. Granger also suggested that the Ministry of Magic should award Mrs. Molly Weasley, as her mother, an honorary Mother's Medal. Arthur and Molly Weasley, being naturally hospitable, became even more familiar with each other after hearing Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger's comments. After chatting for a few more minutes, Mr. Holmes noticed Sherlock's gaze and said, "Why don't we let the children play by themselves? They must be bored with us, Mr. Holmes, you're right, Ron. Why don't you take your friends for a walk around the neighborhood?" Ron, who had been restless for a while, grabbed Sherlock and Harry and started to leave. Hermione said goodbye to the adults before following the 3 of them. Once they left, Percy, the Weasley twins, and Jennifer also left. The living room suddenly felt much more spacious. Seeing this, Mrs. Weasley also stood up. "Arthur, you and the gentleman continue your conversation. I'll go prepare some drinks for everyone." When only the 3 men remained in the living room, the atmosphere of the discussion didn't lessen. In fact, it became even more lively than before. "Mr. Weasley, when Ron came to my house last time, he mentioned you had a flying car. Is that true?" Mr. Granger leaned forward, clearly very interested, as Mr. Holmes brought up the topic. In fact, besides taking care of their children, this was another important reason why the 2 of them had traveled across most of England to the Weasleys' house. Need for Speed from Knight Rider. Although both were married and usually very composed, the thought of this made their hearts warm. "To be honest, I haven't actually tried it myself." Mr. Weasley glanced cautiously behind him to make sure his wife was gone before speaking to Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger. "I bought a rusty old car from a muggle, telling Molly I just wanted to take it apart and see what was inside, but actually, at this point, an undisguised smug look appeared on Mr. Weasley's face. "I used magic to turn it into a flying car." Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger gasped in astonishment. "Oh, by the Virgin Mary, there really is such a car. Can my rover fly too?" "Hey, old man, you know what? You're reacting like a mad turkey. Damn it, how could you think like that? That's a terrible thought. If you keep saying that, I swear I'll kick your ass with my boots. SHH. Keep your voices down. Molly can't know about this, okay, Mrs. Weasley isn't looking at us. Go on. Of course, you should know that I'm not breaking the law, as long as I don't intend to use it to fly." "What, do you want to see it?" "Of course, come on, careful, follow me this way." These 3 grown men, who already had children, had eyes that shone with excitement and anticipation. Men are boys until the very end. When Mrs. Weasley brought over the juice, she looked at the empty living room and exclaimed in surprise, "Where's everyone?" Ron led his 3 friends through the living room and first went to the kitchen. "Have something to eat first, Sherlock. Thank you so much for your father, otherwise we don't know how long we would have stayed with him," Ron exclaimed, handing the 3 of them some freshly baked bread. "My mother prepared this early this morning, and there are various homemade jams and rich butter on the side. You can mix and match as you like." Sherlock took the bread, his gaze sweeping across the kitchen, and casually remarked, "Looks like you guys spend a lot of time here, huh?" "You guessed it again, Ron had just spread jam evenly on the bread when he heard Sherlock's words. He handed it to Harry, asking curiously, "I know you'll look down on me, but I still have to ask, how did you figure that out? We have a living room, don't we?" Harry and Hermione also looked at Sherlock curiously. They, too, didn't understand how Sherlock could tell. First, the location. Sherlock chuckled, pointing to the path they had just walked along. "Although this place is at the back of the house, it leads directly to the front and backyards and connects to the garden, making it practically the heart of the house. Secondly, the wear and tear on the wooden tables and chairs in the room also tells me this. These tables and chairs are used far more frequently than in the living room. So I deduce that your family spends much more time here than in the living room. Although, you certainly eat a lot, Ron." Chapter 152 CC and the Ghoul. While Ron certainly eats a lot, that's no excuse for you all spending all your time in the kitchen, Sherlock continued, ignoring Ron's awkward look. "And the clock on the opposite wall, you'll understand at a glance. These points are enough for me to deduce this. The kitchen is the social center of your house, more so than the living room." Harry and Hermione followed Sherlock's gaze and noticed the clock. Like the strange large clock in the living room, this kitchen clock wasn't for telling time either. It only had one hand, no numbers, and the clock face read things like making tea, feeding the chickens, and you're going to be late. Its purpose was obvious. "That's brilliant," Harry couldn't help but exclaim. "Sherlock, your observation skills seem even sharper than they were a year ago." "I think so too." Hearing Harry's heartfelt praise, Sherlock seemed quite pleased, even adding a few more words. "Biologically speaking, for people our age, all aspects of our bodily functions improve with age. This upward trend continues until we're 20, lasting about 5 to 10 years, before slowly declining." Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione also gave a thoughtful look. "For individual wizards, magic does indeed increase with age, my dear Hermione, you're absolutely right. This is exactly what I told you before, that when science and magic intersect, many interesting conclusions are bound to be drawn. Is that why you've been dissecting small animals all summer?" "That's only part of it. Hey, you two." Ron indicated that he couldn't take it anymore. "It's summer vacation, summer vacation. Let's not talk about this now." "Sherlock, you're right, we definitely prefer to stay here. But let me show you my bedroom now." Seeing Ron's deliberately bewildered expression, the three of them couldn't help but laugh, thus ending the topic. Next, led by Ron, they walked through a narrow corridor and came to an uneven staircase. The staircase twisted and turned, and at the top of the third floor, a door was half open. Sherlock had just seen a pair of bright brown eyes staring at them through the crack in the door when it clicked shut. Ron looked somewhat helpless at this scene. "It's Ginny. Is she usually like this?" Sherlock asked. No, she never closes the door, so seeing her so shy is really unbelievable." Sherlock nodded upon hearing this, his gaze suddenly sweeping over Harry, who was completely unaware of what was happening. "Understood." The three of them climbed 2 more floors and finally stopped in front of a door with peeling paint. A small sign on the door read "Ron's Room." Harry and Hermione were startled as they entered, then looked towards Sherlock. They did so because the sloping ceiling almost touched their heads. Just as Sherlock had said earlier, a rough but accurate observation. Sherlock didn't say anything, it was his reasonable deduction. However, there were things he hadn't considered. For example, he felt a bit dizzy, as if he had stepped into a giant furnace. Everything in Ron's room was a dazzling orange-yellow, the bedspread, the walls, even the ceiling. This was because he had covered almost every inch of the room with posters. All the posters depicted similar themes, 7 witches and wizards, all dressed in bright orange-yellow robes. This created a visual effect akin to light pollution. Each poster prominently displayed 2 large, brightly colored letters, CC, along with a rapidly flying cannonball. "This is the Chudley Cannons," Ron explained, pointing to the orange bedspread. "They last won the League Cup in 1892, and this year they're 9th in the club standings." Sherlock looked away and began to survey Ron's room. Magic textbooks were piled haphazardly in the corner, next to a tall stack of comic books. Sherlock's eyes swept over the cover, recognizing it as a series, The Adventures of Mad Muggle Martin Miguel. "I think I've seen this book before." Harry noticed it too and couldn't help but say. "Dudley has a lot of copies too." Ron shook his head vigorously. "This is a wizarding comic book story. Even if the protagonist is indeed a muggle, it's impossible for him to appear here, but I really have seen it. Harry continued to argue. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ron waved his hands, even more excited than Harry. But, my dear Harry, Sherlock continued observing Ron's room, but after overhearing Harry and Ron's conversation, he interjected, if you're referring to that comic book that's been thrown on the table leg, then I can tell you, its name is The Adventures of Tintin, W.H. Watt, although both are French works, but, my friend, I think you should be able to tell the difference between Tintin and Martin. Harry was slightly embarrassed. Sherlock had only been to Privet Drive 3 times, and once he hadn't even entered the house, only once he had come to his own bedroom. Yet, he seemed to know the place better than Harry. He even noticed a comic book that Dudley had thrown away to use as a table leg. He was the one who had lived there for 12 years, okay? But then he remembered that this was Sherlock Holmes, and he immediately understood. No problem. Sherlock continued observing Ron's bedroom. The one he had given Ron as a Christmas present last year was resting on a large fish tank on the windowsill, filled with frog eggs. Scabbers, the fat, gray mouse Ron's prefect brother Percy had given him, lay snoring in the sunlight beside the fish tank. It remained as emaciated and listless as ever. Sherlock frowned, stepped over a deck of cards that shuffled automatically on the floor, and peered out the small window. Noticing him, Harry and Hermione followed. Then the three of them saw several goblins sneaking one by one into the Weasley hedge. Just as the Weasley twins had said, even if they were thrown out, they would still come back. Ron watched his three friends nervously. Now he was waiting for their opinions on his room. Primarily Harry and Hermione, of course. As for Sherlock, he knew he wouldn't say anything good. As long as he had no expectations of him, he couldn't hurt him. But he didn't expect that Sherlock would be the first to turn around. Why not use a groundhog, my room? What did you say? I mean, why not use a groundhog to deal with these goblins? At this moment, Harry and Hermione also turned around. Hearing Sherlock and Ron's conversation, Harry was completely confused, but Hermione immediately explained, according to Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Their Homes, groundhogs are the natural enemies of goblins. Besides goblins, they also eat moles, rats, and field mice. Ronald, although there's only a magical creatures protection class in your third year, I think you should spend more time reading your textbooks instead of focusing on those comic books. Oh, I know that, Ron said somewhat unhappily. Groundhogs can eat goblins. But my father thinks it's too cruel to deal with them that way. Hermione paused, recalling the goblin struggling in the Weasley twins' hands, and a hint of pity flashed across her face. At that moment, she couldn't help but agree with Mr. Weasley's assessment. However, the next moment, Sherlock mercilessly remarked, meaningless, cheap sympathy. Goblins will constantly dig underground in the garden, eating plant roots, leaving the ground covered in mounds and holes, and in severe cases, even affecting the foundation. A weak foundation leads to instability, especially with an architectural style like Ron's house. We should be particularly wary. It's incredibly foolish not to choose the most efficient method when it's already clear they're harmful to humans. Hermione, he makes so much sense, I'm speechless. I don't really care, Mom's talked to Dad about it several times. But it's no use, he always thinks these guys are funny. Anyway, let's not talk about this. Ron impatiently ended the topic, turning to Harry and asking urgently, what do you think of my house? It's a bit small, doesn't sound as nice as yours at the Muggle house. And there's an attic upstairs, where that ghoul lives. He's always banging on pipes, humming and groaning. Harry didn't disappoint his good brother. Ron grumbled on, then chuckled. This is the best room I've ever seen. Hearing his best friend's heartfelt praise, Ron's ears instantly turned red as his hair. Before he could even offer a few words of modesty, Sherlock exclaimed, ghouls? Where? Let me see. Ron looked at Sherlock in surprise, only to see his eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, but considering his friend's personality, Ron wasn't surprised at all. Having already gotten the answer he wanted, and since Harry and Hermione were also somewhat interested in ghouls, Ron simply led the three of them to the ceiling of the outer room and opened a trapdoor. I kind of hate this feeling, Ron said, turning to Sherlock who was following closely behind him. It always reminds me of that room in the fourth-floor corridor of Hogwarts. Ron's words made all three of them recall the time they went to protect the Philosopher's Stone at the end of last term. Sherlock and Harry were fine, but Hermione blushed slightly and secretly glanced in Sherlock's direction. Even now, she hadn't forgotten the moment she was bound by the devil's web. The four of them climbed the stairs one by one and entered the attic. Compared to the other rooms in the cave dwelling, it was dark and damp. Fluorescence. This time, Hermione didn't forget her witch identity. Without a word, she pulled out her wand and cast a luminescence spell. A beam of light shot from the tip of her wand, instantly illuminating the entire attic. Thank you to GUIQG for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 153 Who Betrayed Me? With a flick of Hermione's flurry charm, the previously dim attic instantly brightened. In the sudden light, the figure that had been hidden in the shadows appeared before the four. It looked exactly like the illustration in the book, its body covered in a sticky, eerily shimmering skin. A pair of sharp fangs protruded abruptly from its gaping mouth, gleaming coldly in the fluorescent light, inspiring fear. Ugly and terrifying. The sudden light also alerted the ghoul to the four's presence. It raised its head to look at them, a sinister glint in its eyes, and let out a low, hoarse growl. Harry was startled by its appearance and roar, instinctively taking a half-step back. Don't worry, buddy. Ron noticed Harry's movement, shielding him in front of him and patting his good friend on the shoulder. This guy's brain is as simple as those goblins in the garden. Don't let its fierce appearance fool you. It's all bluster and just incompetent rage. Harry swallowed, his gaze still fixed on the ghoul, and couldn't help but ask, does it really eat corpses? Harry, you and Ron really need to review your textbooks, Hermione said, hands on her hips, her face full of exasperation. Ghouls are only classified as XXX in the Ministry of Magic's danger rating system, the same level as those mischievous goblins in the garden, and even lower than the XXX level groundhog we just mentioned. Besides, despite its name, it doesn't eat corpses at all. It usually fills its stomach by hunting spiders and moths. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry's tension eased slightly. Compared to Ron's impatience, he wasn't as resistant to Hermione's lecture. After a moment's thought, he pressed on. So, what level was that troll we encountered earlier? Hermione straightened her face, her expression serious. Like a strict little teacher, trolls are XXXX. They're inherently ferocious, like to eat raw meat, and aren't picky about their prey. Whether it's wild animals or humans, once they're targeted, they can become their meal. Harry couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. After hearing Hermione's description, and looking at the ghoul in front of him, he suddenly realized that this guy was indeed quite handsome. Sherlock hadn't paid any attention to his friend's conversation. He walked steadily towards the ghoul, each step firm and powerful. The ghoul's roar gradually weakened as Sherlock approached, its voice becoming increasingly weak. Hey, are you serious about taking that half step back? Ron couldn't help but complain, watching this scene. Compared to Harry's earlier half-step retreat, the ghoul's actions were far more frustrating. However, Sherlock showed no sign of stopping. With each step he pressed forward, the ghoul was forced to retreat, until its back hit the cold wall, leaving it nowhere to go. Its body trembled even more violently, its cloudy eyes filled with terror. Let it go, Sherlock, Ron sighed helplessly, even feeling a pang of pity for the ghoul at that moment. But Sherlock seemed oblivious, rubbing his chin as he pulled a magnifying glass from his pocket. No way, the three of them were stunned. The next moment, Sherlock leaned down slightly, using the magnifying glass to carefully observe the ghoul. His eyes gleamed with scrutiny, not missing a single detail. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. This scene reminded them of the time Sherlock had observed the troll in the room containing the Philosopher's Stone. The giant monster had reeked, and this ghoul was now hideous and repulsive, yet Sherlock seemed completely unfazed. It seemed that Sherlock had grown more than just old. Sherlock was naturally unaware of his three friends' thoughts. He curiously examined the strange creature before him. Its body was hunched, its skin rough and cracked, sparse and messy fur drooping in strands. Its features were distorted, its nose flat and crooked, a trickle of unidentified sticky fluid hanging from the corner of its mouth, and jagged, yellowed, blood-stained fangs exposed. Its hands were bony and thin, its nails long and black, scraping the ground with a chilling sound. No wonder Harry had been frightened earlier. Judging by appearance alone, it was indeed very deceptive. Interesting, Sherlock withdrew his gaze and turned to Ron. I suppose your family keeps it as a pet. Despite his assumption, he still asked the question. Ron tilted his head and thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, it's pretty much true. But when this guy gets too quiet in the house, he starts banging on the pipes, which can be a bit annoying. Let's go, Having satisfied his curiosity, Sherlock turned and left. He felt a little regretful. If the Ron family hadn't kept it as a pet, he might have considered taking it. Dissecting it and examining its structure would be very interesting. Harry and Hermione were also interested in magical creatures, but not as intensely as Sherlock. Besides, this thing was so ugly. As for Ron, needless to say, if Sherlock hadn't asked him to, he would never have come to the attic to see the ghoul. So when Sherlock suggested leaving, all three nodded. When they returned to Ron's bedroom, Mrs. Weasley had already arranged accommodations for them. Godric's Hollow was still quite a distance away, and they had already been traveling for a whole day. Especially for Mr. Granger, who was driving, fatigue was like a fine, devilish vine, creeping up his limbs. While the others didn't feel as intensely fatigued as Mr. Granger, they still felt waves of weariness washing over them. So they accepted Mr. Weasley's suggestion to stay the night. They planned to head to the Potter family's old house the next morning after breakfast, refreshed and ready. Hermione, being the only witch among the guests, naturally shared a room with Ron's sister. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger each had a bedroom, the one that had originally belonged to Bill and Charlie. Sherlock and Harry stayed in Ron's room. Ron went to see his third brother, Percy. The guests readily accepted this arrangement without any objection. However, when Mr. Weasley casually mentioned ghouls at dinner, Mr. Holmes instantly became interested. Mr. Granger's eyes widened. Ghouls? What are those magical things? Unsurprisingly, the three grown men readily agreed to team up and head to the attic to hunt monsters, to observe ghouls. When they returned from the attic, satisfied, the three were still in high spirits and continued their enthusiastic discussion. It's amazing. It looks so terrifying, yet it's so timid. It's a pity we didn't bring a magnifying glass, otherwise we could have observed it more closely. But, why is it called a ghoul? It doesn't eat corpses. It's such a misnomer. Judging from its teeth, it certainly fits the characteristics of a carnivore. Do these creatures only appear in wizarding houses? I'm thinking of catching one and keeping it as a pet. That way, when Mycroft and Sherlock aren't home, Verita and I won't be so bored. Oh, that's probably unlikely. Hearing this, Mr. Weasley gave an apologetic smile and patiently explained to his two guests. The Department of Magical Creatures Control at the Ministry of Magic has a special ghoul squad, specifically responsible for driving away ghouls living in Muggle housing. You know, for Muggles who know nothing about the magical world, these things are troublesome. According to the Secrecy Act, these things shouldn't be told to Muggles. Is that so? That's a real shame. Mr. Holmes shook his head in disappointment, his face full of regret. Mr. Granger also sighed, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The three men's reactions caused the others to exchange bewildered glances. However, this was merely a minor interlude. Soon, the topic of ghouls dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Everyone's attention quickly focused on the plan to travel to Godric's Hollow the next day, mainly discussing transportation. The fastest way is apparition, Hermione said seriously. But wizards have to be at least 17 and pass an apparition exam to legally use this spell in Britain, and the three of us obviously don't meet those requirements. Mr. Weasley scratched his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, theoretically, I could apparate with all three of you. No, absolutely not. I can't let the children take that risk, Mrs. Weasley said decisively before he could finish. Apparition was too dangerous. If it were just her husband alone, it wouldn't be a problem, even with Ron. But the problem was that there were three young wizards. Moreover, her gaze swept over Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger. There were two adult Muggles present. In this situation, most means of transportation in the magical world, such as portkeys, flue powder, flying broomsticks, and night buses, were out of the question. For a moment, the living room fell silent. Harry couldn't help but look at Sherlock. When in doubt, consult Laotia. Before Sherlock could speak, Mr. Weasley slapped his thigh as if he'd suddenly had an idea. Drive. We can drive there, he said excitedly, his face beaming. Our Ford is a bit old, but it's fast and it can keep us dry. It'll be no problem taking us all the way to London, let alone to Godric's Hollow. That's a great idea, Father's right. Seeing Mr. Weasley's jubilant and animated expression, Mrs. Weasley suddenly turned to him, giving him a dangerous look. You've probably been thinking of this for a while, Arthur. Mr. Weasley immediately stopped, coughing. Oh, dear Molly, it's the best way right now, isn't it? Don't think I don't know. Mrs. Weasley's eyes blazed. Think about it, A wizard buys a rusty old car and tells his wife he just wants to take it apart and see what's inside. She paused, her chest heaving, clearly furious. But what actually happened? He used magic to turn it into a flying car. Mr. Weasley was horrified upon hearing this. Why? How did his wife know about this? Who betrayed him? My friend Ji Cha has released a new book, titled Mountain and River Sacrifice, corresponding to her previous book, The Book of Chaos. It's still a harem story, and there's currently a collection event, so everyone should participate. Chapter 154 I Made a Fool of Myself. Mr. Weasley couldn't understand why his wife had discovered his magical modifications to the car. But this was clearly not the time to dwell on it. He quickly winked at his wife, trying to smooth things over. Oh, darling, what I did wasn't illegal. As long as I don't intend to use it to fly, then even a flying car. Arthur Weasley. Mrs. Weasley called out Mr. Weasley's full name. It's common knowledge that being addressed by one's full name by an elder in the family usually means something bad. Although his wife wasn't an elder, her gesture still made Mr. Weasley involuntarily shudder. He was a little scared. I find the law almost laughable, Mrs. Weasley said, looking at her husband and emphasizing each word. You think I don't know? You deliberately left a loophole in the law, just so you could tinker with Muggle stuff in your shed. Let me tell you, just as the two were about to continue arguing, a voice suddenly rang out. Next up is Magical Time, performed by the famous witch singer Sedina Warbeck. The voice came from an old radio by the pool. This voice made Mrs. Weasley stop. It also made her realize that arguing with her husband in front of guests was not a respectable thing to do. She suppressed her anger. Anyway, you can drive there, but you can't fly, of course, dear Molly, HMPH. Better yet, although Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were arguing, to others, their behavior was no different from showing affection. A sweet scent called love floated in the air. After dinner, Hermione, out of politeness, wanted to help Mrs. Weasley wash the dishes, but was stopped by her. Good girl. Mrs. Weasley's expression immediately softened when she looked at Hermione. But those things can move on their own, so you'd better hurry back to your room with Ginny. As she spoke, she casually pointed her wand at the dishes in the sink. Soon, the dishes began to wash themselves, the clinking and clattering sounds like background music. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger, witnessing this, exchanged envious glances. As Sherlock prepared to return to his room, Mrs. Weasley called him back. Sherlock, you're a good boy. Ron loves the wand you bought him. Here, this is a gift for you. Sherlock paused slightly. Madam, you already gave me a gift at King's Cross Station during the holidays. Then was then, now is now. Take it. I didn't know your taste before, so I gave you a Honeydukes candy box. Now it seems this is more suitable for you. Look, this is a magic bookmark I made. Sherlock wasn't very good at dealing with such enthusiastic housewives, and subconsciously took it, only to be somewhat surprised upon looking at it. The material seemed to be hard and glossy walnut wood, but Mrs. Weasley had cut it into the shape of a Gryffindor lion, engraved with various patterns related to detective elements, including footprints, a magnifying glass, and a deerstalker hat. Wait, why a deerstalker hat? Seeing Sherlock's puzzled look, Mrs. Weasley smiled. I can't quite explain why, but I just feel like you need a hat like this, Sherlock. Besides the exquisite carving, Mrs. Weasley also applied a protective varnish to the bookmark, making it more durable. Finally, she cast a simple spell, giving the bookmark the ability to automatically mark reading positions. It must be said that although it was just a small bookmark, a lot of thought was put into it. This also shows that Mrs. Weasley was genuinely grateful to Sherlock, and it wasn't just empty talk. Mr. Holmes, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sending his son to magic school was definitely the right decision. That night, no one went to sleep immediately. Jennifer Weasley's room was on the second floor. The room wasn't large, but it was very bright, and the window overlooked the Weasley family's garden. Similar to Ron's tastes, she had large posters of the eccentric sisters and a picture of Guvenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Happy Hobbits, on her bedroom wall. To Hermione's surprise, Ron, when alone with her, was completely different from the shy girl she had been during the day. It was as if she were a different person. She chattered excitedly, asking Hermione about her experiences at Hogwarts the previous year, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's. Hermione, being naturally outgoing, quickly became acquainted with her. Hermione's way of addressing her changed from Weasley to Ginny, and then from Ginny to Ginny. Ginny, You're going to Hogwarts this year, right? Yes, but I haven't received my acceptance letter yet. That's okay, you just have to wait a little longer, Hermione comforted her. I didn't receive my acceptance letter at this time last year either. Dad, Mom, and my brothers all said so. Ginny nodded, then asked, Hermione, can you tell me again about what happened when you faced Voldemort last year? Hearing Ginny's request, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Oh, Ginny, I've already said it twice, say it one more time. Ginny clung to Hermione's arm and began to whine. Faced with such a cute little girl, not only boys, but even a girl like Hermione couldn't resist. She could only recount once more how Sherlock led them through the trapdoor, past Hagrid's three-headed dog Harry, Professor Sprout's devil's web, Professor Flitwick's flying key, Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard, Professor Snape's logic game, Quirrell's troll, Dumbledore's mirror of Eris, and finally, their confrontation with Voldemort. When Hermione mentioned Voldemort's name, Ginny, like other children raised in the wizarding world, couldn't help but tremble. But she continued to press for details. At first, Hermione thought she was concerned about her brother Ron. But later, she realized Ginny's attention was more focused on Sherlock. This made Hermione wary, even her speech became more cautious. However, later still, Hermione discovered that Ginny's main focus was on Harry. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Mysterio ran away. The power of love is so great that it can even defeat Mysterio. Ginny's eyes gleamed with a strange light as she excitedly waved her little fist. Love is limitless, Hermione. Meanwhile, a series of small explosions were coming from the third floor. This was the room of the Weasley twins, Fred and George. Since they often conducted various experiments here, such sounds were not surprising. Not only that, but there was also a lingering smell that smelled like gunpowder. Can you two be quiet? Percy's bedroom was also on the third floor. He was very unhappy about Ron being assigned to his room. He desperately needed his private space. But it was only for one night, so he could manage. But he didn't expect the Weasley twins to make such a racket. He was furious and immediately opened the door, yelling at his brothers. The twins ignored him, one teasing and the other flattering. Percy was no match for them. Soon, he was left defenseless against their verbal barrage, unable to retaliate. Ron stood by the door, watching with great interest. This was nothing. The kick Percy had thrown before the holidays, the twins hadn't forgotten it yet. Compared to the other rooms, Sherlock and Harry were much more normal. Both were full of anticipation for their destination the next day, and after a brief chat, they went to bed early. The next day, after breakfast, the group was ready to go. A light blue Ford Anglia 105e luxury sedan was quietly parked in front of the door. Mr. Holmes had left his Rover in the Weasley garage. Mr. Weasley had said that only one car was needed. This seemed unbelievable to the group. There were 7 of them, how could they all fit into the Weasley small car? Even though 4 of them were teenagers. However, once they got into the car, the truth naturally came to light. Mr. Weasley had arranged the seating arrangement as follows. He, as the driver, sat in the driver's seat, Ron in the front passenger seat, and Mr. Holmes, Mr. Granger, along with the 3 teenagers Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, sat in the back. Normally, this was clearly overcrowded. Not only overcrowded, but even crammed in would be difficult. However, once they actually sat in the back of this magical car, they were astonished to find that although it looked almost identical to an ordinary car from the outside, the back seats were nearly as long as a bench in Hyde Park, London. The 5 of them sat side by side, yet it was still spacious and comfortable, without feeling cramped at all. There could even be room for 1 or 2 more people. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger were both stunned. Although they had seen the car yesterday, they never imagined that such a seemingly ordinary exterior concealed such a hidden wonder. Just then, Mrs. Weasley knocked on the right-hand window, and Mr. Weasley quickly rolled it down. Mrs. Weasley glanced back and, noticing the spaciousness of the back seat, remarked, "Muggles are much smarter than we think. You can't tell how spacious the car is from the outside, can you?" Mr. Weasley coughed twice and turned to look at his 2 comrades. At that moment, both Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger's brains were working at high speed. The unspoken understanding between men allowed them to quickly give the perfect answer. "Exactly, Mrs. Weasley, that's why we like traveling by car." Mr. Weasley suddenly gave them a thumbs up. Indeed, wizards and muggles alike, in some ways, there's no need for explicit explanation. Under Mrs. Weasley's affectionate gaze, Mr. Weasley steadily drove away. Only after the car was out of St. Catchball Village did he finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Don't tell Molly about this," Mr. Weasley told the others. "She always thought it was something Muggles did using technology." "If that's true, then the story goes from fantasy to science fiction," Hermione rarely complained. Mr. Granger, a romantic, couldn't help but remark, "It's hard to say. Maybe in the near future, we really will be able to achieve space-folding technology." "What? Muggles can really do that?" I mean, there are similar ideas in some literature, with a great imagination." "Tell me more about it." Even while driving, Mr. Weasley didn't stop talking for a moment. "Mr. Holmes, Mr. Granger, you know me, I'm very interested in all of this." Mr. Weasley continued driving like this for a while, until he stopped the car to check the direction. Ron took the opportunity to suggest that he could take over for his father. "You can drive? You can drive?" Harry and Hermione both looked surprised when they heard Ron's words. Noticing the glances from his two friends, Ron seemed delighted. He subtly glanced at Sherlock, noticing a hint of surprise in his friend's eyes, and became even more smug. "Ha. Ha. Ha. You might not believe it, but for me, it's child's play." He even deliberately mimicked Sherlock's tone as he said this. Sherlock smiled slightly at Ron's expression. "My dear Ron, although you're so confident as you say that, but, ahem." Harry coughed twice immediately after Sherlock uttered the but. Hermione and Harry immediately grabbed Sherlock from either side. "Sherlock, let's watch Ron's performance." At that moment, both of them knew exactly what was going on. They couldn't let Sherlock say it. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father, and Mr. Weasley naturally knew what Ron was thinking. As an enlightened father, he naturally didn't mind giving his son a push at this time. "All right, I also wanted to rest for a while. You drive, and I'll give you directions." The two quickly switched seats. Ron was both excited and thrilled. It was time to show off his real skills. He stood ramrod straight, his right hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, his left hand lightly holding the gear shift, and his left foot on the clutch. He spoke with a confident tone. "When starting a front-wheel drive car, you need to control the pressure of your left foot at the critical point of the clutch. That way, you can get better grip." "Wow, impressive." Harry and Hermione both looked at him with admiration. "Sounds very professional." Even Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger nodded. Ron was right, that made sense. Under everyone's gaze, Ron took a deep breath. Just as he had said, he lightly lifted his left foot and slowly released the clutch. At the very moment he reached the critical point, his right foot slammed down on the accelerator. "I've made a fool of myself." This newbie didn't expect to actually reach 2,000 average daily subscriptions Greek letter sigma, Cyrillic letter deck. "But I have to keep my word, so I'll be adding an extra chapter as promised, because this is an extra chapter, 4,000 words, so there will be 2 more chapters this afternoon. Also, I recommend a friend's new book, The Tyrant's Godly Tycoon. The author says it's pure romance, but those under 18 should not read it. Chapter 155. You just drive, Dad will figure out the solution." Boom! A loud crash echoed as Ron slammed on the gas. The car's hood flew through the air and slammed back to the ground with a thud. The Ford Anglia shuddered violently before stalling. Everyone was stunned. "This is truly embarrassing," Hermione muttered, then quickly fell silent. She wasn't much of a talker, but she sounded quite good compared to Sherlock's assertive presence. Harry couldn't help but glance at Sherlock, wondering when his good friend had secretly learned divination. Was this what followed his butt? Even someone who couldn't drive could tell that Ron had messed up this time. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger exchanged speechless glances. This young man didn't seem very bright. Ron himself was completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Everything was perfectly planned, so why did this happen? Just then, a strong, powerful hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Ron turned his head blankly to the left and saw his father smiling at him, saying firmly in an unyielding tone, "You just drive, I'll figure out the solution." Without waiting for Ron's reply, he got out of the car and began to inspect it. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger exchanged a glance and followed to help. The three of them observed the car for a while, and Mr. Granger frowned and said, "It seems the engine is broken." It certainly looks like it's totaled," Mr. Holmes agreed. The two men couldn't help but look at each other again. In the Muggle world, if a car engine was totaled, it would take several days to restore it to its original condition. But now they were in the middle of nowhere. "Don't worry, you two, You have a solution." Seeing Mr. Weasley's confident gaze, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger both looked surprised. "Leave it to me," that's what he said, and that's what he did. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger were completely baffled by what Mr. Weasley was doing. They only saw him pull out his wand and tap it around on the car, muttering incantations like "restored to its original state and cleaned up." Ron and his three friends didn't get out of the car, knowing it wouldn't make a difference. "Ron, don't worry, your three uncles will definitely be able to fix it. Harry is right. It might be difficult in the Muggle world, but don't forget this is the Wizarding world. Look, your father has already started using spells." The two men comforted Ron, who was still in a state of existential doubt. Sherlock, on the other hand, remained calm and silent. Harry had wanted Sherlock to say something too, but considering his friend's style, he immediately suppressed the idea. It would be better if he didn't speak. If he did, he might make Ron's mood even worse. And so, after half an hour of standing still, the car, thanks to Mr. Weasley's efforts, returned to the state it was in before Ron's blunder. Amazing, incredible. Watching the car restart, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger were even more amazed by the wonders of the magical world. This was a completely wrecked engine. In the Muggle world, the same problem would take days to repair. But Mr. Weasley, with a few spells, solved the problem in half an hour. Magic was truly amazing. With the car repaired and encouraged by his friends, Ron regained his confidence. He did have some skills after all. Once he calmed down and stopped trying to show off, he finally restarted the car. With his previous experience, Ron was much more skilled this time. He drove carefully and slowly, quickly getting back to normal. This made the others in the car secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they were afraid Ron would do it a second time, or even a third time. A few more tinkering sessions and even if the car could handle it, they wouldn't. Although Devonshire and Godric's Hollow are both in southwest England, there's still nearly 100 miles between them. Fortunately, the Weasley family's car, though seemingly old, is actually a gem inside. It's surprisingly fast. As the car travels along the winding roads, it's like a nimble blue beetle weaving through the green fields. Ron grips the steering wheel firmly, his eyes focused, a calm smile playing on his lips. Once he's settled in, he can even exchange a few words with his equally relaxed father beside him. Hermione, sitting in the back, doesn't fall asleep this time. She stares curiously at the receding scenery outside the window, a gentle breeze ruffling her fluffy brown curls, radiating youthful energy. This scene makes Mr. Granger nod secretly with satisfaction. My daughter is blossoming, but the next moment, his brow furrows. Hermione looked away and asked the person beside her curiously, Sherlock, can you drive? Sherlock was tapping his knee absently, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and contemplation. Hearing Hermione's question, he replied casually, I can drive, just a little. Hermione said oh, without giving it much thought, and then asked, what do you think we'll see at the Potter family's old house? Harry's grandparents, and some wreckage. His grandparents aren't. Hermione was startled at first, then realized, oh, you mean their portraits, but hearing Sherlock put Harry's grandparents with wreckage felt a little strange. Harry, on the other hand, didn't feel anything amiss. Ever since seeing his family's images in the Mirror of Aries last year, Harry, though he hadn't said it, had etched their faces deep into his mind. Now, finally being able to reunite with his grandparents, he felt incredibly excited. For him, the interactive form of magical portraiture, a form of mutual communication, was clearly more enjoyable than unrequited love like the Mirror of Aries. Seeing the three children chatting happily, Mr. Holmes smiled like a loving father. Mr. Granger, however, felt something was amiss. The reason was best left unsaid. Compared to the subtle atmosphere in the back, the father-son game in the front was much more cheerful. Ron gripped the steering wheel tightly. Dad, don't just play around, keep an eye on the road, it's alright, I'm watching. Seeing that Ron was already driving skillfully, Mr. Weasley relaxed, excitedly fiddling with the car radio. Finally, a chance to properly study this car. Hey, look at this knob, a Muggle's metal box can actually catch sound waves? That's amazing. Ron was speechless at his father's behavior. He suddenly remembered a saying, when there's danger, Dad is most reliable, when there's no danger, Dad is most dangerous. As Mr. Weasley pondered this, he did something completely unexpected. He suddenly pressed a small silver button on the dashboard. The instant he pressed it, their car vanished, along with everyone inside. Good heavens! Dad, what did you do? Ron exclaimed, suddenly realizing the car had lifted off the ground, gaining several feet in the blink of an eye. He barely managed to regain his footing. When he came to, the car was floating across a wide-open field. We did waste some time, after all. Compared to the somewhat panicked Ron, Mr. Weasley seemed exceptionally excited. He turned his head and, finding he could no longer see the passengers in the back, became even more delighted. It worked. This is the invisibility booster I told you about yesterday. With just a light press, it sends us into the sky, and then we fly above the clouds. Nobody can see us. Isn't that amazing? No one answered him. The 5 people in the back were all checking their own condition. Sherlock looked around and realized that the car and all its passengers were invisible. He was familiar with this. Harry had done it the same way when he wore the invisibility cloak. It had to be said, Mr. Weasley was indeed a clever man. He had managed to apply an invisibility spell to an entire car, and more importantly, he had succeeded. The other 4 were also extremely surprised. Although they were invisible, their senses were still intact. This feeling was even more amazing. This was truly Need for Speed. Although the surrounding terrain was open, the car still had to travel along the road. In this situation, it couldn't always travel in a straight line, it would inevitably have to turn and go up and down slopes. But flying in the air was different. As long as they could determine their direction, they could fly directly towards their destination. After all, anyone with a little math knowledge knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. This way, even if they maintained their original speed, the time spent would be reduced. Not to mention that they were now faster than on the ground. Compared to the ground, this was a completely different world. The wheels schemed through the soft sea of clouds, the sky bright, boundless blue under the dazzling sunlight. Oh, it's almost like an airplane. Finally, Mr. Holmes was the first to recover, exclaiming in amazement. There are some differences. Airplanes are much faster, but this is a flying car. Mr. Granger's voice was equally excited. Just then, Sherlock suddenly felt a pair of small hands grip his arm tightly. He was startled at first, then realized what was happening. It was Hermione. He frowned slightly, then understood what was going on. This height was far beyond Hermione's tolerance. Judging from her trembling hands, her acrophobia had probably flared up again. Sherlock frowned and tried to speak. However, he only managed to utter one syllable before his mouth was covered. This puzzled Sherlock greatly. Even if she didn't want him to speak, there was no need to use this method, was there? Excluding the bonus chapter, this is the first update today. Another chapter will be posted later. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, The Place Where Dreams Begin. Hermione was indeed experiencing acrophobia. Although she had sought out Sherlock last year and practiced Quidditch with him for a while, gradually overcoming her fear of heights, the car's current altitude far exceeded that. Sherlock was sitting on her left, and Harry on her right. Caught off guard, she instinctively clung tightly to Sherlock's arm. When she heard Sherlock about to say her name, she panicked and simply covered her mouth. Hermione was a very strong-willed person. If it were only Mr. Granger and Sherlock present, it wouldn't be so bad. Being discovered in her embarrassment by her father wouldn't be a big deal. But there were other people besides Sherlock and her father. In this situation, she subconsciously didn't want others to know about her acrophobia, even if the remaining people were elders and friends. Sherlock had no idea what Hermione was thinking. In his view, a mere acrophobia was no big deal. But since she clearly didn't want him to speak, he wouldn't bother. After all, it wasn't him who was suffering. Let her suffer as she pleased. Everyone except Sherlock was completely unaware of Hermione's unusual condition. A while later, the car suddenly appeared in the clouds. What a nuisance, Mr. Weasley said, somewhat annoyed. This button is malfunctioning. He pressed the button hard, and the car quickly disappeared again. But a short while later, the car reappeared. He pressed it again, and it disappeared again. A few minutes later, the car reappeared. He pressed it again, and again, and again. After several such attempts, Mr. Weasley finally gave up. Let's get back to the ground, Ron. We're not far from Godric's Hollow. Ron nodded in agreement and began to slowly lower the car to the ground. Seeing this, Hermione immediately and discreetly released her grip on Sherlock's arm. But she remained tense all over. Only when the car had descended to a certain height did she secretly breathe a sigh of relief. What a blunder. But then again, who would have thought that going out in a car would trigger her fear of heights? This was simply outrageous. Hermione glanced around furtively, relieved to find she hadn't been noticed. Thinking it over, everyone's attention had been drawn to Mr. Weasley and his special button. No one would have noticed her. She then stole another look at Sherlock, who was observing everything with keen interest, as if nothing had happened. This reassured Hermione, yet also left her with a slight sense of regret. As the car returned to the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This wondrous journey had finally come to an end. Unlike St. Catchpole's village, the scenery here was tranquil and ancient. Large meadows stretched along the roadside, occasionally dotted with sheep grazing peacefully. The distant mountains rose and fell like a sleeping giant of the earth. Harry, the protagonist of this journey, sat in the back seat, his lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead faintly visible in the sunlight. He looked around at the scenery, his eyes filled with complex emotions, anticipation of reaching their destination and nostalgia for past memories. His palm left a blurry imprint on the car window, his heart pounding with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Finally home? Despite living on Privet Drive for 11 years, Harry had never truly felt at home there. It was no exaggeration to say that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, or even Sherlock's house where he had spent some Christmas last year, felt more like home than number 4 Privet Drive. Only here, was this where his dream had begun. As the car drove completely into Godric's Hollow, Mr. Weasley, who had been talking the whole time, fell silent. Ron, following Mr. Weasley's directions, parked the car, and everyone slowly emerged one by one. This wouldn't normally be considered a spectacle. But as they climbed out of the car one after another, the nearby onlookers were stunned by this amazing scene. Were they from India? However, at this moment, no one cared about the onlookers' feelings. Their eyes were completely captivated by the sight before them. Mr. Weasley was somewhat better off. He had been here before. This was at most a return visit. But for everyone else, it was their first time here. Harry, though born here, was just a baby then, so it was no different from his first visit. In the center of the village was a small square. The most striking building in the center of the square was a war memorial-like structure. Nearby were several shops, a post office, a pub, and a chapel. Harry, Mr. Weasley, who had been leading the way, abandoned his usual carefree demeanor and turned to look at Harry. "Follow me." Everyone moved slowly forward under Mr. Weasley's guidance, and when they reached the square, he suddenly stopped. The others were initially puzzled, but they quickly froze. Because at that moment, the memorial disappeared. The obelisk inscribed with names had been replaced by a trio of statues. Harry knew these three people all too well. A tall man with messy hair and glasses. A beautiful, long-haired woman, friendly, kind, and elegant. And a baby boy, sitting in her lap. At that moment, Harry suddenly remembered what Sherlock had once told him. Don't be obsessed with the Mirror of Eris, there are other ways to see your family. He understood. Just like with the Mirror of Eris last year, Harry moved as close to the statue as possible. He gazed intently at his parents' faces, and at his own stone face. It was an infant without a scar on his forehead, and just seeing his face, Harry felt as if he could feel his joy. A faint magical aura seemed to linger in the air. It was a trace left by the past, a testament to courage and sacrifice. Harry stood there quietly. No one urged him on, everyone stood there quietly with him. Sherlock looked at the happy family of three and frowned slightly. By now, he understood Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, better than Harry himself. He knew very well that deep down, Harry never felt proud of being a hero of the wizarding world. If he could, Harry would rather be with his parents, an ordinary little boy. Unfortunately, the moment Voldemort chose Harry as the prophesied child, the gears of fate began to turn slowly. After what seemed like an eternity, Harry finally came to his senses. He looked at the others somewhat embarrassedly. Sorry, it's all right, Harry. Mr. Weasley smiled and patted his head. Let's go. Harry nodded, took another deep look at the statue, and then strode after Mr. Weasley. Everyone except Mr. Weasley was fascinated by everything around them, looking around curiously. After walking a distance, Sherlock seemed to remember something and looked back. Sure enough, The statues had once again become a war memorial. When the group entered the church, they saw the cemetery behind it. Its entrance a narrow, half-open door. Mr. Weasley, this is, Harry's voice choked with emotion. Mr. Weasley nodded gravely and then pushed the door open. The paths leading to the church doors were overgrown with weeds, indicating that no one had walked on them for a long time. Behind the church stood rows and rows of tombstones, set against a pale blue carpet of silver, each inscribed with the surname of an ancient wizarding family. The closest grave bore the inscription, "The Abbott Family." The Abbott family, first among the 28 holy pure-blood families, Mr. Weasley explained. "We are one of them," Sherlock glanced at Mr. Weasley. Although Mr. Weasley hadn't expressed any opinion on the 28 holy pure-blood families, Sherlock sensed his family's regret and dissatisfaction at being included in that order. The group trudged deeper into the cemetery, leaving dark footprints behind them. They stopped occasionally to examine the inscriptions on the tombstones. Besides the Abbott family at the head, there were the Avery family, the Bulstrode family, and the Burke family. They too belonged to the 28 holy pure-blood families. Sherlock's gaze swept quickly across the surroundings, suddenly stopping before a black stone. It was a cold, moss-covered granite slab, engraved with the name Kendra Dumbledore. A little further down was the inscription "Her daughter, Ariana." There was also a eulogy, "Where the treasure lies, there the heart lies." Noticing Sherlock's movement, Hermione leaned closer. "Where the treasure lies, there the heart lies," she read the sentence aloud, somewhat confused. "Sherlock, this is the graves of Dumbledore's mother and sister. Their birth and death dates confirm this. The epitaph was also left by Dumbledore." "Sherlock is right," Mr. Weasley sighed, once again taking on the role of narrator. "The Dumbledore family did indeed live here, and some family members are buried here. After his mother's death, he became the head of the family." Everyone fell silent. After lingering for a while at the graves of the Dumbledore family members, the group continued deeper into the cemetery. They occasionally encountered familiar surnames, such as Abbott, whom they had just seen. Sometimes, the names of several generations of wizarding families would appear together in the cemetery. The date reveals whether the family has become extinct or whether current members have migrated from Godric Valley to other places. Finally, in the third row after the tombstones of Kendra and Ariana, a tomb made of white marble comes into view. Chapter 157 Grandpa. Compared to the other graves, the white marble tombstone before them was noticeably newer. This made it stand out among the others, and the inscription was clearer. At that moment, Harry suddenly felt something heavy pressing against his chest. Grief weighed heavily on his heart, as if it were a tangible force. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage to look down. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. At the bottom was another line, "The last enemy to be defeated is death." Harry read it carefully and slowly, afraid of missing a single word. "The last enemy to be defeated is death." He read the sentence again, a look of confusion on his face. Seeing his confusion, Mr. Weasley gently explained, "That means, life can transcend death. Some people live on even in death, but they had ultimately lost their lives." Harry understood Mr. Weasley's words, but he found it hard to accept this explanation. In his view, death was death, the end of it all. These empty words couldn't hide the fact that his parents' remains were slowly decaying under the stones, in the earth. Before coming here, Harry hadn't imagined he would be so sad. Even though he had never seen his parents, hot tears still welled up and fell to the ground. Wiping them away or hiding them was pointless. He pressed his lips tightly together, letting the tears flow. More than a decade had passed, perhaps only bones remained, or more likely only dust. "But, my parents are here. I have come to see you." Harry took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions and calm himself down. But he couldn't. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sigh came. Mr. Weasley raised his wand and drew a circle in the air. A wreath of roses bloomed before them. This time, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger exchanged a surprised glance, but tacitly refrained from applauding Mr. Weasley's magic. Harry gave Mr. Weasley a grateful look, picked it up, and placed it on his parents' grave. Setting down the wreath, Harry slowly stood up. The moment he stood, he wanted to leave. Seeing Harry's hesitation, Mr. Weasley spoke again. "Come on, Harry, we'll go to your house. On the return journey, Harry followed closely behind Mr. Weasley, afraid to look back. He feared that if he turned back, he would be unable to resist returning. Sherlock, however, was different. He continued to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a moss-covered, broken tombstone. The tombstone was so old and weathered that the name engraved on it was almost illegible. But the name wasn't the point. What truly attracted Sherlock was a symbol beneath it. Sherlock didn't know why, but he felt inexplicably drawn to this symbol, a strange attraction. "Sherlock, what's wrong?" Hermione and Ron noticed Sherlock standing before an unfamiliar grave and curiously approached. "Nothing," Sherlock shook his head. "It was just a whim, and there was no need to waste time here." However, he still remembered the location of the grave. The group passed by Dumbledore's mother and sister's graves again, heading back towards the church and the narrow gate, which was now out of sight. Leaving the church, Mr. Weasley led everyone through Godric's Hollow for some time. Along the way, he briefly introduced Godric's Hollow to everyone. Just as Diagon Alley is also known as Diagon Lane, Godric's Hollow is also called Godric's Valley. It gets its name from the fact that Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was born here 1,000 years ago. Although it's called a valley, it is essentially a village. With the enactment of the Statute of International Secrecy, wizards began to live in Muggle villages, and this place gradually evolved into a semi-wizard settlement. In particular, records from the 1968 International Secrets Act indicate that this was the ideal place for wizards to live in seclusion. Godric's Hollow has been home to many famous wizarding families. Besides being the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, it's also where the renowned wizard goldsmith Bowman Wright crafted the first golden snitch. The importance of Quidditch in the wizarding world is self-evident. The Dumbledore family, mentioned earlier, and Bathilda Bassett, author of A History of Magic, all lived in this village. Therefore, this village holds a special place in the entire wizarding world. However, considering only the current state of the wizarding world, Harry is arguably the most famous wizard who has ever lived here. The reasons for this are self-evident. After saying all this, they arrived at a corner of the village. The Potter family's old house, half destroyed by Voldemort's killing curse, stood there alone. The house was dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, abandoned and desolate, its broken walls seemingly telling tales of past tragedy. Fortunately, most of the house remained intact. "Harry, this is your home," Mr. Weasley, seeing this, looked nostalgic. Although it looks desolate and dilapidated on the outside, Mr. Dumbledore sends house elves to clean it every year. Harry nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Sherlock's gaze suddenly swept over Mr. Weasley. His words had earned Dumbledore some favor. This also showed that the Weasley family were truly staunch supporters of Dumbledore. Mr. Weasley then strode to the door and opened it. Even inside, weeds still grew rampant. But what was more striking was a wooden plaque amidst the weeds. On it, glowing fluorescent words were written in remembrance of the Potter family. "This was also done by Mr. Dumbledore," Mr. Weasley said softly. "James and Lily, they made a tremendous contribution and deserve to be remembered." Harry had already shed tears once at his parents' graves, but at this moment, he couldn't control his emotions and tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Hermione couldn't help but softly recite, "Please do not weep at my grave. I am not here, I have not slept. I am the gentle breeze that blows across the world, across the boundless sky. I am the diamond that sparkles on the snow. I am the sunlight that shines on the golden rice fields. I am the gentle rain of autumn. When you wake in the morning, I am the bird that calls you. When you sleep at night, I am the star that watches over you. Please do not weep at my grave. I am not there, I have never slept." She had forgotten where she had seen this little poem before. But seeing Harry's appearance now, she was moved and couldn't help but recite it softly. Harry turned around and said gratefully, "Thank you, Hermione." Hermione smiled with relief that she had helped Harry temporarily forget his sorrow. "Harry, we're friends." "Yes, friends," Harry said, glancing instinctively at Sherlock. "Hermione," Cyrillic lettered, "I don't know why, but I feel offended." Meanwhile, Sherlock was surveying the house. Despite being half destroyed, he had roughly reconstructed its original appearance through analysis and reconstruction. Upon entering, there was a small foyer, followed by the living room. The living room had comfortable sofas and a fireplace, which often burned with a warm flame, bringing warmth and light to the entire room. Family photos and magical paintings hung on the walls, showcasing the Potter family's history and memories. There was also a staircase leading to the second floor. When intact, the wooden stair railing would have had a faint sheen. The second floor likely contained several bedrooms. One was James and Lily's master bedroom, furnished with a large bed and some simple furniture such as a wardrobe and dressing table. There was also a nursery, prepared for Harry, with a crib, some toys, and baby supplies. The nursery walls were probably decorated with cute magical creatures and pictures of stars and moons, full of childlike charm. "Sherlock, what are you doing?" Hermione asked, puzzled, seeing his expression. Mr. Weasley was quite surprised to hear Sherlock truthfully state his thoughts. After all, he had seen the Potter mansion in its pristine condition. Aside from a few minor differences, it was almost exactly as Sherlock described. This young man is impressive. The remaining furniture and furnishings in the house looked brand new. This perfectly confirmed Mr. Weasley's earlier statement that house elves cleaned them meticulously every year. Just then, a faint magical aura surged forth, accompanied by a voice. "James, could it be James?" Everyone turned to look in the direction the voice came from, right where Sherlock had mentioned the family photos. Just moments ago, the frames had been empty. Now, suddenly, a portrait appeared. The man was wearing a wizard's robe and looked remarkably like Harry. If Harry were 30, he'd probably resemble him not only in appearance but also in spirit. However, the man in the portrait had slightly more rugged features compared to Harry. Almost instantly, Sherlock recognized him. James Potter's father, Harry Potter's grandfather. "No, you're not James, you are Harry." The other person's voice suddenly became excited. "You're Harry, aren't you?" The portrait's voice trembled. Harry nodded hesitantly. "Yes, I am Harry Potter. I am your grandfather, Fremont Potter." "Child, come here quickly, let me take a good look at you, Grandpa." Grandpa. At that moment, a surge of longing for his family welled up within him, and Harry strode to the portrait. Seeing this, Mr. Weasley subtly gestured, and everyone quietly withdrew, leaving Harry and his grandfather alone. "What a rare family reunion," Mr. Weasley said, already outside, his voice tinged with emotion. He explained to the others, "Unfortunately, Mr. Potter passed away before Harry was born. So by the time Harry was born, he and his grandmother were already portraits." Sherlock frowned upon hearing this, and why. Chapter 158 The Hidden Person. "You mean the cause of death?" Hearing Sherlock's question, Mr. Weasley shook his head. "They had dragonpox, a deadly disease that only spreads among wizards. Besides Harry's grandparents, the Goldstein sisters' parents were also infected. Well, you might not know them, but the elder sister, Tina Goldstein, helped capture the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald and later became the wife of the magizoologist Newt Scamander. Oh, and your classmate's grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy, also died from it." "What are the characteristics of this disease?" As a doctor, Mr. Granger was quite interested in this topic. "Besides leaving scars on the skin, this disease also causes a persistent bluish tinge. In milder cases, green and purple rashes appear between the toes, and sparks are expelled from the nostrils when sneezing." Mr. Granger looked surprised. "That sounds incredible. How does it spread?" "The first case of dragonpox was a wizard who had close contact with a Peruvian fang dragon while working. John C. Aldrich, who died in 1379, is the first known wizard to die from this disease." The book The Wonderful Quidditch states that a 12th century catcher Gunhilda Nyan had to miss a Quidditch match due to a mild case of dragonpox. Gunhilda of Gosmore invented a cure for dragonpox, but the disease remains incurable. This time, it wasn't Mr. Weasley who answered, but Hermione. Mr. Weasley was astonished by Hermione's eloquent explanation. This year's Gryffindors are amazing. Some of the things Hermione just mentioned, even she herself didn't know. Noticing the admiring looks from the crowd, Hermione straightened her back. This was the power of the know-it-all. "Forget about dragonpox," Ron muttered under his breath. "It's more interesting to guess what Harry's grandfather will say to him." The group chatted idly until the door to the Potter family mansion opened again. Seeing Harry peeking in, they exchanged smiles and went back inside. Surprisingly, besides Harry's grandfather, there was another portrait on the wall. It was of a woman. Unlike Fremont, whose portrait was taken in his middle age, the portrait of Harry's grandmother, Euphemia Potter, depicted a kind-faced, gentle-eyed old woman. "Hey, Arthur, Harry just told me that you brought him here," Fremont grinned. "I can't believe you and Molly had 7 kids. Hey, you're a fucking genius." As he said this, His gaze involuntarily drifted downwards. Mr. Weasley blushed immediately. "The children are all here. What nonsense are you talking about?" Euphemia complained, then said to Mr. Weasley, "Thank you, Arthur, for allowing us to see Harry again, and thank you all." Her gaze swept over the others. It lingered briefly on Sherlock, then she gave him a kind smile. "Thank you for giving Harry such a happy school life." Just from her eyes, Sherlock knew Harry had spoken highly of him to the two elders. Their subsequent words proved this. The two elders sincerely expressed their gratitude for the group's visit, showing particular respect for Sherlock. Harry's grandfather, in particular, even suggested that Sherlock be the godfather of Harry's children. It could only be said that this old man was thinking far ahead. The group ultimately didn't stay in Godric's Hollow for long. Although it was Harry's hometown, the current situation clearly made it impossible for him to continue living there. Harry promised his grandparents that he would return to visit them whenever he had time. On the return trip, Mr. Holmes took over driving, while Mr. Granger sat in the passenger seat. They had agreed to take turns driving the Need for Speed car. The Wheel-Eyes sat in the back. Under Ron's persistent questioning, Harry shared with his friends what his grandparents had told him. Harry's grandfather, Fremont, was most proud of creating the miraculous Harry growth formula. This feat quadrupled the Potter family's wealth, terrifying. After retiring, he sold the company for a hefty profit. Unfortunately, even with his immense wealth, he couldn't compensate for the fact that he and his wife had no children. However, just when they had completely given up hope of having children, Harry's grandmother, Euphemia, became pregnant. Harry's father, James Potter, was born. Fremont was overjoyed. The couple, having a child in middle age, naturally doted on James Potter. The two men watched James grow from an infant into a man, watched him enter Hogwarts, and watched him meet, get to know, and fall in love with Lily Evans, a Muggle-born girl. Sadly, while they saw their children and daughters-in-law marry, they didn't see their grandchildren born. When Fremont heard Harry mention that the wizarding families hadn't paid him his due wages for a full 10 years, he flew into a rage. "What's that old B. Dumbledore doing? Is this how he takes care of you?" If Fremont hadn't been a portrait, he would have jumped out and fought Dumbledore. "Dumbledore's own perception is flawed," Sherlock bluntly commented. "I've said it before, he's always thought you were doing quite well on Privet Drive." Mr. Weasley was somewhat embarrassed by Sherlock's assessment. He was about to speak up for the old headmaster. After all, Dumbledore was born in the last century, and his own experiences led to his opinion. Unexpectedly, Sherlock said something else that caught his attention. "But judging from your description, your grandparents are probably hiding something from you." Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. "Sherlock, you mean, it's not hard to deduce that from your description, mainly because it was too deliberate. They mentioned your parents' lives, their friends, but in their conversation, they were consciously avoiding mentioning one person." Sherlock chuckled. "Perhaps because they've become portraits, their concealment isn't quite there yet." When Sherlock mentioned that Harry's grandparents were hiding something from him, Mr. Weasley was merely curious. But when Sherlock directly pointed out the existence of someone they were hiding, Mr. Weasley almost jumped out of his seat. Merlin's beard. The running gorgon. The gluttonous monster, the dripping mouth. Although he had heard Ron, Percy, and the Weasley twins talk about Sherlock's abilities more than once, and had just witnessed Sherlock's performance firsthand at the Potter family's old house. But only now did he truly appreciate the boy's keen insight. To deduce this solely from a third party's description was truly. Mr. Weasley was at a loss for words to describe his current thoughts. He was practically a young Dumbledore. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. "This person is likely your father's close friend. The reason for concealing his existence might be that he failed to provide timely assistance after receiving the news, or perhaps he knowingly stood by and did nothing, or perhaps..." Sherlock paused slightly, uttering two words: betrayal. Silence. A long silence. Even Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger, who had been chatting and laughing in the front row, fell silent. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became heavy. "Because of limited information, this is all I can deduce. For more details, you'll probably have to ask them later. But I don't think they'll tell you. As elders, deliberately concealing such information wouldn't be easy for them to reveal." At this moment, Mr. Weasley was at a loss for words. "What do you mean by can only deduce this much? That's already an exaggeration. Thank goodness Sherlock didn't stay at the Potter family's old house with Harry, otherwise." Thinking of this, Mr. Weasley felt a chill run down his spine. He involuntarily glanced at Mr. Holmes, who was driving. "Do you even know how capable your son is?" Just then, he saw Sherlock turn around, his gaze, seemingly tangible, looking over Ron at him. "Mr. Weasley, you must know about this, right, Arthur Weasley?" Even though the other person was just a young wizard about to enter his second year, Mr. Weasley only had one thought in his mind at that moment. "Don't come any closer." He took a deep breath, trying to look slightly surprised. "Sherlock, I don't understand what you're talking about." "I understand," Sherlock nodded, saying nothing more. "Wait, I don't even understand myself. What do you understand?" Mr. Weasley's heart was in turmoil, like a cat scratching at its predicament. Having witnessed Sherlock's abilities, he dared not say more, fearing that any further words would reveal more information. Fortunately, Sherlock quickly changed the subject. "My dear Harry, you don't need to worry too much. I think they'll tell you sooner or later. The reason they're keeping it from you now is because they think you're too young to know. When you're older, they'll tell you naturally." Mr. Weasley's lips twitched. Sherlock was telling the truth, but his choice of words was. What did he mean by not worthy of knowing? However, Sherlock's words aligned with his own thoughts, so he smiled and advised, "Sherlock is right, Harry, when the time is right, they will naturally." "Oh no." The moment these words left his mouth, Mr. Weasley realized something was wrong. Sure enough, even though he stopped himself in time, Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and even Mr. Granger in the front passenger seat all turned to look at him. Mr. Holmes didn't turn around because he was driving, but he still glanced at Mr. Weasley through the rearview mirror. At that moment, Mr. Weasley felt extremely embarrassed. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I mean, if they really had something to hide from you, they would have waited until you were older, like Sherlock said. "Please, Dad, we're not like Mom, so easily fooled." Ron squinted at Mr. Weasley, adding a sarcastic remark, "Your expression is so fake, but I'm not Hagrid either." The usually good-natured Mr. Weasley seemed somewhat embarrassed and angry. After saying this, he realized it was impolite and quickly explained, "Harry, believe me, there are still doubts about this matter. When you're older, or when we have a definitive answer, we will naturally tell you." Hermione, Mr. Weasley, you did know about this, Arthur Weasley. Chapter 159. A Man Can't Say No. Mr. Weasley felt utterly exhausted. What was wrong with these young wizards born in the 80s? They were all such a handful. When he and his wife were their age, they weren't nearly as cunning. At this rate, they wouldn't grow tall. To Mr. Weasley's relief, despite being tricked, Harry didn't press the matter further. The reason was clear to everyone. As Mr. Weasley had said, he wasn't Hagrid. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't reveal the truth. However, Harry remained completely unperturbed. With Sherlock around, it was only a matter of time before he figured it out. When that time came, the thought of his parents being betrayed by someone considered a close friend sent a chill down Harry's spine as he clenched his fists tightly. The force of his clenched fists caused his slightly sharp nails to dig deep into his palms, bringing a sharp, piercing pain. Just then, Ron seized the opportunity to extend a warm invitation to his good friend. "Harry, don't go back this time, just stay at my house." "Huh?" Harry, who was immersed in his own world, heard Ron's words and his bitter expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. "What? You can stay at my house, and we can go to school together when school starts." For Harry, going back to his hometown this summer was something he and Sherlock had planned long ago. Although new circumstances had arisen, he had at least met his grandparents, which was somewhat acceptable. However, he had never considered staying at Ron's house. You see, the summer holidays in England are very long, lasting from June to September. If he stayed in the cave now, it would mean he would be there for more than a month. Besides, his relationship with the Dursleys had improved considerably. Even returning to Privet Drive wouldn't be as unacceptable as before. Seeing Harry's hesitation, Ron simply used his ultimate move. "Don't forget, you promised me you'd let me give your Nimbus 2000 a good test." "What, are you going to back out?" "Of course not." Harry looked troubled upon hearing Ron mention this. But my luggage is still on Privet Drive." "Oh, so you already had an excuse ready when you agreed to my request." No, that's not what I meant. If that's the only reason, you don't need to worry." Mr. Granger was now driving. Mr. Holmes, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around after hearing the children's conversation and gave Harry a warm smile. "Harry, you can stay here for now. Once you receive your acceptance letters for this year, you can arrange a time to go to Diagon Alley together. We'll bring your luggage over then." "Uncle is right." Ron's eyes lit up, and he immediately put his arm around Harry's shoulder. "Anyway, Sherlock and Hermione will pass by your house on their way back, so just take your luggage first and bring it over later. Harry, don't feel pressured." Mr. Granger, who was driving, didn't turn around but also joined in the reassurance. "If you want to stay here, we'll tell your aunt and uncle when we get back. They're reasonable people, they won't refuse. That's not what I'm worried about." "They'd love for me to never go back," Harry muttered. "Haha, no, we had a very pleasant chat at dinner last time. The only thing I find inappropriate is the parenting style. It's a bit too indulgent." Mr. Holmes glanced at Harry again, understanding his thoughts, and simply made the decision for him. "It's decided. Harry will stay with Mr. Weasley and Ron this time." Mr. Weasley winked and gave Harry a gentle smile. It would be an honor. Harry was never good at refusing people, and since things had come to this point, he agreed. When the group returned to the cave, the Weasley family was overjoyed to hear that Harry would be staying there for the rest of the summer. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were the happiest of all. The former gave Harry a big hug, while the latter, though hiding behind her, couldn't hide her beaming joy. "I said, you didn't make the car fly along the way, did you?" "Of course not. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hearing the three men's affirmative answers, Mrs. Weasley was immediately relieved. She didn't notice Percy and the twins behind her trying hard to suppress their laughter. Just looking at the three grown men's excitement, they could easily guess what had happened on the journey. Especially the Weasley twins. If Mrs. Weasley hadn't been so insistent on stopping them, they would have insisted on going along. What a great opportunity, what a pity. Happy days are always short-lived, and the time for parting soon arrived. Just then, Sherlock approached Mr. and Mrs. Weasley alone and told them about Lucius Malfoy and the house elf Dobby. He really is scared. Hearing Sherlock say that Lucius Malfoy was planning to discard his dark arts artifacts because of the recent Ministry of Magic crackdown, Mr. Weasley wore a serious and satisfied expression. "But I didn't expect him to do this. That despicable, cunning fellow. I hope I don't get any evidence against him." "Be careful, Arthur." Compared to the spirited Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley looked worried. She warned her husband, "That family is not to be trifled with. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew." "What? You think I can't beat Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley was furious upon hearing his wife's words. His face immediately turned as red as his hair. A man can't say no. Especially not to his wife. That's one of the most humiliating things in the world. "That's not what I meant." Mrs. Weasley clearly knew what to do in this situation. She reassured him, "Arthur, what I mean is, instead of focusing on that family, we should warn the children. After all, those are dark arts artifacts left behind by the mystic. It would be terrible if they actually got into the schools." "Didn't Sherlock say that Mr. Dumbledore has made arrangements?" "I don't think Malfoy will succeed. That's the mystic." Mrs. Weasley raised her voice slightly. "Arthur, you wouldn't want your children to be controlled by that kind of power, would you?" Hearing his wife mention the man whose name he couldn't even speak, Mr. Weasley instantly calmed down. After a moment, he slowly nodded. "Molly, you're right. I'll tell the children later. Never trust anything that can think independently unless you see where it hides its mind." Seeing Mr. Weasley's expression, Mrs. Weasley felt relieved. She looked at Sherlock and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, you're such a good boy. It seems I'll have to prepare another gift for you." "Wait, Molly, you mean..." "Oh, Arthur, don't you understand? Your actions have offended the Malfoys, and they'll definitely try to cause us trouble. And we have so many children. Sherlock is specifically reminding you." "Good heavens, I'm such an idiot. I didn't even think of that." "Sherlock, thank you so much." Mr. Weasley also hugged Sherlock, then looked at his wife and said affectionately, "And you, my dear Molly Wibbles." When Mr. Weasley uttered that nickname, Mrs. Weasley's face turned as red as his hair in an instant. "Good heavens, what are you talking about? There are children here." Molly liked it when her husband called her that when they were alone. It was a hint. Because wobbles is the plural of wobble, meaning to sway or rock. But now there were other people around. Thinking this, she quickly glanced at Sherlock, and seeing his expressionless face, she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought, "Thank goodness, he's still young, he probably won't understand what this means." However, the next moment, Sherlock slowly said, "Love belongs to the realm of emotion, but all emotion contradicts true, calm reasoning." With that, he turned and left, leaving without a trace. Watching Sherlock's composed departure, the Wheel Eyes stood frozen in place. He seems to understand. "It's all your fault, all your fault. All right, it's all my fault. Don't worry, this child knows what he's doing and won't tell anyone. I don't care. You're punished tonight." Really? Wasn't it supposed to be once every 3 days? After saying goodbye to the Wheel Eyes and Harry, who lived there, Sherlock and Hermione followed their father on their journey home. This time, Mr. Holmes was driving. "Hey, brother, since we're out together, I remembered something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Remember my advice to you last Christmas? Borrow some rubles from the bank." "Of course, that operation did make me a small fortune." "Wait, are you going to make me take out another loan? What country's currency is it this time?" Mr. Granger immediately became excited when Mr. Holmes brought up this topic. "No, not a loan. My suggestion this time is that you'd better exchange the pounds you have saved at home for dollars and gold." "What?" Mr. Granger was visibly taken aback by Mr. Holmes's words. However, he quickly grasped the implication. His gaze suddenly became blank, and he murmured, "In just a few short years, our situation, has it deteriorated to this extent?" Chapter 160 Women Can't Say Casual. As the 1990s arrived, the once mighty British Empire inevitably entered a period of economic recession. A sluggish real estate market, rising unemployment, and high interest rates further stifled economic growth. Coupled with the ongoing process of EU integration, Britain finally decided to formally join the European Exchange Rate Mechanism, ERM, in 1990. The ERM is an economic and monetary mechanism established by multiple European countries to stabilize exchange rates and promote economic integration. Its main requirement is that each member country's currency be pegged to the German mark, with strict limits on exchange rate fluctuations. Central banks are required to maintain exchange rate stability through intervention in the foreign exchange market or adjustments to interest rates. For both the European Community and British policy, the initial intention was good, to attract investors through mandatory exchange rate pegging. However, events unfolded unexpectedly. With the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the unification of East and West Germany, a large influx of capital into East Germany triggered inflation. The German central bank was forced to raise interest rates to curb inflation, leading to the appreciation of the German mark. In this context, the appreciation of the German mark indirectly affected the British currency. From a political science perspective, Britain theoretically needed to lower interest rates to stimulate its economy. However, the ERM at this moment limited the flexibility of its monetary policy. With the German mark strengthening, the pound was forced to raise interest rates to maintain its exchange rate, further dragging down the British economy. Under these circumstances, the pound's exchange rate in the ERM was overvalued, and Britain's export competitiveness declined. As a member of the high-income class in his country, Mr. Granger naturally possessed a certain shrewdness regarding finance. Especially after making a small profit last year following Mr. Holmes' advice, Mr. Granger had great faith in Mr. Holmes' foresight in this area. This is why he was so shocked when Mr. Holmes asked him to exchange his pounds for dollars and gold. Had the situation really deteriorated to this extent? Better safe than sorry. Mr. Holmes naturally understood Mr. Granger's thoughts, and he sighed deeply. "Many things are beyond human control, and I really can't have much hope for our government. My friend, think carefully about their performance over the years. The public knows nothing about how to squander public funds, but they are the experts. How can a country be governed well with such scoundrels?" Hearing Mr. Holmes' words, Mr. Granger recalled the actions of the British government and nodded. "You're right, but unfortunately, Alice, medicine can't save England. There's nothing I can do. At times like these, I'm a little envious of wizards." A wry smile appeared on Mr. Holmes' face. "They have their own independent financial and monetary system, so there's no need to worry about it being impacted." "That's true, but their financial system is really unscientific. What's the point of talking about science in a world with magic?" "You're right. By the way, speaking of magic, Ron's father told you, right? We can't tell anyone about what we saw and heard at their house and in that village. Otherwise, they'll cast that, what spell on us? It's emptiness, Uncle Holmes." Yes, emptiness. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone. Even with Jane, I'll only selectively tell her when I get home, omitting the key details." "Well done. Trust me, Brother, women never keep secrets. In my experience, they always leak information easily. How? I agree. Once one woman knows, it's only a matter of time before other women find out, and they don't even realize when and where they did it. Hearing her father and Sherlock's father gossiping about her mother behind her back, Hermione felt a little helpless. But she had to admit that her father wasn't wrong. Compared to her father, her mother was indeed less capable of keeping secrets. Although not quite like Hagrid, but, if it could be kept quiet, it was best to continue keeping it quiet. Hermione silently apologized to her mother in her heart. There were 5 people when they came, but only 4 when they left. With Harry missing, Hermione, sitting in the back row with Sherlock, was particularly excited, chattering away with him about her experiences during their trip to Godric's Hollow. After all, what she had seen and heard was a completely new adventure for her, whether it was observing the daily life of a wizarding family in the cave, the need for speed car, or the faint melancholy of Godric's Hollow. Her enthusiasm made Mr. Granger, sitting in the front row, somewhat unable to bear it. "My dear Hermione, are you planning to have little Sherlock Holmes write a 7-inch-long travelogue of Godric's Hollow, Dad?" Hermione blushed slightly at her father's teasing. Realizing she had been a bit too enthusiastic, she finally quieted down for a moment. Next, the group arrived at Privet Drive and successfully retrieved Harry's luggage from the Dursleys. His Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were somewhat surprised that Harry wouldn't be returning to Privet Drive for the remainder of the summer, and immediately gave him a look of disdain. "HMPH, I hope he never comes back. Great, finally I don't have to take care of the damned owl." Although they were complaining, both Sherlock and Hermione could tell they were being insincere. Dudley, the chubby boy, said with regret, "Oh, my cousin isn't coming? What a pity." Hermione's heart skipped a beat at this. While at the cavern, Mrs. Weasley had not only given Sherlock a gift, but also a jar of homemade Honeydukes candies. The taste was indeed very good, and the presentation was quite novel. However, this stuff was too high sugar, and Hermione was worried about gaining weight, so her original plan was to consume it slowly over a long period. Now, however, it came in handy. "Harry asked me to bring this to you." "What? That's great, thank you." Dudley excitedly accepted it, thanking her profusely. On the other hand, seeing that Harry, though not back, was still thinking about his son, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia couldn't help but show a hint of annoyance. They shouldn't have said that earlier. Hermione saw their expressions and secretly found it amusing. This was the effect she wanted. After leaving Surrey with Harry's luggage and returning to Greater London, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Harry's cousin, in some ways, is a bit like Ron. Sherlock, when she realized that Sherlock wasn't listening to her and was just spacing out, Hermione couldn't help but slap him. "I'm talking to you, that kind of thing is fine," Sherlock said impatiently. Mr. Granger, sitting in the front row, noticed Sherlock's somewhat rude response and his eyes turned dangerous. This kid seemed rather ungrateful. But the next moment, Sherlock apologized to Hermione. "Please forgive my rudeness, my dear friend. You interrupted my train of thought, but it's all right." "So, what do you think Dudley and Ron are alike?" Seeing this, Mr. Granger nodded secretly. This attitude was more like it. Little did he know, Hermione was already used to Sherlock's behavior. In fact, she would find it strange if Sherlock didn't act this way. For example, right now, after hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione didn't answer his question but instead asked curiously, "You said I interrupted your train of thought. What were you thinking about just now?" Uncle Vernon of Harry has suspicions about his wife. Suspicions? What suspicions? He's suspecting Aunt Petunia of Harry's relationship with Professor Snape. PFFT, Mr. Holmes, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out upon hearing this. Hermione and her father were stunned upon hearing this. After a long pause, Hermione stammered, "Sherlock, this can't be nonsense. Professor Snape liked Harry's mother, didn't he? How could he possibly be with Harry's aunt?" She couldn't continue. No matter how she tried to connect the two, she simply couldn't. "Of course they're not related," Sherlock said calmly, "but my deduction isn't unfounded. Tell us, Hermione urged, while Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger also perked up their ears. This sounded incredibly interesting. "Do you remember the last time we left Privet Drive? The time with Harry?" "No, even earlier. It was when Professor Snape came." "Oh, I remember. When he saw us off." Mr. Dursley's gaze towards his wife was very strange. "You also told me before that Professor Snape greeted Harry's Aunt Petunia when he came here." "Yes, that's right. And then, after Harry's mother received her Hogwarts acceptance letter, Aunt Petunia wrote to Professor Dumbledore, hoping to also study at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Mr. Dumbledore declined her request. On the other hand, Professor Snape and Harry's mother knew each other before entering Hogwarts. They were neighbors. Combining all this information, it's not hard to deduce Aunt Petunia's thoughts. When she saw Professor Snape again after so many years, she inevitably thought of that hopeful letter she sent in her youth. Dumbledore's seemingly gentle reply contained a cold rejection, shattering her illusions like a sharp knife plunged into her chest. Ever since you told me about this, I've been watching Mr. Dursley closely. Judging from his recent expressions, he's clearly also noticed his wife's unusual behavior around Professor Snape. Chapter 161 Outrageous Book List. Sherlock gazed at Hermione and said slowly, "My dear Hermione, I've told you before that reasoning without sufficient evidence is always a dangerous thing." "Yes, I remember," Hermione nodded obediently. "Unfortunately, Mr. Dursley doesn't understand this, so," Hermione pressed. "So he's got the wrong idea. How so?" Hermione asked again. "Harry told me that his Uncle Vernon originally planned to buy a villa in Marjorie after finalizing the deal. But later, for some reason, he abandoned the plan. This also provides evidence for my deduction. Just now, through my observation of the couple, I'm even more certain of this. So, for Mr. Dursley now, the most urgent thing is to figure out the relationship between his wife and that man. Everything else can wait." Each time Sherlock explained his reasoning process, his speech was faster than usual. Mr. Holmes and Hermione weren't already used to it, but Mr. Granger was seeing it for the first time and was inevitably a little slow to process it. Fortunately, the deduction process was relatively simple, so after Sherlock finished speaking, he quickly realized what was going on and asked, puzzled, "If it's really as you say, this matter is easy to resolve, Mr. Dursley could just ask his wife." "Right, that's right," Mr. Holmes agreed. "If you talk things out, wouldn't everything be resolved?" Unfortunately, many misunderstandings in this world arise from a lack of proper communication. Just like in those third-rate TV dramas, those characters seem to have no mouths. Sherlock's words silenced the three people in the carriage. Even after arriving at Sherlock's house on King's Road, they were still somewhat taken aback. There wasn't much more to say. Mr. Holmes and Sherlock stayed behind with Harry's luggage, while Mr. Granger took the reluctant Hermione back to his own home. Thus, the trip to Godric's Hollow officially came to an end. Harry returned to his hometown and met his grandparents. Hermione visited the cavern house and witnessed the daily life of a wizarding family. Sherlock once again unlocked the unknown territories of the magical world, deriving enjoyment from it. Everyone had a bright future ahead of them. The last month of summer vacation passed relatively well for Sherlock. Although he couldn't cast spells at home, his studies in astronomy and magical history, as well as his dissections of toads and other small animals, continued steadily. His days were fulfilling. Besides, his communication with his friends didn't stop. After a summer of getting to know each other, almost everyone understood Sherlock's neither proactive nor rejecting, nor responsible attitude. Under these circumstances, his classmates boldly took the initiative to contact him. This included, but was not limited to, Harry and Ron, who were already living in the cave, Hermione, who had only recently separated from Sherlock, Neville, the round-faced boy who always seemed to lose his toads, Seamus, whose spells caused explosions, Dean, the dark-skinned boy whose speech was rhythmic when he spoke quickly, Hannah, the first to wear the sorting hat, Cho Chang, the elegant and graceful Eastern girl, and the Petty twins, the most beautiful girls in their grade. Sherlock never forgets his Quidditch captain, Wood, nor the two prefects from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Hermione remains the one he contacts most frequently. Besides using the owl, a common tool for wizards, Hermione calls every other week. The main topic is still summer homework. She complains to Sherlock that her classmates, just finishing their first year and about to enter their second, have impure motives. Their purpose in contacting her is to covet her homework. Despite this, Hermione always contributes her own homework when asked, earning much praise. Surprisingly, Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect, contacts Sherlock more frequently than Harry and Ron, becoming the second most frequent contact after Hermione. It must be said, chatting with her is indeed very interesting. This older sister is certainly knowledgeable. At her insistence, the way Sherlock addresses her has changed from Mr. Holmes and Prefect Farley to Sherlock and Gemma, somewhat resembling the development of his relationship with Hermione. Since Harry moved into the cavern, Ron naturally became inseparable from him. Their contact with Sherlock was second only to Gemma Farley's, though Harry primarily communicated with Sherlock, with Ron often adding a few words at the end of his letters. Harry told Sherlock that the Weasley brothers were all talented and charming, and that he was happier here than at home. He loved staying here. Unfortunately, not only was Mr. Weasley tight-lipped, but Mrs. Weasley was equally tight-lipped. There was still no clue about the hidden person. Another concern was Ron's little sister, Ginny. According to Harry, every time he entered the house, Ginny would always knock something over. If he spoke to her, her face would turn as red as the sunset. If they talked a little longer, even the roots of her red hair would turn red. Harry always felt extremely embarrassed in these situations. He asked Sherlock for a solution, but Sherlock's reply was simply, "Just do what you need to do and ignore her." As for the others, their interactions with Sherlock were less frequent than those of the top three, and the content of their conversations was relatively simple, either summer homework, remote consultations, or invitations to team up. And so, a month passed by unnoticed. Until that day arrived, 128 Kings Road, Kensington, Chelsea District, 2nd floor, master bedroom, to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. A black and white eagle owl flew in through the 2nd floor window carrying an envelope, circled the room once, and then accurately dropped the letter into Sherlock's hand. Seeing this familiar scene, Sherlock felt a pang of nostalgia. This same time last summer, a similar owl had brought him his Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry acceptance letter. From that moment on, the science-believing boy began to explore magic, and his life changed forever. Although it was certainly unexpected at first, once you got used to this setup, it was quite captivating. This year's scene was just like last summer. Sherlock took the letter bearing the Hogwarts crest and found the contents to be largely the same as last year. The opening remarks omitted the congratulatory part about his acceptance into Hogwarts. Instead, he was still instructed to depart from King's Cross Station on September 1st and take the Hogwarts Express to the school. A reading list for second-year students was also attached. This was expected. However, when Sherlock's eyes swept over the list, he froze. Even someone with his exceptional analytical and reasoning abilities couldn't help but think, "What the heck is this?" Just then, the phone rang at the perfect moment. Hermione's clear voice came through immediately. "Hello. Is this Sherlock?" "Yes, Hermione, what a coincidence. I thought it would be Uncle Holmes answering the phone again. By the way, did you receive the letter from the owl?" "Just received it, I'm reading it now. Haha, I bet the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is a Gilderoy Lockhart admirer, maybe even a witch." Sherlock looked at the reading list in his hand without saying a word. The required reading list for 2nd grade, apart from Standard Spells Level 2 by Miranda Gossack, consists of 7 books from the same series: Breaking Up with a Ghost, Traveling with a Ghoul, Vacation with a She-Devil, Walking with a Troll, Boat Trip with a Vampire, Wandering with a Werewolf, and A Year with a Tibetan Yeti. The author is Gilderoy Lockhart. Although he hasn't seen the contents yet, just looking at the titles, it's easy to guess that this is probably a novel, and a series at that. How to put it? It's very confusing. If this series can properly depict the 3 elements of characters, plot, and setting, then it should be quite good for passing the time. But as a textbook for Defense Against the Dark Arts, appearing so openly on the reading list, even for someone like Sherlock, who considers himself abnormal, it's truly absurd. "So, you know this author?" Hearing Hermione's excited voice, Sherlock was somewhat surprised. He had never heard Hermione or anyone else mention him before. Wait a minute. Sherlock searched his memory attic, and after 3 seconds, finally found the relevant memory in an inconspicuous corner. Last year, when he first went to Diagon Alley, he wanted to buy some books besides textbooks to help him understand the magical world. It was then that the shopkeeper mentioned the name Gilderoy Lockhart. According to the shopkeeper, this author's series was so popular that it was sold out. That's why he was recommended another best-selling author, Bear Grylls' The Survival Handbook. He hadn't paid much attention at the time. Especially after finding the Survival Handbook very useful, he tossed this memory into the corner of his memory attic. Who could have imagined that after missing it last year, this author named Lockhart would make a strong comeback this year in such a way? "Ha, of course I know him," Hermione exclaimed immediately upon hearing Sherlock ask about Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart is an internationally renowned figure and author. He's a third-class Merlin, an honorary member of the League Against the Dark Arts, a 5-time winner of Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and this year he won the British Best Dressed Wizard Award. He was also a student at Hogwarts, graduating with honors from Ravenclaw. After graduation, he became a famous author, his works were bestsellers, and he was a sensation in the wizarding world. Oh, and he also invented the Ophiuchus egg yolk shampoo, which could lock and shine, but unfortunately it wasn't made for the mass market. Hermione recounted Lockhart's life story in great detail, going on and on until finally asking, "Sherlock, do you remember the Christmas present I gave you last year, the charismatic speaker? I'm glad you remember it. You know, that book is also his work. Unfortunately, the one I gave you was a paperback, without a picture of Mr. Lockhart." When she got to this point, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Chapter 162 Money is Important. 1991, Hermione's initial Christmas gift for her friend Sherlock was a book called The Case Book of Magical Crimes. This book collected various crime cases from the magical world, including dark magic crimes and the smuggling of magical items, compiled by magical law scholars based on research and practical experience. Hermione, after discussing it with Harry and Ron, felt it would be a suitable reference book for Sherlock, allowing him to understand the characteristics of magical crimes and learn investigative techniques from past cases. Unfortunately, when she received Makeup for Beginners from Sherlock as a Christmas gift, Hermione was furious. At that moment, emotion overcame reason, leading her to do something impulsive. She replaced the gift with a book called Mastering Charismatic Conversation. A hastily prepared gift is naturally of slightly lower quality. However, time has passed, and Hermione is no longer angry. After a full year together, she has come to understand Sherlock. That's just the kind of person he is. Expecting a book to change him is unrealistic. In fact, just as Hermione had predicted, Sherlock only skimmed the outline of the book after receiving it before tossing it aside. He didn't care at all who the author was. In Sherlock's view, it was a completely useless book. His time was precious, he had more important things to do and wouldn't waste it on such trivial matters. He certainly wouldn't let the book's contents occupy his mind. His parents, on the other hand, were very interested in the book, especially Mrs. Holmes. After hearing that Hermione had given it to Sherlock, she specifically asked for it and was still reading it. In her opinion, the book was useful to both wizards and muggles. Sherlock? Sherlock. Hearing Sherlock suddenly fall silent, Hermione quickly called out from the other end of the phone. "Sorry, just now, I suddenly had an interesting idea." "What idea?" Hermione immediately became interested. If Sherlock said it was interesting, then it truly was. "Judging from your description of Gilderoy Lockhart, I think this semester's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor might not be an admirer of the author." "How could that be?" Hermione exclaimed immediately. "If he wasn't an admirer, how could he use his books as teaching materials? And 7 of them at that. No one else would do that, because this professor could very well be him." With that, Sherlock held the phone away from his ear. He had already predicted what would happen next. Sure enough, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Then Hermione's excited voice, several decibels higher, rang out, "Oh my God, if that's true, it's wonderful. Gilderoy Lockhart. He's going to be our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? That means we can see him every day." Hermione Granger usually acted more mature than her peers. Only at this moment, with her exuberant joy, did she seem like a 12-year-old, no, a 13-year-old girl. It was clear she truly admired Lockhart. She was excited for a while, but after calming down, she began to discuss with Sherlock when to go to Diagon Alley together. "How about next Wednesday? I've already spoken to Harry and Ron. They're also planning to go to London to buy books that day." Sherlock naturally had no objections. "However, Mr. Lockhart's books aren't cheap. I think we should prepare a lot of galleons. I suggest you consider second-hand books." "No way, absolutely not." Upon hearing Sherlock suggest buying second-hand Lockhart books, Hermione immediately retorted loudly, "Mr. Lockhart's books aren't sold second-hand." After saying this, Hermione realized she had been a bit out of line. After a brief silence, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Well, that's settled then. We'll come see you next Wednesday." Hermione hung up the phone, feeling her face burning. What was wrong with her? Although Gilderoy Lockhart was indeed very impressive and charming, she shouldn't have been so excited about him. "Hermione, calm down, you must calm down. Otherwise, Wouldn't she faint when she finally saw Lockhart in person? Sherlock didn't care. He was just offering advice. Whether she took it or not was up to her. However, if Lockhart's books really didn't have second-hand copies. Thinking of this, Sherlock frowned. Hermione was alright, even though Lockhart's books were expensive, her family could afford it. Especially since, not long ago, Mr. Granger had once again heeded Mr. Holmes's advice and exchanged the family's pounds for dollars. According to his father's prediction, they would definitely make a fortune when the time was right. Sherlock trusted his father's judgment in this regard. Incidentally, Sherlock's own family had done the same. Harry, of course, had no problem. The money his parents left him was enough to cover all his expenses from 1st to 7th grade. Moreover, after his conversation with his grandfather, Harry was prepared to collect debts from the wizarding families who owed him their share of the profits. This would inevitably increase his personal wealth even further. The real problem was the Weasleys. Judging from their last visit to the Cavemans, their financial situation wasn't optimistic. As usual, Ron's youngest sister, Ginny, was starting school this year. That meant they'd need to buy 5 sets of Lockhart books. Not to mention wands, robes, pets, and other essential items for first-year students. Of course, many of Ginny's things could be bought second-hand, and the Weasley twins could overcome their difficulties by sharing textbooks. Even so, it was still a considerable expense for the Weasley family. At this moment, Sherlock could almost see the worried expressions on Mr. Weasley and his wife's faces. Thinking of this, Sherlock couldn't help but sigh. It seemed this was true in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Money was important. However, this difficulty could only be solved by the Weasley family themselves. The second to last Wednesday of August, Hermione and her family arrived at King's Road after breakfast. Just like last year, they planned to go to Diagon Alley as a family of 3. Hermione was startled when she saw that only Sherlock came out of the house. "Sherlock, where are Uncle and Aunt? They went out early this morning." "Oh. Aren't they coming with us? Knowing you already had a car, they let me come with you," Sherlock said calmly, as if it were nothing important. "Sherlock, your father and mother are so open-minded." Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione couldn't help but look envious, muttering, "My father wouldn't let me come with you." Before she could finish speaking, Mr. Granger let out a sharp bang. How can that be the same? Holmes trusted his son with his wife, but he didn't trust his daughter with their family. Mrs. Granger glared at her husband with displeasure. "Darling, you scared little Holmes," although Mr. Granger didn't speak again. His gaze towards Sherlock was scrutinizing. In fact, the Granger family and the Holmes family now had a fairly good relationship. Especially after last month's trip to Godric's Holmes, Mr. Granger was quite confident in Sherlock Holmes. From the time he met him until now, the boy had behaved very well. However, his father, old Sherlock Holmes, was a different story. Even though Sherlock possessed intelligence far beyond his years, he was still only a 12-year-old boy. How could he so easily entrust his son to them? Mr. Granger could even imagine that if he asked old Sherlock about it later, he would say, "Brother, don't I trust you? I have complete confidence in you." Thinking of this, Mr. Granger became even more annoyed. But despite his thoughts and annoyances, he couldn't joke about his studies. Since Sherlock's parents had decided not to travel with them, Mr. Granger drove Mrs. Granger, Sherlock, and Hermione to the Leaky Cauldron. Having learned from last year's experience, even without Sherlock and Hermione leading the way, the Grangers found the Leaky Cauldron with ease. It was back-to-school season, so although the Leaky Cauldron was still dimly lit, it was unusually lively. When the 4 entered, the owner, Tom Cruise, immediately recognized Sherlock. He grinned. "Hey, kid, your father didn't come this time." "No." Sherlock shook his head, his gaze habitually sweeping around the bar. After a moment, he pointed in a direction and said, "Mr. Cruise, that guy will still try to skip out on the bill later." Curious, the group looked in the direction Sherlock pointed and saw a short, stout wizard with a stubble beard and short, bull-legged legs. He was loudly discussing something with someone beside him, and when he noticed their gaze, he even smiled and nodded at them. He seemed like a nice guy. Seeing this, old Tom couldn't help but laugh. "You mean him? That's Mundungus Fletcher." "Don't worry, this guy brought money today, I just checked." Sherlock nodded, saying nothing more. The 4 of them then walked past the bar towards the small courtyard, surrounded by walls in the back. Hermione, watching old Tom slightly hunched back, finally couldn't help but ask, "Sherlock, Are you very familiar with the bar owner? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. A novelist, what does he know about adventure? My dear Hermione, you're much more impatient than Harry. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have asked me until we got to Diagon Alley. Sherlock chuckled, then, under Hermione's curious gaze, continued, including this time, I've only met the Leaky Cauldron owner 3 times, in fact, my father knows him better. Sherlock then recounted how his father frequently visited the Leaky Cauldron to chat and drink with the owner. He also mentioned how, on his first visit last year, he helped the owner point out that the short, fat man was trying to skip out on the bill. No wonder he said that. Hermione's expression brightened, and she expertly tapped open a fixed brick with her wand. While waiting for Diagon Alley to open, she asked a new question, so how did you figure out he was going to skip out on the bill? Mr. Granger also asked curiously. I'd like to know that too. I was observing him while you were talking to the owner, but I couldn't see anything. Faced with the Granger's questions, Sherlock feigned surprise. It's actually quite simple. Did you really see it? Hermione lightly slapped Sherlock. Ugh, your smug expression already gave you away. Tell me. Seeing her almost coquettish gesture, Mrs. Granger smiled like a loving mother. Mr. Granger, however, looked annoyed. But his attention was quickly drawn to Sherlock's next words. All right, I won't go into what happened last year. Since it was the second time I'd seen him, I observed him for a while longer. Then I noticed that the stitching on the 3rd button of his coat was restitched inside out. It was originally made to have an inner pocket for magic coins. From the mud-stained boots under the table and their wear and tear, it was clear he'd walked dozens of miles over several days, yet the shoes were impeccably clean, typical of a penniless person's vanity. He was flipping through the vegetarian pie page repeatedly, and when he saw the steak and kidney pie, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his salivary glands produced far more saliva than his pupils contracted. Also, when he pretended to adjust his cufflinks, he repeatedly glanced at the exit behind the bar and the path leading out from his direction. Most importantly, I can tell he's a habitual thief. A habitual thief, yes, the aura of that kind of person is as obvious to me as ink on a blank sheet of paper. It's impossible for him to hide it. After hearing Sherlock's confident analysis, the Granger family couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Hermione, on the other hand, was quite used to this kind of thing. After the initial shock, she quickly became accustomed to it. But her parents were different. Even though Hermione had mentioned Sherlock's abilities more than once, and Mr. Granger had witnessed them a month ago, they still couldn't help but be amazed. Hermione is absolutely right, dear Sherlock, you're truly amazing. Only after recovering from their shock did Mrs. Granger show a genuine smile. No wonder you could tell our profession the first time you saw us last year. Hearing her mother's praise of Sherlock, Hermione puffed out her chest with pride. But didn't the bartender just say he had money? Mr. Granger retorted, his voice slightly unconvinced. Even so, do you still think he'll skip out on the bill? A habitual thief is often also a con man. Without using magic, he has at least 3 ways to make the bartender think he has money. Once he uses magic, Sherlock shook his head, not finishing his sentence. But everyone understood his meaning. With the aid of magic, conning would only become easier. Judging from old Tom's appearance, he had most likely been fooled. All right, darling, let's go in. Seeing Mr. Granger was about to ask another question, Mrs. Granger pointed to Diagon Alley, which had appeared before them, interrupting him. Like the Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley was bustling with activity during peak season, a stark contrast to the deserted scene when Sherlock visited last Christmas Eve. The streets were teeming with people, and almost every shop was packed. Popular stores like Mighty Boutique, Flower and Blots, and Swift Books were overflowing with customers. The group first went to Gringotts to exchange their Wizarding World currency. Since moving up to their 2nd year, Sherlock and Hermione's annual exchange limit for Wizarding World currency had increased. Neither family was short of money, so they naturally used up their entire limit in one go. In addition, Sherlock had exchanged a considerable amount of galleons last Christmas in Harry and Ron's names, more than enough for shopping. Next came the familiar shopping spree. As second-year students, they needed to buy far fewer essential items than in their first year, focusing mainly on textbooks. After all, most items like wands, Scales, cauldrons, and pets were still usable. Sherlock hadn't originally planned to buy anything else. However, Mrs. Granger disagreed. "I don't want you getting a lecture from Verita when you get back," Mrs. Granger said, finding Sherlock increasingly endearing. "You and Hermione have grown taller, you need new clothes." At her insistence, the group went to Madame Malkin's robes shop and had new robes made for Sherlock and Hermione. Furthermore, since they had moved up to their second year, the ban that had only applied to first-year students last year was lifted. They could finally bring their own flying brooms to school. The Quidditch shop clerk enthusiastically recommended the latest Nimbus series product, the Nimbus 2001. This was an upgraded version of Harry's Nimbus 2000, with significant improvements in speed and stability. Of course, the price was also much higher. The clerk clearly saw that these two young wizards were not short of money, so he used flowery language to exaggerate its benefits. Even Mr. and Mrs. Granger were momentarily moved by him. Unfortunately, neither Sherlock nor Hermione had any such plans at the moment. In the end, the shop assistant could only watch the family leave with regret. Afterwards, Sherlock and Hermione stopped by the stationery store next to the Quidditch boutique and bought some quills, ink, and parchment. Next came the main event, textbooks. Unfortunately, as Hermione had said, Gilderoy Lockhart's works were never resold. As a best-selling author, his books were already very popular, and people didn't intend to resell them even after finishing them. Even if someone was short of money and wanted to sell them, they were immediately snapped up. On the other hand, the fact that his books were being used as textbooks in magic schools for the first time further amplified this trend. This forced them to buy new books. However, when they arrived at Flourish and Blotts, they were taken aback by the spectacular scene before them. The street outside the store was packed with people, all seemingly trying to squeeze in. The bookstore was like this on the outside. So the scene inside was even more spectacular. "What's going on?" Mr. Granger exclaimed, bewildered. "Isn't this a bit too much?" "I think that's the reason," Sherlock said, pointing upstairs. The Granger family followed Sherlock's gaze and saw a huge banner hanging on the second floor of the bookstore. "Gilderoy Lockhart appears, signing and selling his autobiography, I Am Magical." "Ah, so that's it." Mr. and Mrs. Granger suddenly understood. This scene wasn't uncommon even in the Muggle world. Popular celebrities held fan meetings, and the scenes were even more frenzied. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to see that most of the crowd were witches, around the same age as Mrs. Granger. Two wizards stood at the entrance maintaining order. They looked exhausted, and even with the amplification charm, their voices were hoarse. "Ladies, quiet, don't push, don't shove, be careful of the books, be careful." But it was all in vain. Enthusiastic fans jostled him, making them seem like a small boat on a vast ocean, on the verge of capsizing. Many witches even used their wands to create sounds resembling gongs and firecrackers. It was no exaggeration to say the scene was a cacophony of gongs and firecrackers, with red flags waving in a sea of people. It was incredibly lively. Hermione, witnessing this, was also caught up in the excitement and couldn't help but exclaim, "Great! We can finally see him in person." Noticing Sherlock's somewhat surprised look, her voice trailed off. "I mean, almost all the books on the list are written by him. It's so rare to see him." "It is rare," Sherlock said thoughtfully. The winding queue stretched from the entrance all the way to the back of the bookstore, where a figure in a blue robe could be vaguely seen sitting. If nothing unexpected happened, that must be Gilderoy Lockhart himself signing books. For a moment, Sherlock felt a surge of interest in this best-selling author. But looking at the crowded throng, his brow furrowed slightly. By the time it's our turn, it'll probably be the afternoon. Seeing this, Mr. Granger was also quite annoyed. "Should we come back in a few days?" "No, no." Mrs. Granger and Hermione spoke at the same time, startling Mr. Granger. "We've finally managed to see him, how can we leave now? Mr. Lockhart might not be there to sign books next time." "Yes, there must be a reason why Mr. Lockhart is so popular, darling. I also want to see what he looks like." Mr. Granger, hearing his wife and daughter say this, Mr. Granger felt a surge of anger. "Are you kidding me? It's one thing for his daughter to act this way, but now even his wife has changed? Gilderoy Lockhart? He's just a novelist, what does he know about adventure?" Chapter 164. A bald man emerged from the crowd. Mr. Granger was quite annoyed by his wife and daughter's insistence on seeing Lockhart. Just as he was about to say something to express his objection, Sherlock suddenly turned to the side and looked at them from a short distance away, saying, "Harry, it seems you've forgotten all the stealth techniques I taught you over the summer." Mr. Granger was taken aback. What was this kid talking about? Where did Harry come from? "Ron, I suggest you learn from your brothers. After all, the Weasley twins' talent for pranks is undeniable." "What the heck, Ron's here too?" Mr. Granger was even more confused. As Sherlock finished speaking, a bald man suddenly emerged from the crowd. What does this have to do with Harry and Ron? Fortunately, he understood what was happening in the next moment. The bald man strode to the side, and behind him appeared two familiar faces. It was Harry and Ron, the ones Sherlock had mentioned. Mr. Granger suddenly realized. The two boys, using the burly, bald man's physique as cover, tried to approach Sherlock unnoticed. However, they were discovered as soon as they got close. Harry sighed. "I told you, you couldn't fool Sherlock. Don't even mention it, Sherlock, your attention is far too sharp." We were clearly hiding behind that bald man. Hearing Ron's mutterings, Sherlock held up three fingers. "First, your stealth skills are subpar. Second, I was constantly observing our surroundings. Third, Harry's backpack was too conspicuous." Now that they were out in the open, Harry and Ron dropped the pretense and greeted Sherlock and the Grangers with smiles. The long-awaited reunion of friends was naturally a joyous occasion. After a brief chat, Hermione asked, puzzled, "Why are you only arriving now?" "It's all my mother's fault." As soon as she saw Lockhart signing books, she insisted on seeing him. "No, Ron, it has nothing to do with Mrs. Weasley. It's mainly because of me. It has nothing to do with you." Ron bent down and rubbed his instep, looking annoyed. There were just too many people in the bookstore. Sherlock's gaze swept over his shoe. "You got stepped on by a fat guy who's almost 5 feet tall." Ron was no longer surprised that Sherlock could identify the person's physical characteristics. For something so unimportant, he didn't even bother asking Sherlock's reasoning, and immediately launched into complaint. "It was definitely a short, fat guy. That guy stepped on me while trying to take a picture of Lockhart. He even said it was for the Daily Prophet." How impressive! However, Ron's resentment came quickly and went just as fast. After making a sarcastic remark, he immediately became excited again. "Never mind that, you know what? My dad just beat up Draco Malfoy, right here in this bookstore." "Huh? What did you say?" This time, even Sherlock was taken aback. Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, "How could Mr. Weasley hit a child?" In her opinion, although Draco Malfoy was indeed annoying, and even she sometimes felt the urge to punch him, he was still just a first-year student. Well, he should be a second-year student now. For Arthur Weasley, as an adult, to bully a child was simply too much. "You've misunderstood. It wasn't Draco Malfoy who hit Mr. Weasley, it was his father, Lucius Malfoy," Harry explained. "He publicly mocked Mr. Weasley, calling him a disgrace to the wizarding world. In fact, what Lucius Malfoy said was far more offensive than that. Especially in front of so many people. Saying such things was simply too much. Even Harry couldn't stand it, let alone Mr. Weasley himself. He was so angry that he resorted to violence. But Harry, of course, couldn't repeat himself at this point. What a pity. If you had come any earlier, you would have seen my father's heroic figure," Ron exclaimed, gesturing wildly. "It was much more powerful than when you, Sherlock, beat Crabbe and Goyle on the train. He was riding on top of Malfoy's father, throwing left and right hooks. Old Malfoy's eyes were swollen from all the punches." Mr. Granger listened with great interest, watching Ron's gleeful expression. Well done. His trip to Godric's Hollow had forged a deep revolutionary friendship with Mr. Weasley. Hearing Ron's display of prowess, he naturally offered his silent support. Mrs. Granger frowned. "Let's go buy the books as soon as possible." "No need, Auntie." Ron, oblivious to Mrs. Granger's attitude, waved his hand and said with a smile. Harry saw how many people were here and already bought some. What? Hearing Ron's words, the Granger family was startled again. Sherlock, however, looked enlightened. He had already noticed that the number of books in Harry's backpack was a bit off. Without a word, Harry took a set of books out of his backpack and handed it to Hermione. It was the Lockhart series, on the second-year reading list. Every book was the same style, all blue covers. The cover featured a very handsome young man. Seeing the blue cover with its forget-me-not blossoms, and then the handsome man, Mrs. Granger's gaze softened instantly. "Oh, Harry, you're such a thoughtful child." Hearing Mrs. Granger's praise, Harry felt a little embarrassed. "I learned all this from Sherlock." Mrs. Granger then looked at Sherlock with a kind expression. "Sherlock, you've taught me very well." Ahem. Just then, Mr. Granger interrupted her gaze. "But, we need to buy 2 sets of Mr. Lockhart's textbooks." Harry bought one, but it's still not enough. Although Harry had another set in his backpack, Mr. Granger subconsciously assumed it was for himself. Mrs. Granger frowned upon hearing this. Harry was a good boy, but it seemed he hadn't learned enough from Sherlock. His thinking wasn't thorough enough. "It's all right." Just then, Ron decisively offered his assistance. "Just before my dad made his move, Mr. Lockhart took a picture with Harry and gave him his entire set of books." Adding this extra set Harry bought, Sherlock and Hermione each have one. Harry nodded and took out the remaining books from his backpack. They still had that familiar blue cover and Lockhart's animated photo. Hermione immediately noticed a blind spot. "Why do you have a few extra books in your set?" "Oh, Lockhart gave me his entire set of books. Besides the textbooks, there are other books too." "Let me see." "I know, it's my magical self. Giglet Lockhart teaches you how to get rid of household pests." And the charismatic speaker, Hermione clearly knew Lockhart's works like the back of her hand. While Harry was still flipping through the books looking for titles, she had already rattled off these 3 titles. "Harry, I'm so envious of you. Mr. Lockhart even took a picture with you." Hermione looked at Harry with envy, as if she wished she was the one taking the picture with Lockhart instead of Harry. Meanwhile, Sherlock had quickly finished flipping through the entire set of books Lockhart had given Harry. He kept the 7-piece standard textbook set and handed the 3 extra books to Hermione. Hermione was taken aback. Sherlock, aren't you going to take these 3? I've already read the one about eliminating household pests at Ron's house, and you gave me the one about learning to talk before," Sherlock said amidst everyone's surprised gazes. "As for the other one, I don't need to read it." Facing Sherlock, Hermione didn't stand on ceremony, thanked him, and took the 3 books, hugging them happily. However, the 10 books were so heavy that she could barely stand. Mr. Granger, seeing this, quickly took them from her. Ron finally snapped out of his surprise. "Wait, Sherlock, when exactly did you flip through that book?" "No, I should say, how did you know we had Lockhart's book?" Ron's family did indeed have a copy of Giddy Lockhart's Guide to Getting Rid of Household Pests, Mrs. Weasley's favorite. However, both the Weasley twins and Ron believed they knew how to get rid of goblins even without consulting the book. The problem was, Sherlock had only stayed in the cave for a day, and had spent most of his time with him. So Ron really couldn't understand when Sherlock had discovered and read the book. "It was on the mantelpiece in the kitchen, wasn't it? I flipped through it before going to bed. As for why you didn't know, it's because you weren't already in Percy's room by then." Ron thought for a moment, then realized he couldn't remember what happened that night. This was quite embarrassing. "Never mind, let's not worry about it. Let's go find my mom and dad. He wants to treat my aunt and uncle to a drink." "Wait, where are Uncle and Aunt Holmes?" "Ron, you're only just realizing this." Hermione sighed at Ron's slowness. "They had something to do today. They couldn't come." "That's such a shame. My dad said he absolutely had to have a drink with my aunt and uncle." Ron had originally planned to take Hermione's parents to the Leaky Cauldron himself. However, Mr. Granger waved his hand, saying he knew the way from Mrs. Granger and could go by himself. As for Sherlock and the other 3, they could wander around Diagon Alley, have their fun, and then go to the Leaky Cauldron to find them. It would be a good opportunity to take back the robes they had ordered from Madame Malkin's robe shop. "Sherlock, Hermione, your parents are so open-minded," Ron said enviously, watching the Grangers leave with 2 sets of books. One lets Sherlock come to Diagon Alley on his own, and the other lets Hermione wander around the streets. "Look at my parents, they won't even let us go to Nocturne Alley," Ron complained as he turned to Harry. "By the way, Harry, you got a set of books for free. Don't pretend nothing happened. Treat us." Chapter 165. You might as well put it more clearly. At Ron's insistence, Harry, who had received a book from Lockhart, generously treated them. He bought 4 scoops of strawberry peanut butter ice cream and invited his 3 friends to share. The ice cream tasted great, and sharing it with friends made it even better. The 4 of them strolled leisurely through the alley, occasionally stopping to admire the dazzling shop windows. "Why are you looking at me like that, Sherlock? You know, it's only at times like this that I feel you're a teenager. Otherwise, you act like an adult." "Hermione, I've never denied my age. But you often forget that you're a year older than all three of us, Sherlock Holmes." Hearing Sherlock say this, Hermione was immediately furious. But seeing him looking at her calmly, she suddenly felt she had nowhere to vent her anger. Because she knew very well that, given Sherlock's personality, he wasn't deliberately trying to annoy her, he was simply stating a fact. But that's precisely why she was even angrier. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, covered their mouths and chuckled secretly. Sure enough, only Sherlock could handle Hermione. Next, they encountered the other members of the Weasley family. At the hobbling and playful magical joke shop, the Weasley twins were with their friend Lee Jordan. Lee Jordan was the Quidditch host at school, and his speech, when fast, had a rhythmic quality, almost like singing. The three were buying a magical firework called Filippo, which could ignite automatically and bloom upon contact with the water. They greeted the Sherlock group with cheerful smiles. In a second-hand shop, Percy was engrossed in a book. The title was, How Prefects Gain Power. Percy was so absorbed in reading that he didn't notice his younger brother had sneaked up behind him. Ron, seeing this, hatched a plan and deliberately read aloud the back cover description, Hogwarts prefects and the professions after leaving school. Sounds quite intriguing. Get away, Percy said irritably to his foolish brother. After the four left, Ron whispered to the other three, Percy is ambitious, his dream is to become Minister for Magic. Dear Ron, if that's the case, he'll likely find it difficult to achieve his goal. Huh? Why do you say that? Percy is a competent prefect. He might be able to enter the Ministry of Magic based on his excellent performance at school, or he might become a mid-level official in the ministry through his excellent work ability. But, Sherlock paused, then continued under the expectant gazes of his three friends, if becoming a leader were solely based on work ability, neither the Queen's government nor the British Ministry of Magic would be what they are today. To be honest, I think he'd be better off watching some political dramas than that book. That might be more helpful to him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Sherlock's words, Ron couldn't help but laugh. Sherlock, if Percy knew you said that, he'd probably be furious. I'm just stating the facts. Alright, let's not talk about Percy anymore. Actually, I've been wanting to tell you all this. Harry's experience today was truly amazing. Ron, hearing Ron's words, Harry looked embarrassed. Don't talk about such embarrassing things. What's embarrassing? It was so cool. Ron's eyes widened. Besides Sherlock, you're the only one among us who's been to Nocturne Alley. Even Fred and George haven't been. Nocturne Alley. Sherlock's gray eyes flashed with surprise. Yet, we were planning to use Floo powder to get to Diagon Alley, but Harry went to Nocturne Alley instead. It was so cool. Hearing Ron's words, Sherlock looked Harry up and down a few more times, his surprise deepening. He frowned. I didn't see any trace of Nocturne Alley on you. Normally, you should still have Floo powder and soot from the fireplace on you. Sherlock was good at observing, analyzing, and reasoning to draw conclusions. But now Harry had clearly used Floo powder to go to Nocturne Alley, yet he couldn't draw that conclusion through observation. Although he had guessed why this had happened, it wasn't a good sign. It meant that the longer he spent in the magical world, the more interference his observation and deduction abilities were experiencing. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry blushed. Hagrid bumped into me and brushed the soot off me. Then I ran into Ron's parents, and they cleaned me up. Indeed, only magic can defeat deductive reasoning. Sherlock came to Harry's side, took out his magic magnifying glass, and after a careful look, suddenly realized, although most of the traces have been erased, I can still see large handprints and brush marks on you, which matches your description, but your glasses are brand new. It's magic. Mr. Weasley used magic. I knew it. Sherlock shook his head. If it were Mycroft, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. At times like this, Sherlock couldn't help but think of his brother, whose observational skills were even stronger than his own. However, if Mr. Weasley also used magic to remove the stains from his clothes, even Mycroft probably wouldn't be able to tell. Hearing Sherlock suddenly say this, Hermione couldn't help but worry. Sherlock, she felt she should say something to comfort him at this moment. However, that's exactly what makes it interesting. At this moment, Sherlock's gray eyes shone brightly. When analyzing and reasoning, you have to consider the possible effects of magic in advance. On this basis, you use deductive reasoning to analyze it, and that way, you can defeat magic with magic. Hermione, I'm just worrying about things that don't concern me. This guy doesn't need any comforting. Harry and Ron don't have Hermione's keen sense of detail. Seeing that Harry no longer objected to him continuing, Ron continued enthusiastically. After we found Harry, we originally wanted to wait for you all to come together. But when Mom saw Lockhart was going to sign books, she insisted on going to see him first. As soon as Harry walked in, Lockhart spotted him. At this point, Ron couldn't help but glance at Harry again. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes, just like Hermione's when she heard about Harry and Lockhart's photo. Unlike Hermione, whose envy was directed at Lockhart himself, Hermione was a Lockhart admirer. Ron's envy was directed at Harry's treatment of being the center of attention. Although Harry had said he didn't want this, and Ron knew Harry meant it, he just couldn't control himself. More than once, he wished he could be like Harry, attracting gasps of admiration wherever he went. Thinking of this, Ron suppressed his emotions and continued vividly, "You have no idea how exaggerated Lockhart's reaction was. He jumped up and said, 'Isn't that Harry Potter?' Then he rushed over, grabbed Harry's arm, and pulled him to the front, and the whole room erupted in applause. He took a picture with Harry, saying it would be on the front page, and then gave Harry his complete set of books. And there's something else you'd never expect." Ron deliberately paused, and when Sherlock and Hermione looked at him, he said with satisfaction, "Lockhart also officially announced that he's our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for this year." "Oh my God." Hermione covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Sherlock. Sherlock, however, remained calm as always. Ron looked at Sherlock with a bewildered expression. You guessed it again." "Yes, I guessed it this time." Sherlock smiled mischievously. "After all, it's only natural for the author to use his own work as teaching material, isn't it?" He doesn't seem like he's here to teach, more like he's here to sell books." "Ron, how can you talk about a professor like that? Please, he hasn't officially become a professor yet, it's only a matter of time. I think you should start respecting him from now on." "Hey, don't you think you sound a lot like Professor McGonagall when you talk?" Sherlock ignored Hermione arguing with Ron and turned to Harry again, asking with interest, "Dear Harry, I guess you went to Nocturne Alley because you didn't say the name clearly when you first used Floo powder, right?" "From Borgenberg's shop." Yes, Harry nodded repeatedly. "I also saw Malfoy and his father there. They went there to sell things, so he probably gave up on the idea of stuffing things into Hogwarts. That said, if you still can't figure this out even after discovering your house elves are missing, then I don't need to worry. Such low intelligence isn't worth my serious attention. Speaking of which, we were lucky Dobby informed us, otherwise we wouldn't have known. The intention was commendable, but the method was completely wrong. Being presumptuous and trying to be kind only breeds disgust, but it did help us after all. I wonder how it is now." "It was captured by Dumbledore and taken to Hogwarts, where the other house elves watch over it." "Well," the four chanted as they walked, and when they arrived at Madame Malkin's robes shop, Ron's envious gaze returned. He'd grown taller in the past year. He should have gotten a new robe, but Ginny's enrollment this year had worsened their already strained finances. Not to mention Lockhart's books were so expensive, one of the reasons he hated Lockhart. Just then, Hermione brought up the man again. "What a pity, I thought I'd see Mr. Lockhart today." "Please, Hermione, don't mention him anymore. You'll see him every day once school starts." "Well, actually, I don't have a very good impression of him." "Sherlock, what do you think?" "I can only say it's a real shame. Since he dragged you into a photo together, you should have asked him for a few more sets of his books, then we could each have one. Next time something like this happens, you need to think it through." "Ahem. Sherlock, wouldn't that be a bit too, my dear Harry? You don't actually think that our soon-to-be Defense Against the Dark Arts professor gave you a whole set of his works just to do charity, do you?" "Sherlock, you might as well be more explicit." Chapter 166 The new semester arrives. 1992. For all the new students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, this day marked the start of the new term. Sherlock and Hermione waited a long time at platform 9 3/4 before the wheel eyes rushed over. "Sorry, Sherlock, Hermione, we kept you waiting," Mr. and Mrs. Weasley said, looking somewhat apologetic. They hadn't actually left home late that day, but their journey had been fraught with trouble. First, George forgot the pyrotechnics he'd bought in Diagon Alley before school started. Then, after Mr. Weasley drove the car out of the yard again, Fred ran back to his room to get his flying broomstick. Just before they reached the highway, Ginny screamed that she'd forgotten her diary. By the time she climbed back into the car, it was quite late. Even Harry, with his good temper, couldn't help but feel his temper flare after encountering these situations one after another. Ginny blushed deeply, but she didn't know how to help Harry calm down. Mr. Weasley suggested using the flying function of their magical cart to go to London. That would save a lot of time. Unfortunately, Mrs. Weasley firmly refused. As a result, when they arrived at King's Cross Station, it was already 11:15. No need to apologize. If you were really late, we wouldn't have waited for you, Sherlock said calmly. That's typical of you, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family all thought to themselves upon hearing Sherlock's words. Due to the time constraint, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, even though they had a lot to say, had to hold back. However, Mrs. Weasley didn't forget to remind Ginny's brothers, "You all must take good care of Ginny." The brothers readily agreed, but as soon as they boarded the train, they immediately went about their own business. Percy ran to the carriage reserved for prefects to exchange experiences with his fellow prefects. The Weasley twins fared no better. Their best friend Lee Jordan pulled them away the moment they boarded the train. Only Ron was somewhat responsible, pulling Ginny to their compartment. But after glancing at Harry beside Ron, Ginny blushed, lowered her head, and refused her brother, saying she wanted to go find her friends. Ron was at a loss for what to do. He was also seething with anger. First George, then Fred, and now Ginny. We almost missed the train. But then again, I think Mum is overthinking it. Ginny doesn't need us to take care of her at all. Look, she's already sitting with those first years, taking good care of herself. Of course, that's only if Harry isn't around. Just as Harry wrote to Sherlock, Ginny would lose her composure whenever Harry was nearby. Her adoration for Harry was no less than Hermione's for Lockhart, perhaps even more exaggerated. In the cavern, if Harry said just one word to Ginny, she would blush for ages. This put Harry in an awkward position, so he tried to avoid contact with Ginny. Hearing his good friend Ron say this, Harry smiled wryly and remained silent. As a guest staying at the Weasley's house, there were some things he couldn't say. Relatively speaking, he was a fairly self-disciplined person. This was mainly due to his upbringing. Being with the Dursleys meant that being self-disciplined meant getting less scolding. Therefore, in his opinion, the Weasley's departure today was indeed somewhat rushed. He himself had packed all his luggage perfectly the night before. Ron, who shared a room with him, also benefited from this, becoming one of the good kids who hadn't forgotten anything, along with Percy. In his view, this was simply common sense, as Sherlock usually said. But it was clearly not the case with the Weasleys. This also reflected a fact: compared to the other Weasley children, Percy was indeed a model student. However, Ron's bad mood came and went quickly. Soon, he was gossiping with Sherlock and Hermione. "I've always felt something's off with Percy. He's refused every time we ask him to play Quidditch. He used to really want to experience Harry's halo. Also, we only see him during meals. The rest of the time he's in his room, doing who knows what. And another thing, the day before you guys came to my house, he got 12 certificates in his AL exams. Normally, he'd be bragging about it everywhere, but those 2 days he was unusually quiet." After saying this, Ron winked at Sherlock. "Sherlock, I think you can figure out what's wrong with Percy, right? Yeah, he got a girlfriend. Huh, I knew it." Even Sherlock, trying to deduce this from this information. "Wait, what did you say?" Ron stopped mid-sentence, staring at Sherlock in disbelief. "I said, he got a girlfriend," Sherlock said calmly. Holy crap, Ron was stunned by Sherlock's words. He had just finished describing Percy's strange behavior, and then jokingly added that he wanted Sherlock to deduce anything. In fact, he didn't think Sherlock could deduce anything from this information. After all, Sherlock had only been in the cavern for a day. Including his shopping trip to Diagon Alley and their encounter at the station today, he had only seen Percy 3 times throughout the entire summer. Under such circumstances, how could Sherlock possibly figure out what had happened to Percy based solely on his description as a third party? Even if Sherlock possessed extraordinary observation and reasoning abilities, it wouldn't work. If it had been Sherlock, not Harry, who had been staying at the cavern all this time, it might have been possible. But, unexpectedly, Sherlock dropped a bombshell. Harry and Hermione stared at Sherlock in astonishment. "Sherlock, you said Percy has a girlfriend? Who is she? I think you should both know her." "She's the Ravenclaw prefect who consulted me about a case." "Oh my god, you mean Penelope Clearwater?" Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Ron shook his head repeatedly. How could someone like Percy possibly find a girlfriend, especially such an outstanding girl as Prefect Clearwater, Penelope Clearwater, a fifth-year Ravenclaw student, now a sixth. In terms of looks alone, she was practically on par with Gemma Farley from Slytherin. The only difference was in their demeanor. Relatively speaking, Penelope had a more scholarly air, which was more in line with Ravenclaw characteristics. But how could such an outstanding girl possibly fall for Percy, who went to Diagon Alley to read books like How Prefects Gain Power? Unlike the shocked Ron, Hermione wasted no time and asked directly, "Sherlock, how did you deduce that?" Sherlock chuckled and leaned back slightly. "There are just too many clues." Judging from Ron's description alone, repeatedly refusing to participate in Quidditch activities indicates he doesn't have enough time, and it contradicts his usual sense of collective honor as a prefect. His long periods of seclusion in his room suggest a sudden increase in personal social needs. If you've been observant enough, you should have noticed his frequent communications with someone. After all, your owl is quite old, it couldn't possibly be handling such frequent communication. His unusually low-key demeanor after obtaining 12 owl certificates suggests an emotional attachment more important than academic achievements, but that's far too much. Of course, it's not just that. Sherlock rudely interrupted Hermione, turning to Harry. "My friend, do you remember when you were in the hospital, when Prefect Penelope and Miss Cho Chang came to visit you?" I remember." Hearing Sherlock mention Cho Chang warmed Harry's heart. During their time in the cavern, Harry had maintained correspondence with Cho Chang, second only to Sherlock in frequency. "Then you should also remember that when Prefect Penelope visited you, she made it clear she had a boyfriend. As a fellow prefect, her Percy had 3 weekly patrols of the castle together, which facilitated their time alone. It's worth noting that when another prefect visited you and tried to ease tensions within the house, she displayed a strong sense of territoriality. This emotional fluctuation usually stems from wariness of potential rivals, as seen at graduation last term, though I suspect none of you noticed. Finally, my dear Ron, if you wish to verify this, go check out the first carriage. I'm sure you'll find something." As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, Ron jumped up and ran towards the first prefectural carriage without a word. "Oh, Sherlock, your reasoning is as brilliant as ever. Miss Penelope said that to me, but I'd almost forgotten it." Hermione sighed. "Sometimes I really want to open your head and see what's different about you compared to us." I can already imagine Ron's surprised reaction when he comes back, hearing his friend's praise. Sherlock's lips curled into a wide smile. He always accepted genuine compliments without question. Just then, a food cart appeared, and Harry jumped up just like Ron had. He bought a little of every kind of snack, especially extra chocolate frogs. That was because chocolate frogs not only tasted delicious, but they also came with wizarding cards. Since last year, he had started collecting wizarding cards like Ron. "Sherlock, you're a genius." Just then, an excited Ron burst in. "Merlin's hellish mother. Is there a spyglass in your head? Guess what I saw?" Percy and Penelope were sitting very close together, and although they were pretending to be nonchalant, I still saw through their act. "Oh, I should have told Fred and George about this. They'd be laughing their heads off." "Ronald, I don't think you should do that," Hermione said sternly. "Since Percy didn't tell you, as his brother, you have a responsibility to keep it a secret." "Seriously, Hermione? This is a secret? Shouldn't the whole school know?" "What nonsense are you talking about? If it could be made public, why would they keep it from others?" "But, don't forget, this is Sherlock's deduction." Ron nodded. "You don't want Prefect Percy and Prefect Penelope to hold a grudge against Sherlock for this, do you, Ron?" Chapter 167 Take all that's due. With Hermione using Sherlock as leverage, Ron ultimately abandoned his plan to publicly announce the relationship between Prefects Percy and Penelope. While Sherlock didn't seem to care, Ron couldn't ignore it. He didn't want Sherlock to be targeted by the two prefects because of him. Fortunately, the large amount of snacks Harry bought from the shopping cart quickly diverted his attention. Harry even consciously increased the amount of chocolate frogs. The 4 young wizards ate and drew cards, drawing like crazy. After this round of spending, Harry, the newbie, had a significantly deeper card pool. However, it didn't mean much to Ron, the old-timer. Even after opening all the chocolate frogs, he was still missing Agrippa and Portola. This showed that there was a reason they were the 2 hardest SSR cards to obtain. Sherlock didn't need wizard cards. After browsing through them, he stored all the information he might need in his memory attic. He could retrieve it whenever needed. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Having learned from last year's experience, Malfoy naturally didn't dare to cause trouble. Neville, Seamus, and other classmates they were on good terms with all came over to greet them. Even students from other houses came, mainly to thank Hermione for her summer homework, which made Hermione feel a little better. Compared to last year, Cho Chang, whom they hadn't seen for a summer, seemed even more beautiful. This kept Harry in a very pleasant mood for the long journey ahead, until the train reached its destination. Sherlock, I'm increasingly convinced you're right. This lousy train's speed has absolutely nothing to do with express. When the train arrived at its destination in the evening, just like last year, Ron couldn't help but complain. But even if you call it an express train like you said, it doesn't seem to make much sense. Wait, what's that? Not only Ron, but all the young wizards sensed something was wrong even before they got off the train. Because this time, the people who came to greet them at the station included not only the tall, lantern-carrying keykeeper Hagrid, but also a group of Hogwarts professors. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the four headmasters, Mycosed, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, were all present. Seeing this, the young wizards on the train began to whisper amongst themselves. Ron gasped, "What's going on? Even though we don't have to row from the Black Lake to Hogwarts today, this is still a bit too..." He was interrupted by an even louder exclamation. "Look! That's Gilderoy Lockhart in the purple robes. I heard he's going to be our defense against the dark arts professor today. Oh my god, it really is him. He's so handsome. My mom said if I don't get his autograph, I'm not going home for Christmas." Wait, who's that? No way. Headmaster Dumbledore is here. W.H. Watt. Everyone looked over and, sure enough, saw Dumbledore's signature half-moon spectacles and silver beard. What on earth is this? Hermione sighed, seeing Ron's still bewildered expression, and couldn't help but remind him, "Ron, have you already forgotten why Harry didn't contact us before?" Reminded by Hermione, Ron suddenly realized. He lowered his voice and asked Sherlock beside him, "But, making such a commotion just for an inspection seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Sherlock shook his head. "It's the dumbest method, but the most direct and effective one, logically speaking. When Lucius Malfoy discovered his house elf was missing, he should have realized his plan had been exposed. In this situation, his best option was to abandon the original plan. This also corresponds to Harry encountering old Malfoy in Nocturne Alley, dealing with dark magic items at Borgenberg. As for whether to continue lying low, that depends on whether he's a devout believer. But then again, those are dark magic items left behind by Voldemort. Lucius might not dare to deal with them through Borgenberg. If he becomes too audacious and tries to slip through the cracks, he might actually take the risk and pull off something like this. In the wizarding world, anything involving Voldemort should be taken seriously. Although Sherlock sensed Voldemort wasn't exactly intelligent when they faced him last year, there must be a reason why he had ruled the wizarding world for over a decade. His current mentally unstable state was likely due to weakness after his serious injuries. Better safe than sorry. Therefore, Dumbledore's arrangement of this examination was necessary. As the Hogwarts Express slowly came to a stop, the doors slammed open, and a group of young wizards filed out. Hundreds of boots thudded on the platform in the quiet night. The biting autumn wind, carrying the platform's mist, made their robes flutter. Following the professor's instructions, the young wizards quickly lined up. Their faces held a mixture of tension and curiosity, their eyes frequently glancing towards the checkpoint not far away. "Honestly, I don't think Professor Dumbledore needed to come, or even any of the other professors," Ron whispered to Harry. His eyes darted around, careful not to be overheard. "Look at this setup. With Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape here, who would dare cause trouble?" Harry followed Ron's gaze. Professor McGonagall, though not tall, stood ramrod straight, like a pine tree beside the checkpoint, her eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. Professor Snape, needless to say, was like a shadow in his black robes, moving silently through the student ranks, radiating an aura of coldness. Even the usually mischievous Weasley twins had put away their playful antics and stood obediently in line. This demonstrated the combined power of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. "I think it's more about expressing an attitude," Hermione hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, pondering, "Such a display will definitely reach the ears of the person trying to bring dark magic items into the school. That way, even if he still had that idea, seeing this situation will probably make him give up, right? Sherlock, what do you think?" Hermione's words trailed off as she realized Sherlock was gone. Her eyes widened, and she quickly searched the crowd. Soon, she spotted him. Sherlock was simply too conspicuous. He had somehow appeared beside Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, tilting his head and curiously examining the examination tools in their hands. Hermione could even see the excited glint in Sherlock's eyes, as if he were exploring a new and wondrous world of treasure. "When did he get there?" Hermione murmured incredulously, her voice filled with confusion and anxiety. Sherlock had clearly been beside her when she got off the train. How could he have appeared like a ghost in the blink of an eye? What surprised her even more was that she hadn't noticed his departure at all. It was outrageous. "Did you notice?" Hermione hurriedly turned to Harry and Ron, her face full of confusion. "No," Harry answered honestly, his eyes also showing a hint of bewilderment. Ron pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. "Come on, he disappeared from Harry and me like that last Halloween, like he could teleport." While the three children didn't notice Sherlock's whereabouts, Professor McGonagall spotted the uninvited guest immediately. She raised her eyebrows slightly, shifting her gaze from her examination tools to Sherlock. However, having already learned the whole story from Dumbledore and Snape, she shook her head slightly, tacitly approving of Sherlock's actions, and continued her examination. Professor Snape opened his mouth, intending to say something, but for some reason, he ultimately said nothing. Sherlock, on the other hand, watched Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape with great interest. Professor McGonagall, holding a long, thin probe resembling a golden car antenna, moved deftly back and forth among the students. Her expression was focused, her eyes fixed on the probe, not missing a single anomaly. Whenever the probe trembled slightly, she stopped immediately, her gaze sharpening at the corresponding student, as if she could see into their very soul. The young wizards she stared at immediately and obediently handed over their equipment without a word. Professor Snape, on the other hand, carried a gyroscope shaped like a cracked glass swivel, moving among the students. His steps were light, his black robes trailing on the ground, making almost no sound, appearing particularly eerie in the quiet night. Compared to Professor McGonagall, his eyes were like cold stars in the night sky, cold and sharp. Each sweep over a student felt like a silent judgment. Many of the young wizards he targeted trembled, some even surrendering their equipment before he could even pick up the gyroscope. Professors Flitwick and Sprout, however, did not use any tools. The two, wands in hand, assisted Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape with their examinations. With the four heads of the house working together, the harvest was plentiful. The young wizards were found to be laden with equipment. In terms of grade level, older students had a significantly higher rate of loot. Slytherin and Tyrion were particularly hard hit. They frequently produced strange and unusual items, drawing gasps of amazement from the surrounding young wizards. This result displeased Professor Snape. He glared disapprovingly towards Gryffindor. In fact, not only him, but everyone present shared the same question. Logically, the reckless Gryffindor lions should have been the main offenders, so why were Slytherins now the target? Weren't those snakes always the most concerned with collective honor? Actually, Gryffindor's loot rate wasn't low either. However, most of it consisted of harmless prank items. For example, the Weasley twins pull up magic fireworks from Diagon Alley. These fireworks could ignite automatically, bloom upon contact with water, and burst into colorful light, attracting everyone's attention and eliciting gasps of surprise the moment they were tested. When they were discovered, George stuck out his tongue, while Fred secretly made a face at the professors. However, compared to Gryffindor, Slytherin was found to have genuine dark magic items. Although their harm was limited and the students weren't carrying them maliciously, it still greatly displeased Professor Snape. He secretly considered whether to launch a cleanup campaign within the house after the start of the new term. In short, adhering to the principle of confiscating everything, all dark magic items were collected and confiscated. Their owners felt it was a pity, but could only swallow their anger. Items like the Felix the Pocket fireworks, however, were returned to their owners after being proven harmless. This thrilled the Weasley twins. See? They were the kind of guys who could get their confiscated equipment back from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. While everyone was busy, one person stood out from the crowd. Chapter 168: A Carriage Without Horses. Without a doubt, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart was a handsome and charming man. On the train platform, he shone like a bright star among the crowd. The sinister Professor Snape had frightened many young witches, their eyes reddening and tears welling up. Some of the more sensitive ones even burst into tears. In this situation, Professor Lockhart fully utilized his affability. In the cold night, his smile was as warm and charming as the spring sun. He bent down slightly, gently comforting the young witches, patting their shoulders from time to time and offering them handkerchiefs. The young witches, who had been sobbing, immediately stopped crying and smiled after his coaxing. Their eyes were filled with admiration and love for Professor Lockhart, as if he were a hero who had saved the world. Not only the young witches, but even many young wizards were charmed by him. Being good-looking really works. Not to mention, he spoke so pleasantly. When it comes to providing emotional value, both men and women are the same. Under these circumstances, Professor Lockhart gained a huge following and quickly amassed a large following. Harry, was Ginny there when Mr. Weasley and old Malfoy were fighting? Hermione suddenly asked. She was with George and Fred. We were all there. What's wrong? Harry scratched his head, looking at Hermione with a puzzled expression. Hermione didn't answer, but frowned, her gaze growing increasingly serious. She looked at Ginny, sensing something was off. How to put it? Everyone seemed very nervous in this situation, especially the first-year students who had just entered Hogwarts this year. But Hermione's brow furrowed, her eyes fixed on Ginny not far away. This little girl seemed overly nervous. She stood in the line with the other first-year students, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, her body trembling slightly, her eyes revealing an undisguised panic. However, Professor McGonagall's honesty detector showed no reaction, and Professor Snape's spyglass didn't detect anything unusual either. Hermione secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking perhaps she had been overthinking it. Then, she glanced at Professor Lockhart, surrounded by a group of young witches, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. The little witches chattered excitedly around Professor Lockhart, like a flock of cheerful birds, their faces beaming with happiness. Professor Lockhart, surrounded by them, smiled broadly, miraculously, even in the night. His teeth gleamed, inspiring an irresistible sense of closeness. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it again in frustration. She knew she couldn't possibly squeeze in at this point, and could only sigh silently. Finally, it's almost over. Ron looked at the last few Hufflepuff students in line, letting out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing. Hufflepuff students were the most numerous, like a surging sea of people, but the inspection was incredibly fast. Only one item caught the attention of Professor Snape's spyglass, a gift from a Slytherin student. This made Professor Snape's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. His hand, gripping the viewing mirror, trembled slightly, and his gaze towards Slytherin House grew increasingly grim. The little snakes trembled in fear under his gaze. Professor, don't be like this. We're allies. Harry Potter is over there, go find him. In fact, Snape was indeed more thorough than the others when examining Harry. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Harry was as innocent as Lily. After the last few Hufflepuff students had finished their examinations, Professor McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore and nodded. All the young wizards had been examined, and no dark magic item, the kind Dobby the house elf had described, that would kill Mr. Harry Potter had been found. Professor McGonagall understood perfectly well. It seemed the disappearance of the house elf had finally alerted Lucius Malfoy, preventing him from taking such a risky gamble. This also proved Dumbledore right. Lucius Malfoy's loyalty to Voldemort was questionable. Even if he still wanted to do something, such a large ambush should have made him understand Hogwarts' resolve, and he probably wouldn't do anything else. Seeing the dark clouds gathering and a heavy rain inevitable, Professor McGonagall immediately said to Sherlock with a serious expression, "Mr. Holmes, the inspection is over. Please return to your group." Sherlock had no objection. He had indeed learned a lot from the inspection. He naturally returned to Harry, Hermione, and Ron with satisfaction. "Sherlock, when did you run over there?" Hermione immediately asked as soon as Sherlock returned. Meanwhile, Professor Snape approached Gilderoy Lockhart, who was surrounded by a group of witches, and said coldly, "Professor Lockhart, please put away your smile. The inspection is over, and we are going back to the castle." If McGonagall's attitude towards Sherlock was icy, then Snape's attitude towards Professor Lockhart could be described as gnashing his teeth. The young witches who caught his gaze fell silent, retreating like a receding tide, leaving only a helpless Professor Lockhart. "Dear Severus, I think you frightened them." Watching his fans leave under Professor Snape's intimidation, Lockhart flashed a bright smile at him. "I think you might want to be more lenient with our young wizards." It must be said, In terms of appearance alone, Gilderoy Lockhart truly deserved his 5-time Most Charming Smile Award winner. At this moment, he stood out among all the wizards. Simply standing there, he exuded a sense of warmth and approachability. Unfortunately, his charm seemed to have no effect on Snape. First, don't call me Severus, our relationship isn't that close yet, Snape practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. Secondly, don't give me that smile. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat dinner later. With that, he turned and left decisively, leaving the embarrassed Professor Lockhart standing there. Let's go, Gilderoy. As Severus said, we still have a lot to do. Dumbledore walked over to Lockhart and comforted him. Thank you for your understanding, Headmaster Albus. Hearing Lockhart address him, Dumbledore frowned, but unlike Snape, he didn't forbid Lockhart from calling him by his first name. Professors Flitwick and Sprout walked right past Lockhart, pretending not to see him. Both were incredibly annoyed. This matter clearly only required the heads of the 4 houses, but Lockhart insisted on coming along as the defense against the dark arts professor, claiming he could help in this situation. And now, instead of doing his job, he was showing off his charm among a group of witches, and wizards as well. It's utterly disgusting. It's truly baffling why Dumbledore would appoint him as the defense against the dark arts professor for this year. Perhaps it's because of that curse, making it impossible to find a suitable replacement. Only Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress, knows the real reason. After Professor Quirrell left last term, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts became vacant again. This seems to confirm the rumor once more. The position is cursed, and no one has ever stayed for more than a year. In this situation, Dumbledore proactively approached Gilderoy Lockhart. In fact, Lockhart wasn't initially enthusiastic, as he was in the prime of his career. In this situation, Dumbledore played his trump card. He hinted to Lockhart that if he became the defense against the dark arts professor, he could teach second-year students like Harry Potter. As the teacher of the savior of the wizarding world, the boy who survived, and the nemesis of the Dark Lord, with proper management, Lockhart could gain more popularity than doing anything else. And management is precisely Lockhart's strength. Ultimately, the desire for fame overcame his caution, and Gilderoy Lockhart accepted the job. I don't understand. Professor McGonagall was actually quite critical of Dumbledore's approach. Even her accent changed. What do you think students can learn from this vain, fame-seeking scoundrel? My dear Minerva, I think they can learn a lot from a teacher, things like what not to do, and what kind of person not to be. This explanation, of course, did not satisfy the usually meticulous Professor McGonagall. However, she discovered with dismay that, apart from Lockhart, no one else applied for the defense against the dark arts course. It was him. For the other professors besides Dumbledore and McGonagall, Lockhart's arrival was even more difficult to understand. Especially older professors like Flitwick and Sprout. Despite Lockhart's later achievements, they still remembered what kind of person he was in school. Clearly smarter than most of his classmates, possessing considerable talent, he would have succeeded if he had just worked hard. But he seemed to focus more on craving attention. Naturally, they wouldn't give Lockhart a friendly look. With the professor's gun, the students, guided by their directions, began their journey to Hogwarts. For the second-year students, they no longer had to cross the Black Lake by boat as they had the previous year. Instead, they traveled to the castle by carriage with the 3rd to 7th-year students. So Hagrid simply greeted Sherlock and Harry and led the first-year students down another route. Outside the station, over 100 horse-drawn carriages were waiting for them. According to the older students, these carriages were responsible for transporting first-year and above students to the castle every year. Thank goodness we don't have to ferry across the lake in this weather. First-year students are really suffering. It had started to rain, and Ron muttered. How about we ride in this one? It looks sturdier than the others. I think these carriages are under a spell, that's why they can move on their own. Hermione, who was observing the horseless carriages, couldn't help but say after hearing Ron's words, Ron, your sister also has to ferry across the lake. Can't you act like a proper older brother? Ron knew he shouldn't have said that, but he still muttered under his breath, she'll take care of herself. Sherlock, what's wrong? Seeing Sherlock standing still, Ron couldn't help but ask. Are you sure these carriages are under a spell? I'm not sure, but that's what Hermione said. Ron shrugged and looked at Hermione, indicating that he was just a bystander and that she should ask the genius for help. Hermione frowned. I'm not sure either, But there doesn't seem to be any other explanation, does there? Yeah, a carriage that can move without horses must be enchanted, right? Harry chimed in. No horses? Sherlock's gaze swept over everyone present, a knowing look in his eyes. Get in. He turned back and gave the carriages one last deep look before climbing into the one closest to him. Chapter 169. The rain keeps falling. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged bewildered glances as Sherlock climbed onto the carriage. They didn't understand what Sherlock meant by his sudden outburst. However, they all knew Sherlock's personality well. If he didn't speak, asking would be pointless. Just like the ferry last year, Hermione, Harry, and Ron followed Sherlock onto the carriage. Once the four were on board, the door slammed shut. After all the students were on the carriages, the long procession began its violent jolt along the paths of Hogwarts Castle. Upon boarding, all four simultaneously smelled a faint musty and straw odor. Sherlock sat by the window, his gaze distant and profound. He had spoken those words because he clearly saw that these hundreds of carriages were not without horses. Between the shafts of each carriage stood a horse. The quotation marks were used because they resembled horses but were not. These horse-like animals had no flesh on them, black fur clung tightly to their skeletons, and every bone was clearly visible. Their heads resembled dragon heads, with wide, pupil-less eyes that stared unblinkingly at the surrounding crowd. Wings sprouted from the bulges between their shoulder bones. These large, black, and sturdy wings looked more like giant bats. Sherlock had stopped to observe them closely. These animals stood motionless and silent in the deepening darkness, appearing strange and ominous. When he confirmed that his companions and the young wizards he could see couldn't see these strange creatures like he could, Sherlock instantly made a judgment in his mind. He was a very rational person and naturally didn't think he was crazy. However, his gaze still followed the constantly moving silhouettes outside the carriage, watching them spread their hooves and run at high speed, a thoughtful look on his face. Sherlock didn't plan to tell his friends about it until he figured it out. The rain was getting heavier, conveniently covering the hoofprints and wheel tracks of these magical creatures. However, Sherlock also knew that even without the rain, probably no one but him would have bothered to notice the tracks on the ground. Sherlock, what's wrong? Hermione couldn't help but ask. Although she couldn't see the strange animals like the others, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. Nothing. Sherlock looked away and scrutinized Hermione. What did you want to tell me just now? What? Hermione hadn't quite gotten used to Sherlock's erratic thinking. When I came back from Professor McGonagall just now, you had something to say to me. Sherlock stared at Hermione. What did you want to tell me? Hearing Sherlock say that, Hermione immediately remembered that she did indeed have something to say to him. Now that Sherlock asked, she took the opportunity to say, when I was checking just now, I noticed that Ginny seemed unusually nervous. Oh? Sherlock raised an eyebrow slightly. You know, before school started, Mr. Weasley and old Malfoy got into a fight in Diagon Alley. I suspect it was intentional. So what? Ron asked, puzzled. My dad did beat Malfoy's dad up pretty badly, but what does that have to do with Ginny? I think Hermione meant that Malfoy's dad was deliberately stirring things up so he could throw Voldemort's dark artifact to Ginny in the chaos, Harry said thoughtfully. Noticing Ron shudder, he added, sorry, Ron, but I think Sherlock and Mr. Dumbledore are right. You really should get used to that name. Even though he had witnessed Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione discussing Voldemort so openly more than once, Ron still found it hard to adjust whenever the name was mentioned, always instinctively making a conditioned reflex. At first, Harry would apologize for it and even proactively change his address from Voldemort to Mysterious Man, but after facing Voldemort last year and receiving guidance from Sherlock and Dumbledore's teachers, Harry could now comfort Ron. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on, Ron. Ron gave Harry a resentful look. Okay, you're right, but I think I might need a long time to adjust. But Malfoy's father probably won't give anything to Ginny, right? Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape have already checked, haven't they? You're right, Hermione nodded. But why is Ginny so nervous? Well, I know the reason, Ron said somewhat embarrassedly. It's all because of Fred and George. They scared Ginny a lot with things at school during the summer, but nobody knew this would happen this year. No, Sherlock looked at Ron. Harry already told you about the checks before school started, but you didn't take it seriously. Besides Fred and George, I think you should have gotten involved too, Ron. Damn it, he saw through me again. Ron, Ginny is your sister after all, Harry couldn't help but advise, "You should be nicer to her." Ron coughed twice. "Don't worry, only we brothers can bully her, nobody else can." Hearing Ron's words, Hermione rolled her eyes in annoyance. There was no point in talking to someone like that. She turned her gaze to Sherlock, waiting for his conclusion. Sherlock spent less than 3 seconds searching his memory attic for information about Ginny, then shook his head and said, "Ron's sister is fine." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ron all breathed a sigh of relief. Even they themselves hadn't realized that by now, they had unconsciously formed a consensus. For any matter, if Sherlock said there was no problem, then there was no problem. Having dealt with Ginny, they then discussed Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. "Sherlock, last time you said Lockhart sent me the book to expand his influence. What did you think of him after meeting him in person today?" "My friend, I still maintain my opinion on this matter. He's a very skilled self-promoter, with excellent interpersonal and adaptability skills. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that he has real abilities. Professor Lockhart definitely has real abilities. Think about it, he's accomplished so many great adventures, how could he not have real abilities? Otherwise, Mr. Dumbledore wouldn't have invited him to be the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. That's just what he says. Anyway, I didn't feel he played any role in the inspection just now. As for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hermione, I bet you, anyone who meets the requirements can apply and get approved." As the four talked, the carriage passed through the gate leading to the school grounds. Tall stone pillars flanked the gate, each topped with a winged boar sculpture. Although the carriage road was wide, the strong wind and torrential rain caused the carriage to shake violently the entire way, splashing water everywhere. As they passed through the forbidden forest, Sherlock noticed that Hagrid's hut was shrouded in darkness. At this time of day, Hagrid should be leading the first-year students across the Black Lake by boat. As they drew closer to Hogwarts Castle, towering towers came into view, their many lit windows gleaming faintly behind the thick rain. Finally, their carriage stopped at the foot of the stone steps leading to two large oak doors. As soon as the carriage came to a stop, Ron jumped down first. Then Harry, Hermione, and finally Sherlock. He turned around after getting out of the carriage. Just then, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The lightning shattered the darkness. This allowed Sherlock to see more clearly the strange, horse-like creatures. They were all skin and bones, their empty white eyes gleaming. Some of the horses, noticing Sherlock's gaze, even turned to look at him. The people in the carriages had hurried up the stone steps. Noticing Sherlock standing still, Hermione nudged him with her elbow, a little worried. Sherlock, from the moment she saw the carriages, she sensed something was off about Sherlock. Although her attention had been diverted by Ginny and Lockhart's conversation, it now seemed he was indeed hiding something from her. However, Hermione knew that unless Sherlock used legitimacy, she wouldn't find out anything unless he wanted to. "Interesting," Sherlock uttered softly, turning back to join his friends in the crowd, ascending the steps into Hogwarts Castle. The Great Hall was much the same as last year. It had been decorated for the new school's banquet, appearing even more magnificent and grand. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables, illuminating the gold dishes and goblets. In addition to the long tables belonging to the four houses, there was a fifth table at the top of the Great Hall. Faculty members sat at one side of each table, facing their students. Unlike last year when he was recovering from a serious illness, Sherlock was in excellent health this year. So even the fierce wind and rain hadn't affected him much. However, the Great Hall was much warmer than outside, and after the station checks and the inclement weather, everyone entering couldn't help but smile. The Gryffindor table was at the far end of the Great Hall, so Sherlock and his companions walked past the students from Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff in turn. Harry couldn't help but look towards Ravenclaw. It didn't take long for him to see Cho Chang. Compared to the others around her, her striking appearance was quite noticeable. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but she seemed exceptionally clear in the blurry crowd. Her face was flushed, and her gaze was full of admiration and appreciation. "Harry, are you planning to go to Ravenclaw?" Just then, Ron tugged at his sleeve. Harry blushed slightly. Thank goodness, he almost embarrassed himself. As soon as the four sat down, Fred Weasley started jeering, "The Lion King and the Savior have arrived." Everyone applauded in unison. It was precisely because of Sherlock and Harry's outstanding performance last year that Gryffindor made a last-ditch comeback, breaking Slytherin's near 7-year reign as Slytherin champion. George Weasley asked curiously, So, which is more fun, the boat or the carriage? Before Sherlock and Harry could answer, someone else blurted out, "The carriage is definitely better," Ron said with a pitying expression. "The thought of my poor sister having to cross the lake by boat in this terrible weather makes me incredibly sad." Seeing Ron's expression, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, then secretly regretted their overreaction. "I'm so damn stupid. Even my little brother thought of that, how come I didn't?" Harry and Hermione, standing nearby, tried their best to suppress their laughter. After all, they were good friends, so they didn't call him out on it. "Good evening, little Lion King, savior." Just then, the unexpected creature greeted Sherlock and Harry. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Speech at the Hogwarts Opening Ceremony. The ghost speaking to Sherlock and Harry was the resident ghost of Gryffindor. It was translucent, pearly white, and still wearing the same tight-fitting blouse Sherlock wore when he entered school last year. In addition, it wore an unusually large, ruffled collar. Sherlock deduced at a glance that it wore the collar for two purposes: first, to appear more festive in such a formal occasion, and second, to prevent its head from wobbling too much on its severed neck. This was why it was jokingly called Nearly Headless Nick, although it strongly objected. Its name, Sir Nicholas de Mincy Pippington, was simply too long, so everyone ignored its protests and continued to call it Nearly Headless Nick. "To be honest, it's not good," Harry said, taking off his shoes and emptying the puddles, upon hearing Nearly Headless Nick's greeting. "The weather is even worse this year than last year." "At least last year it didn't rain and didn't take this long," Ron chimed in. "Let's eat quickly. I feel like I can eat a whole plate of chicken legs right now." "Weasley little guy, the sorting ceremony is much more important than eating." Nick, who was almost headless, glanced at Ron, seemingly displeased with his food-obsessed behavior. No, I think eating is more important than that." Just as he finished speaking, the doors of the Great Hall opened. As in previous years, leading the procession was Professor Minerva McGonagall, Vice-Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and head of Gryffindor House. Her gaze swept around the room before she led a long line of first-year students to the top of the Great Hall. The second-year students who saw this couldn't help but smile knowingly. They thought of themselves last year. At that time, just like now. However, due to the bad weather, the first-year students were much more disheveled than they had been last year. Soaked to the bone, they looked as if they had swum across the lake, not arrived by ferry. Shivering, they lined up along the faculty desks, stopping to face the entire school, looking somewhat lost. Professor McGonagall then placed a three-legged stool on the ground in front of the new students, followed by a tattered, dirty, patched wizard's hat. The first years stared blankly at it. Many wore expressions of sudden realization. So this was the sorting ceremony. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Ron, didn't you tell Ginny what we were going to do during the sorting ceremony?" It's a customary practice, just like last year." Although he didn't know why everyone kept the specifics of the sorting ceremony a secret, it had been done since the school's founding. Some parents and older students would even make up exaggerated stories to amuse the new students. It was practically a Hogwarts tradition. Sherlock and the others had done the same last year. Deceived by Fred, Ron even thought he was going to fight a giant. After learning the truth, he was so enraged he wanted to kill Fred. And this year, just like Fred did last year, he deceived his own sister. Harry sighed. It was a pity Ginny didn't come to ask him. Otherwise, he would have been happy to tell her the truth. "Don't sigh, old Harry," Ron patted Harry on the shoulder. "It's nothing to worry about, it's always been this way." "Does the long-standing existence of a custom necessarily make it beyond reproach?" Sherlock said quietly. "When people say it's always been this way, what they really mean is often I've never thought about why it's this way." Harry and Ron were speechless, while Hermione gave Sherlock a wry smile. While the rule of concealing the details of the sorting hat was indeed somewhat tedious, Sherlock was being far too blunt. He definitely hadn't read Professor Lockhart's book. At the same time, a slit near the brim of the sorting hat opened like a mouth, and under the watchful eyes of the entire school, it suddenly began to sing. "It was over 1,000 years ago, when I was just woven into shape, and 4 great wizards, whose names have been passed down to this day, The Hat's song immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sherlock was also listening carefully to the song. Although the lyrics were slightly different from last year, the general meaning was the same, still introducing the 4 houses of Hogwarts and their characteristics. When the Sorting Hat finished singing, enthusiastic applause rang out in the Great Hall. Harry clapped and said with some surprise, "Huh? Isn't this the song it sang when it sorted us into our houses last time?" "Of course not. The Hat sings a different song every year. I suspect it took a whole year to come up with the next song," said Fred Weasley. George Weasley added. Sherlock didn't clap, but decided to reward himself with a violin performance when he returned to his dormitory. The singing was still as awful as ever. At that moment, Professor McGonagall unfurled a large roll of parchment. "When I call someone's name, that person should put the hat on their head and sit down on the stool." Under the watchful eyes of the entire school, Professor McGonagall addressed the first-year students. "Once the hat announces the house, go and sit at the corresponding table." Having said this, she looked down at the long roll of parchment in her hand and loudly read out the first name, Hannah Abbott. When the name was called, the entire Great Hall fell silent. The students who had been whispering stopped and looked at Professor McGonagall in surprise. At Hufflepuff House, almost every student couldn't help but glance in a certain direction towards the second-year students. Only then did Professor McGonagall realize something was wrong. She glanced down again. "Sorry, I took the wrong list. This is last year's." Without changing her expression, Professor McGonagall took out another parchment and read out a new name. Barry Allen, a young wizard, with lightning speed, burst through the ranks, reached the stool, and slipped the Sorting Hat onto his own head. If it were any other professor, such a blunder would have elicited uproarious laughter. But this was Professor McGonagall, so it was as if nothing had happened. The sorting ceremony continued smoothly under Professor McGonagall's supervision. That was Professor McGonagall's skill. One freshman after another was called out by McGonagall. Hat on, sorted, hat off. The mechanical repetition, utterly uninspired. Ron, seeing this, kept rubbing his stomach. "Please, hurry up, I'm starving." Unfortunately, the Sorting Hat doesn't follow his will. Just like last year, the sorting times for the freshmen followed a normal distribution. The vast majority were decided by the Sorting Hat within 1 or 2 minutes. Only a few required an immediate decision. And a few took a long time to decide. However, the longest decision took less than 4 minutes. As Percy explained to Sherlock last year, a true hat blunder only happens once every 50 years. Since there was already a Sherlock last year, it's unlikely there will be another hat blunder in the next 50 years. Aside from Ron's sister Ginny, Sherlock didn't know any other first-year students. But since he had nothing better to do, Sherlock began his daily observation and analysis training, deducing their family backgrounds from their habits. A boy from a Muggle family, his father delivers milk, he has a younger brother, and likes photography. A girl from a wizarding family, her mother died early, she was raised by her father, an only child, and likes reading. A mixed-race family, she has excellent eyesight and likes Quidditch. Until Ginny Weasley. Sherlock recognized her, and since Hermione had mentioned her before, he glanced at her a couple more times. Just like Ron last year, almost as soon as she put on the Sorting Hat, she heard the Sorting Hat loudly proclaim Gryffindor. This was expected. After all, her parents and 6 brothers were all in Gryffindor. Ginny blushed and immediately ran to the Gryffindor table. Percy, the prefect, stood up and gave his youngest sister a hug. Feeling her trembling body, he kissed her forehead, then turned and gave the Weasley twins and Ron a stern look. It was because of their various exaggerations during the summer that Ginny had been so nervous when she was searched at the train station. The Weasley twins and Ron unusually avoided Percy's gaze. They were all a little embarrassed. After all, no one had expected such a scene at the start of the school year. "Ginny, come here quickly." Ron gestured for Ginny to sit beside him. Harry, sitting next to Ron, smiled and greeted her. "Congratulations, Ginny." Hearing her idol's encouragement, Ginny immediately lowered her head shyly. Ginny was already near the back of the first-year list, and with the last student being sorted into Hufflepuff, the sorting ceremony finally ended. "Sherlock, I've been wanting to ask you this since last year. How did you know Hufflepuff had the most people?" Ron couldn't help but turn to Sherlock after discovering that most of this year's first years were still sorted into Hufflepuff. "It's simple," Ron replied. "The Hat sorted out all the people with personality problems, leaving the honest and well-behaved ones in Hufflepuff." Ron's lips twitched, pretending he hadn't heard anything. The other young wizards nearby did the same. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and the stool, taking them away. Noticing this, Ron's attention was immediately diverted. He grabbed his knife and fork, staring longingly at the golden dish in front of him. "It's time." Hearing this, the Weasley twins immediately perked up. "Fred Weasley, this important moment, George Weasley, the moment we've all been waiting for. Get lost." "I'm not Wood," Ron retorted irritably at the Weasley twins' teasing. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore stood up, just as he had last year. He smiled at all the students, opening his arms in a welcoming gesture. "At this moment, I only have 2 words to say to you: eat." "Fantastic. Long live Mr. Dumbledore," Ron clapped loudly. This was because Professor Dumbledore's speech was even shorter than last year. As his words fell, the empty plates in front of him were piled high with large chunks of steak, lamb chops, roast chicken, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup. The first-year students were stunned by the feast that had fallen from the sky. The second to seventh-year students, though they had seen it before, cheered. In this regard, Ron was always the fastest to act. While stuffing a steak into his own mouth, he didn't forget to grab a piece from Harry's plate next to him. Compared to Ron, Sherlock and Hermione ate much more elegantly. Since repairing their relationship with the Dursleys, Harry's treatment this summer had improved considerably, so he wasn't like last year. Nick, who was almost headless, looked at this scene with a mixture of envy and sorrow. How wonderful, for a ghost, no matter how lavish the food in front of him was, he could only look on with envy. Ron didn't care about any of that, he just kept eating. After a few bites, Sherlock fell into his usual lost-in-thought state. Harry and Hermione were used to it. Every now and then, they would hand him bread or fruit, which Sherlock would instinctively take and eat. When everyone had finished eating, Dumbledore stood up again, smiling at everyone, and said, "Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I'd like to emphasize a few points." Chapter 171 Tasting the Forbidden Fruit. After the meal service at Hogwarts opening ceremony, Headmaster Dumbledore began his speech. It was essentially the same as last year, just with a different way of expressing himself. Time is a worn-out sorting hat, sorting youth into forgotten corners. Before we knew it, another school year had begun. Although everyone achieved good results last year, there are still some shortcomings and areas for improvement, and there's still a gap between your current performance and the school's expectations. In the new year, I hope everyone can quickly adjust from the long holiday, actively transition into their new roles, and greet the new semester with a fresh attitude. While maintaining your daily studies and life, you must also abide by school rules and regulations and strictly discipline yourselves. For example, don't cast spells in the hallways during breaks, and don't loiter around school at night. The Quidditch player selection process will be held in the second week of this term. Those interested can apply. In principle, first-year students can only be considered as substitutes. Only second-year students can become official players. At this point, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Harry. A savior, after all, needs to be extraordinary, and his abilities certainly proved he was capable of the position. Understood. Furthermore, since the Philosopher's Stone was no longer in the school, the ban on going to the fourth-floor corridors was lifted. This left only the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts as a place students were still prohibited from entering. In addition, several more items were added to the list of prohibited items within the castle. When Dumbledore read out their names, Sherlock was shocked to discover they were the same dark magic items and prank items found during the platform inspection. It seemed the platform inspection, besides its original purpose of preventing dark magic items from entering the school, had an additional benefit, enriching Hogwarts' list of contraband. Of course, Dumbledore didn't specifically explain the reason for the inspection at the station. Such things are done, and there's no need to explain, otherwise, it would only make things worse. Letting the students fill in the blanks themselves was more effective. In any case, no one would connect this to Voldemort. Unlike last year, after emphasizing the above points, Dumbledore specifically introduced the Hogwarts faculty and staff. This new segment, added after consulting with various parties, will continue to be part of the opening ceremony every year. The faculty included Minerva McGonagall, Vice Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Head of Gryffindor House, and Professor of Transfiguration, Phileas Flitwick, Head of Ravenclaw House and Professor of Charms, Pomona Sprout, head of Patchpin House and professor of herbology, Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House and professor of potions, Cuthbert Binns, professor of magical history and the only ghost professor, Aurora Senested, professor of astronomy, a course that does not require magic, and Rolanda Hooch, the flight instructor and Quidditch referee. These were the main teachers that first and second year students would interact with. Other courses, such as ancient runes, divination, conservation of magical zoology, and Muggle studies, were electives and would be introduced in the third year. Besides the professors, Professor Dumbledore introduced the school's support staff. The administrator was Argus Filch. The school doctor and head nurse was Ms. Bobby Pomfrey. The keykeeper and gamekeeper was Rupert Hagrid. The librarian was Mrs. Irma Pines. After introducing the familiar faces, it was time for the newcomers. For well-known reasons, we have a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year. When he said again, Dumbledore himself seemed momentarily distracted. He cleared his throat before continuing, "Actually, you all met him at the station just now. He is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, well known. Sherlock looked at Dumbledore, who had now handed the initiative to Gilderoy Lockhart. Noticing Sherlock's gaze, he returned a kind smile. "Sherlock, what's wrong?" Harry asked, surprised to see Sherlock's expression. "Is it really common knowledge?" Harry paused, about to say something, when a burst of enthusiastic applause drowned out his voice. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart adjusted his Order of Merlin sash and slowly rose to his feet. His blonde hair shimmered in the candlelight, making him stand out among the faculty. "Dear students, please allow me, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the League Against the Dark Arts, 5-time winner of Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your new defense against the dark arts professor, to give a brief self-introduction." With just one sentence, the entire room erupted in applause. Of course, some people disliked him. "Ron, it's unbelievable that he's changed into another purple robe in such a short time." Lockhart was clearly adept at handling such occasions. He raised his hands and pressed them down slightly, waiting for the applause to subside before continuing, "Since graduating from this school, I've traveled far and wide, confronting all sorts of mysterious dark magic creatures. These experiences are documented in my dozens of best-selling books, which I believe many of you have read. In Walking with Ghouls, I delved into ghoul lairs, uncovering their habits and cleverly defusing a ghoul uprising crisis. In Walking with Trolls, I faced a ferocious troll alone, successfully taming it with my wisdom and superb magic, preventing it from wreaking havoc. This time last year, I gave a Tibetan Yeti a cold in China. The summer before that, I danced the tango with a banshee in Ireland. Even earlier, I used dental floss on the Albanian forest godmother Yaksha. Of course, all of that is in the past. What I want to say is that I possess many unique magical techniques, and those defensive strategies against dark magic are all things I've summarized from practical experience. In the coming school year, I will impart this knowledge to everyone without reservation. In class, I will not limit myself to books. I will have rich practical activities to allow everyone to personally experience the wonder and power of magic. I firmly believe that under my guidance, every student will master the essence of defense against the dark arts. As long as you listen attentively to my lectures, you will certainly have enough ability to protect yourselves and those around you when facing dark forces. Let us embark together on this challenging and surprising magical learning journey." Gilderoy Lockhart truly lived up to Headmaster Dumbledore's special introduction. In fact, his performance was flawless. This was evident from the reactions of the entire school. Dumbledore had originally intended to applaud first, but as soon as Professor Lockhart finished speaking, the Great Hall fell into a brief silence, followed by thunderous applause. The students' eyes shone with excitement and admiration, especially the Ravenclaw students. This was understandable, given that this house had the most girls, and they looked at Professor Lockhart with starry eyes. Hermione blushed, her eyes turning into little stars like the Ravenclaw girls, and she kept muttering, "Professor Lockhart's experiences are incredible. I knew we could learn so much from him." Amidst thunderous applause, Lockhart gracefully turned and bowed slightly to Dumbledore, his golden hair shimmering in the candlelight. Ron scoffed, "Old Sherlock, old Harry, I bet you he practiced his bow 800 times in front of the mirror." Harry felt a little embarrassed. Due to the photo incident at the Lizard bookstore, his impression of Professor Lockhart wasn't very good. However, seeing Hermione and Ginny's apparent admiration for Lockhart, he could only vaguely say, Hopefully he can really teach us how to fight the dark arts." Sherlock took in everyone's reactions and formed a preliminary judgment about Gilderoy Lockhart. However, the attitudes of several professors towards him were quite intriguing. More information would have to wait until the actual class. After Professor Lockhart's introduction, Dumbledore led the entire school in singing the school song. If Professor Lockhart's introduction had only made the faculty and a few students feel awkward, this part made almost everyone sweat profusely. The main reason was that the school song didn't have a fixed melody, everyone could choose their favorite tune. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the entire school's rendition of the song was all about letting loose. You sang yours, I sang mine. Professor Dumbledore and the Weasley twins performed as consistently well as ever. One dared to sing, the other dared to conduct. They managed to sing the entire school song to the slow melody of Funeral March. Next was the prefect's turn to shine. They were responsible for leading their respective students back to the common room. As Slytherin prefect Gemma Farley, accompanied by first-year witches, brushed past the Gryffindor students, she winked playfully at Sherlock. When she saw that Sherlock didn't react, she chuckled and mouthed a silent sentence. Sherlock frowned slightly. However, this lasted only a few seconds. Their destinations differed, and they quickly parted ways. Just like last year, Percy led the Gryffindor students to the common room. His attention was primarily focused on the first years, including his sister Ginny. Along the way, he didn't forget to explain to everyone the moving staircases of Hogwarts, the hidden doorways, the mischievous Peeves, and the fat lady's new password. Since recovering from last year's serious illness, Sherlock's body had remained robust. Coupled with last year's experience, even after a long day, he didn't feel much fatigue. So, after 3 seconds of careful consideration, he simply borrowed the invisibility cloak from Harry. "You're going to the Forbidden Forest." Harry was taken aback when he heard Sherlock's words. "Dude, are you really that reckless? Headmaster Dumbledore just emphasized that it's forbidden to go there. You're already thinking of going to steal the forbidden fruit?" Chapter 172 Late at Night with a Female Class Monitor. "My dear Harry, I think you need to understand one thing. Getting caught is what constitutes a disciplinary violation. As long as you don't get caught, nothing happens," Sherlock confidently and calmly addressed the surprised Harry. However, as a precaution, using the invisibility cloak is safer. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry couldn't help but admire him immensely. His older brother was truly wise, even a casual remark made perfect sense. However, seeing Sherlock already, Harry's adventurous spirit began to stir. This reminded him of his trip to the Forbidden Forest with Sherlock last semester. For a moment, he even wanted to call Sherlock over and ask him to take him along as a mere accessory. However, Harry knew that the dangers of the Forbidden Forest were far greater than a simple nighttime stroll around campus. Last time, when he was in detention for the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had his protection. Today, Sherlock was a lone wolf. His own skill level was still too low. Forcing himself to follow Sherlock would only slow him down. Before leaving, Sherlock played a piece on his violin. This not only dispelled the noise pollution from the Sorting Hat but also lulled all his roommates, except Harry, to sleep. Only then did he leave alone, amidst Harry's envious gaze. As Sherlock slowly crawled out from under the hole in the portrait, the fat lady silently closed the door behind him. The corridor was filled with the scent of old spellbooks, the dim wall lamps flickering, casting dappled shadows on the ancient stone walls. Sherlock walked lightly through this environment. He didn't immediately put on the invisibility cloak. He had something to do before going to the Forbidden Forest. He hadn't gone far down the corridor when, as if suddenly encountering an invisible barrier, Sherlock abruptly stopped. He narrowed his sharp, hawk-like gray eyes, his gaze precisely fixed on the depths of the shadows. "So you're not planning to come out?" There stood a massive stone pillar, thick enough for 2 people to encircle, its surface carved with intricate patterns, casting a vast shadow in the dim light. As Sherlock finished speaking, a figure silently emerged from the pillar's shadow. Light and graceful, it was Gemma Fay, the Slytherin prefect, a 6th-year student. Her long chestnut hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her Slytherin robes swayed gently with her movements, the dark green silk shimmering mysteriously in the dim light. "Sherlock, I'm really curious." She brushed away the spiderwebs from her shoulder, her black jade earring swaying gently at her collarbone, her delicate face filled with doubt and curiosity. "How did you find me?" Sherlock extended his right hand, his slender fingers lightly pointing to the armor. The leg temperature of the knight's armor next to you is 2 degrees Celsius higher than the other armors nearby. This means someone was standing here before. Combined with your silent invitation to me at the end of the opening ceremony, and the height of the elevated area, it's not hard to deduce that it was your breath mist that caused the metal to heat up. As he spoke, he raised his left hand, his fingertips pinching a shimmering shard of glass. Under the light of the wall lamp, the magical runes on the shard were faintly visible. The only thing nearby that meets the criteria and can temporarily provide cover is this stone pillar. Farley then noticed the shard of glass at Sherlock's fingertips, and couldn't help but sigh softly, a hint of annoyance appearing on his face. I was just trying to play a joke on you. But when Sherlock's gaze fell on her face again, Farley's smile vanished. She straightened her back slightly, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her, and said, "All right, enough chit-chat? I specifically asked you out because I refuse," Sherlock interrupted abruptly, his voice crisp and decisive. "What did you say?" Farley's eyes widened, her sea blue eyes fixed on Sherlock, filled with disbelief. She hadn't even said anything yet, and he was refusing something? "You just want to find out more about Flint, don't you?" "I have to remind you, it's a complete waste of both of our time," Sherlock said coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes when he mentioned Flint's name. "No, you misunderstand. I've already given up on having you investigate the attack." Farley waved her hand. "It's just that ever since Flint was attacked last time, his pet, also a toad, has disappeared. I heard you often help Mr. Neville Longbottom look for his mischievous toad, so I was thinking of asking you to help as well." Farley's words were cut off by Sherlock, who frowned impatiently. "No need. I made it very clear last time that Flint's actions have long since disqualified me from helping him. Whether it's investigating the case or finding that unfortunate toad, it's all the same, Sherlock. Flint may be rude, but he doesn't deserve this." Hearing Sherlock's words, Farley tried to defend Flint, biting her lower lip slightly, a stubborn glint in her eyes. "The ratio of sin to punishment needs to be precisely calculated, and in my opinion, Flint's malicious foul on Harry in the Quidditch Stadium is not even enough compared to what he's going through now. I have more important and meaningful things to deal with. His situation is insignificant. So please stop torturing me with your superior opinions." Farley seemed surprised that Sherlock would hold a grudge. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and a hint of embarrassment and helplessness crossed her face. "Sherlock, you, Marcus Flint should be grateful," Sherlock suddenly said coldly. "What did you say?" Farley blinked in confusion, her face full of bewilderment. If anything had really happened to Harry that day, he wouldn't have been able to leave the Quidditch Stadium alive. Sherlock's voice was devoid of warmth, his tone so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Farley was stunned by Sherlock's words. Soon, she realized he wasn't joking. At this moment, Farley had no doubt about Sherlock's resolve. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving, her azure eyes meeting Sherlock's gray ones. They stared at each other, an invisible spark seemingly flying through the air. After a moment, she finally looked away, as if feigning weakness, and said, "I understand what you mean. It seems Harry's more important to you than I thought. This matter. I won't concern myself with it any more." Farley lowered her head slightly as she spoke, a strand of hair falling down to obscure half her face. "The right decision. If you're really struggling with it, then I suggest Flint buy another pet." Sherlock gave a mocking smile to Farley's surprised gaze. "I think leaving Flint is a complete relief for that toad." Hearing Sherlock's words, Farley couldn't help but laugh, raising a hand to smooth a strand of hair behind her ear. "Okay, I'll consider your suggestion, then goodbye." Sherlock turned to leave. "Please wait a moment." Seeing Sherlock's eagerness to leave, Farley bit her lower lip and quickly called him back. "Do you still have the gift I gave you last time?" "The gift?" Sherlock stopped and turned around, his brows furrowed, his face full of confusion. Seeing Sherlock's frown, a hint of disappointment flashed in Farley's eyes. As time passed, her eyes grew dimmer, and the smile on her face gradually faded. "You mean this?" Just then, Sherlock reached into the pocket of his robe, rummaged around for a while, and took out a galleon. In the dim light, the galleon shimmered with a dazzling light. Farley's eyes lit up instantly, filled with surprise, and even her voice became much lighter. "Do you always carry this galleon with you?" "Yes." Sherlock looked at Gemma Farley, somewhat puzzled. As a prefect, her dedication to helping Flint was certainly dutiful, but why was she concerned about such a trivial matter? "You have more important things to do, yet you're talking to me about a tiny galleon." Gemma Falley had already distinguished herself among the young witches at Hogwarts, but she still couldn't shake off the typical womanly habits, being overly concerned with such trivial matters, a behavior Sherlock truly couldn't understand. In that case, you'd better hurry back. Otherwise, if Filch finds you out this late, you'll be put in solitary confinement, Falley said, waving her hand lightly toward Sherlock to leave. Then, as if remembering something, she chuckled softly, a playful smile appearing on her face. Oh, right, shouldn't I thank you for your trust? Because you didn't think I called you out at this hour to deduct Gryffindor points, you're not that kind of person. Sherlock shook his head, his tone resolute. With that, he strode away without looking back, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Gemma Falley stood there, stunned for a long while. When she looked up, her radiant smile seemed to dispel all the darkness around her. For Sherlock, meeting Gemma Farley was merely a minor incident. If it weren't for the friendship they had built through correspondence during the summer, he wouldn't have even considered heeding this silent invitation. As he had just told Gemma, communicating for someone like Flint was a waste of time. Sherlock found a secluded spot, donned his invisibility cloak, and quickly left Hogwarts Castle. The infiltration went even more smoothly than expected. The invisibility cloak was undeniably a very useful tool. Sherlock was already skilled in stealth, and with the invisibility cloak, he was practically unstoppable. Another reason was that the patrolling wardens and prefects hadn't anticipated a student staying out all night on the very first day of school. Even Gemma Farley, who had just met Sherlock, assumed he had returned to his dormitory after parting ways with her. Therefore, Sherlock arrived at the Forbidden Forest with almost no effort. Thank you ASCII 1030 for the 100 Kidian coins. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 173 Gratitude and the Beginning of Fencing. This is Sherlock's second time venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Last time, due to being constantly with Hagrid, the interference of the non-human centaurs, and his eagerness to investigate the unicorn attack, Sherlock didn't have time to properly explore this forbidden area. This time is different. Voldemort has already fled in a puff of black smoke. Therefore, the danger of the Forbidden Forest now rests solely on the forest itself. A somewhat obscure fact, the Forbidden Forest, also known as the Dark Forest, is located on the western side of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry grounds. True to its name, due to its dense forest and lack of sunlight, it remains dark even during the day, let alone at night. The Forbidden Forest has a unique ecosystem, with streams flowing through it. According to Hagrid's previous description, it is home to abundant poisonous weeds, yew trees, oak trees, and tuile grasses, as well as many magical creatures. According to the Ministry of Magic's classification of magical creatures, many of them are quite dangerous. This is why Hogwarts forbids students from entering it. Since magic couldn't be used during summer vacation, Sherlock spent a lot of time improving his theoretical knowledge, aiming to arm his mind. Now was the perfect opportunity to apply theory to practice. Beneath his invisibility cloak, Sherlock's sharp, hawk-like gray eyes gleamed with excitement, his cheeks slightly flushed. The adventure began. At the outermost edge of the Forbidden Forest was Hagrid's golden hut. He had already returned home after ferrying the first years across the lake. Even though it was late at night, the hut was still lit. Hagrid's massive shadow moved back and forth on the window. Sherlock nimbly circled around to the other side of the pasture. There he saw an old friend, Fluffy, the three-headed dog. After the Philosopher's Stone was moved, Fluffy had been taken back to the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid. Fluffy was extremely fierce towards everyone except Hagrid, and had even inflicted significant damage on Professor Snape. But its weakness was equally obvious, it would become drowsy whenever it heard music. Although there was no one to accompany him, Moose remained asleep. Seeing the enormous hound inevitably reminded Sherlock of its former owner, the Greek translator Baskerville. He then recalled the bizarre case that had implicated him because of his profession. Even now, the murderer, using the alias John Smith, was still at large. This made Sherlock increasingly believe in the Ministry of Magic's incompetence. Not being able to catch someone was understandable, but with cooperation between the two ministries of magic, the complete lack of leads was unacceptable. There was also the case of Hannah Abbott's father. If it weren't for Dobby, the Malfoy house elf, trying to prevent Harry from going to school, which led to the arrival of that ministry lady, Sherlock wouldn't even have known that Blacklight, who was supposed to be on trial, could leave so easily through the gate. It was simply a shoddy operation. In some ways, it was even worse than Scotland Yard. Sherlock shook his head, banishing these thoughts, then bid farewell to Moose and officially entered the Forbidden Forest. Once inside the Forbidden Forest, Sherlock felt a distinct change. With his current strength, acting alone was somewhat risky. But that was precisely what made it so exciting and intriguing. He certainly couldn't explore the entire Forbidden Forest, even just its outer areas, in just one night. Sherlock's goal was clear: to familiarize himself with the environment and create a complete map of the Forbidden Forest in his mind. It sounded like a pipe dream, but for Sherlock, who possessed a memory attic, all he needed was time. He would spend 1 to 2 weeks exploring 1 or 2 routes that would allow him to safely enter the depths of the Forbidden Forest and return. He would then gradually expand his search area. Finally, he would incorporate the entire Forbidden Forest into his memory attic. No rush, there was plenty of time. With this in mind, Sherlock's adventure that night went very smoothly. In the process of clearing a path, he even encountered magical creatures he had only seen in textbooks before: puffs, botricles, and fairies. All 3 were classified as XX level in the Ministry of Magic, practically posing no danger. The puff is a spherical animal covered in soft, creamy yellow fur. It has a docile temperament and doesn't react much to being hugged or thrown. It's also a scavenger, somewhat similar to the ghouls in Ron's attic, feeding on leftovers, spiders, and virtually anything. When foraging, it extends a long, thin, pink tongue from the center of its body, slithering around the room like a snake. Furthermore, its favorite pastime is eating the dried boogers of wizards while they sleep. For this reason, it's one of the most popular pets among wizards, and naturally, much more expensive than ordinary pets. The botricle is a tree-guarding animal with 2 faded small eyes and an exterior made of bark and twigs. Like the puffy, it's a peaceful magical creature that feeds on insects. This animal is extremely shy in its normal state, often hiding when the dreadful upright ape appears. Only when their trees are threatened will they leap down and gouge out the eyes of their intruders with their long, sharp fingers. Because botricles won't choose trees without magical properties to inhabit, the trees they guard are usually suitable for wand-making. Sherlock currently has no such need and naturally won't provoke them. Fairies are the most unique. Though less than 5 inches tall, they have human bodies, heads, and limbs, with 2 large wings on their backs. Despite their human-like appearance, these magical creatures cannot speak human language and have very low intelligence, communicating only with their kind through piercing buzzing sounds. These magical creatures also have a connection to botricles. When wand makers need wood for their wands, they often provide fairy eggs to the botricles. This provides the botricles with prolonged comfort, allowing them to obtain the necessary wood. Having witnessed the 3 magical creatures, Sherlock's curiosity was satisfied. Seeing that it was almost time, Sherlock decided to return. However, in that instant of turning around, he stopped abruptly, frozen in place. Sherlock's stealth skills were exceptional. That was beyond doubt. Last year, during his nighttime stroll through Hogwarts with Harry, even though Harry was clearly the one wearing the invisibility cloak, Harry nearly lost track of Sherlock more than once. Sherlock, on the other hand, always found Harry accurately even when he was invisible. This made Harry wonder more than once who was actually wearing the invisibility cloak. Now, Sherlock was indeed wearing it. In this state, aside from professors with profound magical abilities, it was almost impossible for anyone to detect his presence. Yet, even in this state, Sherlock felt a chill run down his spine. His innate sensitivity and rich experience quickly made him realize that he was being watched. Judging from the pressure the other party exerted on Sherlock, this thing was at least at the XXX level in the Ministry of Magic's classification system, possibly even XXXX. Sherlock immediately began to ponder what magical creatures of that level existed in the Forbidden Forest, and how to deal with them if he encountered them. To his surprise, just as he was retrieving information about these creatures from his memory attic and beginning to filter them, the other party revealed itself. With a soft rustling sound, a 4-legged creature slowly emerged from the bushes. At first glance, it resembled a snow-white horse, with a very beautiful appearance. However, it possessed a single silver horn on its head. A unicorn. According to Monsters and Their Origins, unicorns are classified as XXXX by the British Department of Magic and are generally found in the forests of Northern Europe. They are classified as XXXX because their temperament is vastly different from their docile appearance. They possess the strength to fight large animals. Unicorns are valuable from head to toe. Their horns, blood, and fur all have powerful magical properties. The horns are said to have detoxifying properties. Rumors claim that knives with unicorn horn handles can detect poison when cutting food, but this claim remains unconfirmed. It's common knowledge that tail hair can be used to make wands, and wands with unicorn cores have always sold well at Ollivander's wand shop. Silvery blood can prolong life, but improper use can bring terrible curses. Last semester, Voldemort, in order to regain a body, ordered Quirrell, whom he possessed, to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, forcing them to offer their blood. When they were about to kill the second unicorn, Sherlock and Harry stopped them. Unexpectedly, after more than half a year, Sherlock encountered this magical creature again. Seeing the unicorn appear, Sherlock stood still. Normally, he was still invisible and shouldn't have been discovered by the unicorn. Even if a magical creature of this level possessed keen senses and had indeed discovered him hidden under the invisibility cloak, given the unicorn's personality, it shouldn't have revealed itself. They generally avoid contact with humans and prefer witches to approach them. To Sherlock's surprise, the unicorn actually walked up to him the next moment. It circled in place, as if hesitating for a moment, then lowered its head and snuggled closer to him. After confirming it was in contact with Sherlock's body, it even rubbed against him. Its actions were incredibly affectionate, completely unlike the aloof attitude described in textbooks. At this point, Sherlock's invisibility cloak was practically useless. After all, the invisibility cloak only made one invisible, not make one disappear. I see. At the same time, looking at the unicorn so close to him, Sherlock understood why it treated him this way. This was none other than the unicorn he and Harry had rescued from Voldemort's clutches. This unusually affectionate attitude was probably because he was its savior. In a sense, it was repaying a debt of gratitude. That's surprising. It seems you recognized me too. Sherlock reached out and stroked the unicorn, then crouched down to examine it for a moment before saying confidently, "Your injuries will heal in a while." Although unicorns can't speak, they can understand human speech. Hearing Sherlock's words, the unicorn rubbed its head against him. The silver-white horn on its forehead emitted a faint glow, indicating its happiness. "I don't have time to catch up with you tonight, I have to go now." Hearing Sherlock say this, the unicorn bent down. "Does this mean I can ride on it?" Seeing the unicorn nod, Sherlock didn't stand on ceremony and leaped onto its back. The unicorn raised its head and cried out, then rode Sherlock toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As everyone knows, once a unicorn starts running, its speed can reach a very high level in just a few seconds. This is an important skill for its survival in the wild and to avoid being caught by predators. For this reason, Sherlock returned to the edge of the Forbidden Forest in a shorter time than before. Sherlock truly hadn't expected such an unexpected gain on his trip. Not only did he encounter the unicorn he had once saved, but the unicorn was also so friendly, even carrying him away from the Forbidden Forest. However, for magical creatures like unicorns, which possess a certain level of intelligence, repaying kindness isn't unusual. Humans, on the other hand, are often quick to repay kindness with enmity. In any case, having the unicorn's help, which showed him considerable goodwill, would be an asset when exploring the Forbidden Forest in the future. "Thank you, my friend." After bidding a reluctant farewell to the unicorn, Sherlock returned to his dormitory. By this time, the four of them, including Harry, were already asleep. Ron, in his sleep, kept smacking his lips, as if savoring some delicious food. Having spent the night exploring the Forbidden Forest, even Sherlock was exhausted. Once he lay down on his bed, waves of drowsiness washed over him, and Sherlock quickly drifted off to sleep. However, the next morning, Sherlock was back to his energetic self. Harry, woken up, looked at his older brother with admiration. Sleeping later than him, waking up earlier than him, truly full of energy. Remembering that Ron had told him during the summer holidays that he should call him for morning exercises this semester, Harry started shaking Ron. What is it?" Ron mumbled sleepily. "Morning exercises," Harry said. "Ron, get up." Ron rubbed his eyes and looked out the window. A thin layer of mist shrouded the pinkish gold sky. "My hellish motherfucker," Ron complained. "Old Harry, it's barely dawn." "You're right." Harry's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Didn't you say during the summer holidays that if Sherlock and I went for morning exercises, we'd call you?" "Why tomorrow?" "I'll go with you tomorrow. I'm so tired today, let me sleep a little longer." Hey," looking at Ron, who had fallen back asleep, Harry couldn't help but sigh. He knew this would happen. In the end, on the first day of school, only Sherlock and Harry went for their morning exercise. When they arrived at the Black Lake for a jog, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Sherlock, how did it go last night?" "I did a quick survey of the creature's ranges, but it'll take some time to get complete information." Harry nodded. This was expected. As one of the few students who had ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, he knew exactly how vast the area was. Unfortunately, since Sherlock was going to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone at night for the time being, his night classes would have to be temporarily suspended. After all, with his current abilities, he wasn't confident he could explore Hogwarts alone at night without the invisibility cloak. Correspondingly, Sherlock would be increasing the intensity of his morning exercise. After the jog, the second phase of the morning exercise began. Sherlock first had Harry practice a set of punches. "Not bad, looks like you've been practicing over the summer." Hearing Sherlock say this, Harry felt a little embarrassed. Well, actually, Dudley couldn't help much either. During their time living on Privet Drive, Dudley had seen Harry practicing his punches. So he offered to help, as a way of repaying the favor of the magical snacks and diet pills. But Harry suspected that Dudley just wanted a legitimate reason to beat him up. However, he also agreed with one of Dudley's points: you need an opponent to improve your boxing skills quickly. And it turned out Dudley was right. After taking quite a few punches from Dudley, Harry improved rapidly. Sherlock stared at Harry thoughtfully for a moment, then, to Harry's delight, said, "Dear Harry, I think you can start learning fencing with me now." Really? Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry was overjoyed. He had wanted to fencing with Sherlock for a long time. Even now, Harry still felt resentful that he hadn't been able to help Sherlock in the Forbidden Forest and the Philosopher's Stone last semester. Especially the fight with Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. Aside from sending out a distress signal, he did almost nothing. But in the Philosopher's Stone, when facing Voldemort for the first time, he successfully used the boxing techniques he had learned from Sherlock, and with great success. But ultimately, it was the strength left to him by his deceased mother. Without the blessing of maternal love, it would have been very difficult to harm Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, with just his fists. After that, whenever he thought back, he still felt that fighting with a sword like Sherlock was superior, especially since most wizards use wands. If he could, like Sherlock, unexpectedly draw his sword and deliver a blow to the waist, it seemed quite satisfying. "My dear friend, fencing is much harder than boxing. You should be prepared for a long period of learning." "No problem," Harry nodded emphatically. "As long as I'm with Sherlock, I'm not afraid of anything." "Well then, first we'll need 2 sticks." Sherlock and Harry were both lucky. They wandered around the Black Lake and found the kind of branches that any boy would like: 2 natural, unprocessed, and straight long sticks. Seeing Harry's excitement, Sherlock began to impart his experience. "Brother, your dominant hand is right, so you need to use your left hand to hold a shield for defense." "Left hand shield?" "That's right, the left hand shield is for defense, the right hand sword is for offense." Sherlock demonstrated a stance himself. "When necessary, the left hand shield can also be used for offense." "That's shield bash. Is that what you did to Voldemort?" "It sounds difficult." "Actually, it's not difficult at all. You have a lot of talent. As long as you practice diligently, you'll be able to do what I do sooner or later." "No problem." "Oh, right. Remember to ask Hagrid for some rock bread when you have time. I think he'd be happy to." Okay, but Sherlock, I think we'd better not tell him that these are for making shields." "Why not tell him?" Well, after morning practice, Sherlock and Harry put the 2 long, straight wooden sticks back in their dormitory before heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. When the 2 appeared, Hermione and Ron both gave them strange looks. Once they were seated, Ron couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "Lion King and Savior, aren't you 2 a bit too diligent?" It's only the first day of school. He didn't know that Sherlock had gone to the Forbidden Forest last night, but just the fact that the 2 of them were out for morning practice so early in the morning was enough to surprise him. How to put it? The bed at this time of day was just too tempting. If it weren't for the morning classes, he could sleep until the sun was high in the sky. But just because he couldn't do it himself didn't stop him from admiring those who could. Hermione wasn't as surprised as Ron, but she still frowned and said, "It's only the beginning of the semester. You should at least rest for the next couple of days and adjust your sleep schedule." Right. In fact, Hermione hadn't gotten up late. It's just that outdoor morning exercise obviously burns more calories than reading indoors. Hearing Hermione's words, Ron nodded repeatedly. Sherlock, Hermione's right. Then Sherlock silenced them both with a single sentence. Okay, but not necessary. Sherlock seemed oblivious to their speechless expressions and calmly said, Ron, please give me that timetable before you stuff your steak in your mouth. Let Hermione give it to you. I'm busy. Ron was faster than Sherlock expected. By the time Sherlock finished speaking, his hand was already reaching for the steak. By the time Sherlock finished speaking, he was already wrestling with the steak. So, all he could do now was apologize to Sherlock. I've been busy with work lately, so updating twice a day is a bit of a hassle. Therefore, starting today, I'll combine 2 chapters into one update, keeping the total word count the same. If we meet the requirements for extra updates, we'll calculate it separately. Oh grave oh acute. Chapter 174 Fairness, Fairness, and Fairness. Hermione sighed as she watched Ron mumble his steak. She handed Sherlock the class schedule she'd just received that morning, explaining, this year's classes are Transfiguration, Charms, Herbalism, Potions, Defense against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy, and Flying. It's taken up by Potions, Hermione sighed. The teachers probably think we're all proficient at flying now. She glanced at Sherlock, her face slightly flushed. Her thoughts drifted back to that summer, to when they were traveling in Ron's flying car to Godric's Hollow. Because the car's altitude exceeded Hermione's tolerance, her acrophobia kicked in midair. Everyone was invisible then, and in a moment of panic, she'd covered Sherlock's mouth to stop him from speaking. Looking back now, she realized how impulsive she'd been. Sherlock, of course, had no idea that Hermione's thoughts had drifted back over a month. His attention was now focused on the new timetable, Gryffindor second-year timetable. Monday morning, Herbology, Transfiguration; afternoon, Defense against the Dark Arts; evening, Astronomy. Tuesday morning, Herbology; afternoon, Transfiguration, Charms. Wednesday morning, Charms, Potions; afternoon, History of Magic. Thursday morning, Transfiguration; afternoon, 2 consecutive Potions classes. Friday morning, Charms; afternoon, Herbology, Defense against the Dark Arts. Sherlock glanced at it and immediately understood. It seemed that it wasn't just him intensifying Harry's studies, Hogwarts was intensifying the studies of all its students. Not only had the Friday afternoon break from last year been eliminated, but the duration of each class had also been increased from 30 minutes in the first year to 45 minutes. This made sense. Even for someone completely unfamiliar with magic, a full year of adjustment was sufficient. It was time to increase the input for the young wizards. The first day of the new term, Herbology, was at 9 in the morning, with the Hufflepuff students. Like last year, the learning location was still the greenhouse outside the castle, where Professor Sprout cultivated many plants. Today we are going to the third greenhouse. Professor Sprout, seeing that the 2 second-year students from both houses had arrived, cheerfully led them to explore a new map. The students were also very interested. Last year, all their classes had been held in the first greenhouse. They had heard from the older students that the plants in the third greenhouse were more interesting than those in the first greenhouse. Of course, they were also more dangerous. For example, mandrake, poisonous tentacles, and Chinese bitter cabbage. Just hearing the names made them much more formidable than the plants they had encountered last year. When Professor Sprout opened the door, a strong smell of damp earth and fertilizer wafted out. This reminded Sherlock of the case before the end of last semester. When Professor Flitwick paraded him to the crime scene, he had smelled a similar odor. However, the smell there was far less intense than here, and here, in addition to the distinctive scent of grass, there was also a rich floral fragrance. The various magical plants they had never seen before dazzled the young wizards, leaving them overwhelmed. In a corner of the greenhouse lurked the devil's web, a plant that thrives in shady, damp environments. Sherlock and his friends had a brief encounter with it when they tried to stop Quirrell from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone at the end of last term. Not far from the devil's web was the blue nightshade blue mallow, whose pollen has hallucinogenic effects. Once it blooms, the entire greenhouse must be sealed off. Also present was the iron thorn fern, covered in sharp thorns with leaves that gleamed with an eerie metallic sheen. It was short-tempered, and when provoked, its thorns could shoot out with considerable force. Professor Sprout led the curious young wizards to a bench in the center of the greenhouse, where about 20 pairs of earmuffs of different colors had already been placed. At her signal, the students all sat down. Sherlock, Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville, Dean, Seamus, the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students took their seats in turn, with Hannah Abbott sitting in the second row behind Sherlock. Ever since Sherlock helped her solve Mr. Abbott's case before Christmas last year, her fondness for him had remained consistently high. As soon as she sat down, she greeted Sherlock and Hermione beside him. Once everyone was seated, Hermione couldn't resist whispering to Sherlock, "These are umbrella flowers." She pointed to the giant, umbrella-shaped plants hanging from the ceiling, saying excitedly, "I've always wanted to see them in person, and I can't believe it's happening so soon." The book says, just then, Professor Sprout suddenly called her name, Miss Granger. Clearly, she had noticed Hermione's whispering in class. However, out of indulgence for a bright student, she decided to give Hermione a chance. "Please tell me, what are the characteristics of mandrakes?" If Hermione could answer accurately, she would let it go. If not, she would lose points. However, in this respect, Hermione would not disappoint. Mandragora is a magical plant with extremely high medicinal value, also known as mandrake root. It is an important component of most antidotes and can restore people in abnormal states to their original state. The textbook standard answer, Gryffindor gets 10 points. In their second year, the professors seemed much more casual when awarding points, no longer adding them 1 point at a time like in their first year. After answering the question correctly, Professor Sprout generously added 10 points to Gryffindor's score. Neither the little lion nor the little badger were surprised by Hermione's double-digit score in the first class of the new term. It was just routine. If nothing unexpected happened, Miss Hermione Granger would definitely retain her title as the top scorer in the new season. Today, we're going to repot the mandrake. Miss Granger is right, mandrake is an important component of most antidotes, but, Professor Sprout's gaze swept over the students, it's also a very dangerous magical plant. Can anyone tell me why? Hermione, unsurprisingly, raised her hand again. Her nimble movement almost knocked Harry's glasses off. Fortunately, Harry's long training with Sherlock hadn't been for nothing. With a nimble head shake, he dodged the crucial blow. Professor Sprout frowned upon seeing this. She felt Hermione shouldn't be getting points so easily anymore. Unfortunately, the class with a Gryffindor today was none other than the unassuming Hufflepuffs. Even with the head of house's gaze sweeping over them, not a single Hufflepuff student raised their hand, even though many of them knew the answer. The Gryffindor students were even less likely to raise their hands. Since someone knew the answer and was willing to answer, they were happy to give that person the chance. Professor Sprout, however, wasn't Professor Snape and couldn't ignore Hermione's raised hand. Seeing that no one else answered besides Hermione, she finally nodded. Hermione immediately stood up and said, "Because hearing the cry of a mandrake can be fatal." Absolutely correct. Gryffindor gets another 10 points. Seeing that Gryffindor ultimately won those 10 points, Professor Sprout sighed inwardly. As the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout always adhered to one principle in her teaching: fairness, fairness, and more fairness. Unfortunately, whenever given an opportunity to give away points, most young wizards' performance was often, "Give you the chance, but you don't know how to use it." In the end, it was Hermione who benefited. After giving Hermione the points, Professor Sprout explained, "However, the mandrakes here are still very young, and their cries are not yet fatal. Even so, everyone must not be careless and must take precautions to protect themselves." This time, she didn't ask any more questions, otherwise it would be suspected of giving Gryffindor points. After giving a direct explanation, she began to settle things. "Now, everyone come and get a pair of earmuffs." At the professor's command, the students rushed forward, jostling for them. This time, even the Hufflepuff students weren't going to be left behind. After all, no one wanted a pair of pink, fluffy earmuffs. Sherlock, the Gryffindor, however, remained calm and unhurried, slowly walking to the stool amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and picked up the last pair of pink, fluffy earmuffs. The little badgers exchanged bewildered glances. Who was the real Hufflepuff? The Gryffindor students sitting with him exchanged knowing glances, showing complete respect for the little lion's choice. However, neither the lion nor the badger had time to pay attention to this matter afterward. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, everyone put on the earmuffs and witnessed firsthand this magical plant. It was called mandrake, but when it was pulled from the ground, its root resembled an ugly human infant. Most of the students let out a scream. Of course, because of the earmuffs, no one could hear them. Professor Sprout held tightly in his hand the leaf growing on top of this thing. Its skin was light green and speckled. Judging from its appearance, it was clear that this thing was yelling and screaming. Of course, still no one could hear it. Next, Professor Sprout personally demonstrated how to repot the mandrake doll. First, pull the mandrake out of the small flower pot. Second, stuff the mandrake into the large flower pot. Third, bury its doll-like rootstock in soil, leaving only the green leaves exposed. Hey, it's that simple. After personally demonstrating how to repot the mandrake, Professor Sprout clapped the mud off his hands and gave the young wizards 2 thumbs up. This was the gesture they had agreed to take off their earmuffs after repotting. After the young wizards removed their earmuffs, Professor Sprout emphasized a few more points to note. For example, while the cry of a young mandrake won't kill you, it can cause unconsciousness for several hours, so earmuffs must be worn during handling. Also, be careful of other magical plants in the greenhouse that might harass you. When Professor Sprout was repotting, a poisonous tentacle nearby tried to attack her, despite her age. Luckily, she wasn't careless and dodged it. After that came the most important and difficult part of the lesson. 4 people worked together to repot the mandrake. The reason for repotting was that as the mandrake grew, it had filled the small pot to the brim, almost overflowing. Sherlock naturally shared a pot with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Seamus and Dean were somewhat disappointed. Neville and Seamus, in particular, were often paired with Sherlock and Hermione in charms and potions classes. The feeling of being carried by the big shots was just too awesome. Unfortunately, today was the first day of school, and everyone was still in groups of 4. Harry and Ron were determined not to let Sherlock and Hermione escape. So Neville, Seamus, and Dean teamed up with Hannah Abbott. Because of Sherlock, Abbott was very friendly, and the 4 quickly became acquainted. However, this didn't help much with the practical lessons that followed. Watching Professor Sprout repot the mandrake seemed effortless, but doing it themselves was a completely different story. It looked easy, but it was incredibly difficult to learn. Most of the young wizards ended up covered in dust, sweat, and with aching backs. The main reason was that the mandrake wouldn't cooperate. It refused to be pulled from its old pot or put into the new one. And despite its small size, it was surprisingly strong when it struggled. The young wizards finally understood why Professor Sprout had assigned them to groups of 4 for this task. 2 or 3 people simply couldn't handle it. Fortunately, after more than half an hour of effort, most of the young wizards successfully completed the task. Those who couldn't finish, with Professor Sprout's help, managed to complete it before the end of get out of class. A sense of accomplishment began to spread through them. Compared to the other young wizards, with Sherlock and Hermione as mentors, Harry and Ron's task seemed much easier. Hermione had a solid theoretical foundation, while Sherlock was rich in practical experience. Faced with a struggling mandrake, Sherlock simply slapped it, and the little plant immediately became obedient and silent. Seeing how effective this trick was, Dean wanted to imitate it. Unexpectedly, his slap not only failed to cause harm, but also resulted in Dean being tightly embraced by the mandrake. "What are you doing? Ouch!" His black hand was tightly held by the green mandrake, refusing to let go. At the crucial moment, Professor Sprout intervened in time, preventing Dean from being bitten. Seeing this, the other young wizards dared not misbehave and obediently followed their teacher's instructions. "Sherlock, you're so strong." After class, looking at Sherlock, who was calm and collected, no different from before class, the nearby young wizards all looked on with envy. This made them vaguely realize that although wizards make a living through magic, having a strong body is also a good thing. Yes, Sherlock is incredibly strong. Last year in flying class, he grabbed my broomstick, and no matter how hard I struggled, I just couldn't fly. Neville Longbottom happily told the others about Sherlock's good deed. To make the story more convincing, he even shared his own embarrassing experience from flying class last year. The air nearby was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Haha, Sherlock, Neville. It sounds like you did something to his flying broomstick, Ron. I think only you would think that. That's hard to say. Old Hugh, you can't read people's minds. If you don't say it yourself, who will know?" "No, my friend, based on my observations, at least within the area we were in, you're the only one who thought that." Because they were covered in mud, most of the young wizards chose to return to the castle to take a shower. An hour later, The Gryffindor students arrived at their transfiguration class. In their second year, Professor McGonagall no longer transformed into a tabby cat to observe everyone. However, as she said in the first class last year, transfiguration was the most complex and dangerous spell in Hogwarts curriculum. In their second year, the difficulty increased dramatically. Last year's first class was about turning a match into a sharp needle. In the first class of their second year, the content had evolved directly to turning a beetle into a button. This was no longer a matter of crossing species. This was about turning a living thing into an inanimate object, an animal into a man-made object. The only common ground Sherlock could find between the two was probably that they were both organic. Harry's talent for transfiguration was limited. Despite having studied diligently last year, it seemed he had forgotten everything he learned that year. He spent most of the day trying, but the result was that he couldn't grasp the concepts. The beetle was still a beetle. Ron's performance wasn't much better. Despite having a brand new wand, the spell only resulted in a transformation, not a complete one. Watching a six-legged button crawl side by side with Harry's original armored beetle on the table, Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, lost in thought. Was it a walking button, or beetle whose body had turned into a button? The others weren't doing much better. Some accidentally flattened the beetles with their wands, some, like Ron, didn't complete the transformation, and others, like Harry, had no effect at all. This displeased Professor McGonagall. But what could she do? After teaching transfiguration for so many years, she was used to it. Expecting everyone to grasp the essentials in the first lesson is like hoping Professor Dumbledore won't eat candy. She then turned her gaze to Sherlock and Hermione, hoping these two young wizards, on whom she had placed high hopes, wouldn't disappoint her. And indeed, they didn't disappoint. Both Sherlock and Hermione succeeded on their first try, transforming the beetle into a button. The buttons were exquisitely shaped, practically lifelike. Of course, after the transmutation, they were originally real. Gryffindor, 10 points. Professor McGonagall was very satisfied with their work. Even in the inflationary second year, her judgment of house points differed from other professors, showing considerable caution. Even with Sherlock and Hermione's outstanding performance, she only added 5 points to each. If it were any other professor, 40 points would have been added by now. Of course, Professor Snape had to be excluded. It was fortunate he didn't lose points. As for adding points, forget about it. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept around, and after confirming that no one else could succeed, she gently waved her wand. A levitation charm lifted the two buttons into the air. She tapped her wand again, and the two buttons rapidly enlarged until they were the size of discs. Listen, everyone, Mr. Holmes and Miss Granger have given an excellent demonstration. The details on the tiny buttons were now clearly visible under the magnification. Only then did the young wizards notice, to their surprise, that Hermione's conjured button even had a Gryffindor lion crest on it, clearly intentional. Sherlock's button, on the other hand, was completely unremarkable. However, the young wizards knew perfectly well that this didn't mean Sherlock's skill in transfiguration was inferior to Hermione's. After all, even Professor McGonagall had acknowledged him as a transfiguration genius. Last year, in their first transfiguration lesson, Hermione had transformed one end of a match, while Sherlock had turned it into a needle with a sharp, pointed end. The Lion King simply disdains such fancy tricks. I must emphasize again that transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum. Even if you successfully cast transfiguration, it doesn't mean everything is fine. Because from that moment on, the nature of the object itself has changed. Here, I must emphasize again the fundamental law of Gump transfiguration. Professor McGonagall paused, her gaze sweeping across the room. Does anyone know the fundamental law of Gump transfiguration? Unsurprisingly, Hermione was the first to raise her hand high. And also the last. Professor McGonagall frowned at this. Although Hermione always answered her questions correctly, she couldn't do it alone. This year's young lions were far too unenthusiastic. Professor McGonagall wasn't Professor Sprout. Even if only Hermione raised her hand, she still decided to put some pressure on the other young wizards. Her gaze passed over Hermione's raised arm, finally settling on Neville, who was practically burying his head under the table. Mr. Longbottom, answer my question, called upon by Professor McGonagall. Neville's round face flushed red. He stood up tremblingly, his robe slipping and knocking over the ink bottle in his nervousness. He could only frantically try to cover the flowing ink with his beginner's guide to transfiguration, stammering, "Gump's Law, it's that you can't conjure dinner?" Suppressed laughter filled the classroom. Seamus's beetle seized the opportunity to burrow into Neville's sleeve, causing a series of crackling sounds. Professor McGonagall's lips twitched slightly. She lightly tapped her wand to restore the ink, and the beetle obediently returned to Seamus's desk. Although not entirely accurate, it does involve something outside the first law. Seeing Neville's trembling expression, and with no one raising their hand except Hermione, Professor McGonagall sighed, hesitated for a moment, and finally called on Hermione. "Miss Granger, thanks to Sherlock Holmes for the 500 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update." Chapter 175 Malfoy Survival Guide. Once Professor McGonagall called on her, Hermione immediately stood up. In fluent Oxford English, she recited without hesitation, "Gump's basic laws of transfiguration are the fundamental laws of transfiguration. They state that we can transform objects or create things out of thin air, but there are 5 exceptions. The first exception is that we cannot conjure food out of thin air. The second exception is that we cannot conjure life. The third exception is that we cannot conjure items with magical properties. The fourth exception is that we cannot create unknown substances. And the fifth exception is that we cannot change quantities." Hermione spoke so fast it was like casting a spell, delivering the standard answer in less than a minute. The young wizards listening to the lesson were completely unsurprised. For Hermione Granger, the top scorer, this was routine. "Very good, Gryffindor gets 5 points, this time." Professor McGonagall finally showed a satisfied smile. At the end of the lesson, Gryffindor had once again earned 15 points. On the scoring gems used by the 4 houses, Red was beginning to show its power. At lunchtime, Harry and Ron, like the other young wizards, began discussing the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. Noticing Harry's worried look, Ron handed him a chicken leg. "Don't worry, bro, although I don't like Lockhart either. Think about it, even if he's terrible, can he really be worse than Quirrell?" Hearing his good friend's reassurance, Harry subconsciously nodded. Being worse than Quirrell was indeed unlikely. But even so, he still thought Lockhart was a bit pretentious. At Flourish and Blotts, he'd only made an appearance, and Lockhart insisted on taking a picture with him, making it impossible to escape. Fortunately, he ended up getting Lockhart's entire book collection, so it wasn't too bad. After all, his books were exceptionally expensive. No, according to Sherlock, it was still a loss. He should have asked for a few more sets, so everyone in Ron's family could have one. Anyway, Sherlock had already said that he wasn't being merciful by taking pictures with him. Ultimately, he was just using Harry Potter's fame in the wizarding world to promote himself. Given that, he should have felt justified in asking for the book. Unfortunately, he realized this now, but it was too late. While Harry was discussing with Ron, Sherlock had finished his meal. His gaze inadvertently swept over Hermione, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It seems you really like Professor Lockhart, my friend." Hermione blushed slightly and stammered, as Sherlock, What did you say?" Sherlock leaned back lazily, tapping the table in front of Hermione with his long fingers. "Sailing with Vampires, you've been reading that book the whole time, without stopping. Also, if you don't want anyone to know what you're thinking, you'd better not let anyone see your timetable." His words immediately attracted Harry and Ron's attention. The two immediately stopped what they were doing and came closer. Hermione was startled and tried to put her timetable away, but it was too late. "Hermione, why did you circle all of Professor Lockhart's classes with hearts?" Ron sensed something was wrong as soon as he asked the question, inwardly cursing. "Why couldn't I control my mouth?" Sure enough, Hermione glared at him the next moment. "Ron Nadal, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Ron immediately fell silent. "For the sake of homework, I'll endure it." Harry, though not saying anything, seeing his brother in trouble, quickly turned to Sherlock to change the subject. "By the way, Sherlock, last time in the carriage you said Professor Lockhart might have real skills. Do you still think so?" Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock didn't answer immediately. On the day they went to Diagon Alley, thanks to Harry's foresight and Lockhart's generous gift of books, he and Hermione directly obtained 2 complete sets of Professor Lockhart's works, thus avoiding the queues like others. However, this also meant that he and Hermione missed seeing Gilderoy Lockhart himself signing books. Hermione expressed considerable regret about this at the time. After returning from Diagon Alley, Sherlock read through the series of books that had served as his defense against the dark arts textbook that semester. With Sherlock's abilities, he could easily distinguish between fact and fiction. His conclusion was that the descriptions of Lockhart's personal adventures were indeed exaggerated. Several books even had titles designed to entice readers, such as Breaking Up with a Ghost and A Vacation with a She-Devil. Even someone completely unfamiliar with the magical world would likely be tempted to check them out. Regarding the specific details of the adventures, descriptions of unimportant matters were overly lengthy and detailed, clearly involving artistic embellishment. For example, the relationships between the author, the ghost, and the she-devil were described with a subtle ambiguity. However, Sherlock still discovered a blind spot. That was because this best-selling author possessed genuine talent, because those adventures were real. While first-person narratives in literature can indeed enhance immersion, conveying the details and psychological states of a story without first-hand experience is no easy feat. After all, people can't understand things beyond their imagination. Besides, the fact that his books were so popular was a test of market success. After all, this world really does have ghouls, she-devils, werewolves, trolls, ghosts, and other such fantastical creatures. Pure fabrication is easily exposed. For these reasons, Sherlock became somewhat interested in this new defense against the dark arts teacher. When he arrived at Hogwarts Station to inspect dark magic artifacts, Sherlock finally met Gilderoy Lockhart in person. During the opening ceremony, he witnessed his rather brilliant self-introduction. Through observing Lockhart, he found this person, how to put it? Quite interesting. The adventures in his books aren't fictional, Sherlock said slowly. You can't depict those details and psychological activities just by imagining them. You mean, he's really that amazing? Ron was taken aback when he heard Sherlock say this. Besides Hermione, his mother was also a Lockhart fan. He even had a copy of Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Getting Rid of Household Pests at home. However, when it came to clearing out goblins, he and his twin brothers always did it themselves. Naturally, he hadn't even turned a single page of this book. But if Lockhart had real skills, then he had truly wronged him before. Should he go back and review it carefully this semester? Insufficient evidence, unable to draw conclusions, Sherlock chuckled. But we'll find out in class this afternoon. In fact, not only them, but all the young wizards were filled with anticipation for the first defense against the dark arts class of the new semester. Defense against the dark arts. For any young wizard in school, this should have been the most interesting subject. Unfortunately, due to Voldemort's curse, their hope for this course had gradually turned into disappointment, and now it was even trending towards despair. However, before class in the afternoon, Sherlock and his friends encountered a small incident. While walking to the classroom together, Sherlock suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, Sherlock?" Harry asked curiously when he saw Sherlock stop. "Someone's been following us ever since we left the common room." "What?" Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were all taken aback. Why hadn't they noticed it all? Sherlock turned his head, his gaze sweeping over a hidden corner. "Come out, there's no point in following us any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, a person slowly emerged from behind the wall, Greek letter Omega. Seeing that someone had actually followed them, the three of them looked surprised. Standing before the four of them was a small, thin, gray-haired boy. He was unremarkable in appearance and was holding a point-and-shoot camera. Sherlock glanced at his three friends and knew that they didn't recognize him. On the contrary, he recognized the boy at a glance. At this year's sorting ceremony, Sherlock had deduced the backgrounds of the new students one by one, as he had done in the past, and this boy was one of them. At that time, Sherlock's judgment of him was a boy from a Muggle family, whose father works as a milkman, has a younger brother, and likes taking pictures. Now, when he appeared in front of him, he immediately knew the other's purpose. "Harry, he's here to see you." "Huh? Seek me?" Harry was taken aback by Sherlock's words. "Why yes." Before Harry could react, the little boy nodded and stammered, "Hello, my name is Colin Creevey." He was breathing rapidly and his face was flushed, speaking to Harry like a fan seeing their idol. His next actions truly proved their idol-fan relationship. I'm a first-year Gryffindor student, Mr. Harry Potter. Can I take a picture of you?" Harry looked at Creevey with a blank expression, completely misunderstanding his meaning. "So," he instinctively asked, "take a picture? Why do you want to take my picture?" This immediately caused trouble. Just like Hermione on the Hogwarts Express last year, The young wizard Colin Creevey perked up immediately when Harry asked why, and launched into a long explanation. Because of this, I can prove I saw you. You might not believe it, Mr. Harry Potter, but although we hadn't met until yesterday, I know everything about you. How you escaped from the clutches of the Voidman, how he disappeared from his prime, and how you thwarted the evil wizard's plot last year. Everything about you, I know it all. I heard you still have a lightning bolt-shaped scar on your forehead, is that right? As he said this, his gaze kept fixed on Harry's forehead. This action made Harry frown deeply. But that wasn't all. The little boy continued, a boy from a wizarding family in my dorm told me that if I use the right developing solution, the people in the photos will move. By the way, you grew up in a Muggle family too, so this sounds really interesting, doesn't it? And another thing. Before receiving the letter from Hogwarts, I never knew that all those strange things I could do were magic. My dad delivers milk, and he doesn't believe in these things either, so I take a bunch of photos and send them to him. If one of them is of you, Colin Creevey started speaking haltingly due to nervousness. But he became more and more fluent, and his speech grew faster and faster. By the end, his speaking speed was almost indistinguishable from Hermione's when answering questions. At this point, he even took a large step forward, startling Harry. Colin Creevey looked at Harry with a pleading gaze and said, "Look, this point-and-shoot camera is super easy to use. I just stand next to you, and your friend presses the shutter. Oh, and after the picture is taken, could you sign it?" Harry and his friends were stunned when Colin Creevey finished speaking. "Don't just talk like that. We haven't even agreed to take a picture yet." Harry was the most shocked of the three. He never imagined a first-year student could be so enthusiastic. He remembered when he first arrived at school last year, he was indeed treated like a rare creature and surrounded by onlookers for a long time. Students would come to his classrooms to visit him, and even when they passed him in the hallways, someone turned back to look at him. Fortunately, as time went on, the students' attention towards him gradually decreased. Furthermore, with the birth of the Gryffindor Lion King, Sherlock Holmes diverted a large portion of the attention from him, which improved the situation somewhat. But even so, no one came up to him for a photo or an autograph. Even Ron's sister Ginny, who blushed every time she spoke to him, didn't. This was the first time Harry had encountered something like this, so he instinctively looked at Sherlock, trying to seek his help. However, before Sherlock could answer, a sharp voice rang out. "Autographed photos? Are you giving out autographed photos, Potter?" Even without turning around, Harry recognized the voice as Draco Malfoy's. Someone he absolutely hated. In his first year, Harry had never imagined he would hate a boy more than he hated Dudley. Now that his relationship with Dudley had been repaired, Malfoy had risen to the top of his list of most hated people. So when Malfoy's punchable face appeared before Harry, he couldn't help but frown. Behind Malfoy were two familiar faces, Crabbe and Goyle. Over the summer, these two had grown quite a bit taller, which made them even more arrogant. However, when Crabbe and Goyle noticed Sherlock beside Harry, their eyes narrowed slightly. Damn it, how did this guy grow taller too? What happened to the saying that smart people only grow smarter and not taller? Judging from the situation, he still couldn't win. Damn it. At this moment, Malfoy shouted sarcastically, "Ha, ha. Everyone line up, the savior Harry Potter is about to hand out autographed photos." After being taught a lesson time and time again, Malfoy had conducted in-depth research on Sherlock. Then he discovered that as long as he didn't verbally attack Sherlock's friends, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and others, Sherlock wouldn't attack him. Sure enough, after saying this, he cautiously glanced at Sherlock. Then he found that Sherlock looked completely absorbed, seemingly unresponsive. Seeing this, Malfoy was immediately relieved. Great, this is in the bag. On the other hand, Harry clenched his fists and angrily said, I didn't, you're lying, Ron." Who had been looking for an opportunity to teach Malfoy a lesson and prove his abilities, took a step forward, about to speak. Unexpectedly, Harry, this newly emerged fanatical fan, Colin Creevey, was even faster than him. "You're just jealous. It's hard to imagine that Crabbe, whose entire body is only as thick as Crabbe's neck, dares to defend his idol. Commendable courage." But his actions and words leave Harry feeling helpless. Isn't saying that tantamount to admitting he's handing out autographed photos? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Malfoy immediately burst into laughter. He pointed at Harry, grinning, and said, "Jealous of what? I don't want a scar on my head, Malfoy stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something, and quickly changed his words. HMPH, it seems he really does want an autographed photo from you. Speaking of which, that's worth more than your friend Weasley's house. After saying this, he quickly glanced at Sherlock. That was close. Malfoy's survival instinct is still strong. He almost launched a personal attack on Harry. That would have given Sherlock a reason to attack them. Fortunately, he restrained himself. But to be honest, this feeling of teetering on the edge of danger is quite interesting. Although he could only gain some verbal advantage, being able to annoy Harry and Weasley in front of Sherlock was already the happiest thing for Malfoy at this stage. Of course, he had also prepared a surprise when the Quidditch team recruited this year. Harry's expression would be even more interesting then. Outrageous, eh? Ron was about to do something when he heard his old nemesis Malfoy mocking him again, when suddenly a voice came from not far away. What's going on? What's going on? With this voice, Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and famous author, strode towards them. His turquoise robes fluttered behind him, and he wore that irresistible smile. Who's handing out autographed photos? It has to be said that Lockhart's appearance was indeed impeccable. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the most conspicuous one in the crowd. Even the young wizards who were not paying attention to this matter gathered around. Harry panicked even more at the sight, hurriedly trying to explain. No, Professor, you've misunderstood. Unexpectedly, Lockhart reached out and hooked his arm around Harry's shoulder, pulling him close. No need to ask. We meet again, Harry. Lockhart's voice was cheerful, his smile growing even brighter, his pearly white teeth gleaming in the sunlight, making one wonder if he'd used bleach. Anyone witnessing the scene would have no doubt that Professor Lockhart and Harry had a close relationship. However, Harry, sandwiched between Lockhart's legs, blushed with embarrassment. Malfoy, seeing the professor's arrival, could only helplessly retreat back into the crowd. But his face was full of smugness. He had achieved his goal. Harry's expression was clear to him. Anything to annoy Harry made him happy. Lockhart didn't ask the others what had happened. He glanced at Colin Creevey, who was holding a camera, and immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Come on, Creevey. A double photo couldn't be better. After you get the photos developed, we'll both sign them for you. Creevey never expected such an unexpected bonus. He nodded emphatically, so excited he could barely speak. Although he had come for Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. Getting a photo of Gilderoy Lockhart, a star of the wizarding world, at the same time would be a huge win. Afraid the two would change their minds, he quickly raised his camera and aimed it at Harry and Lockhart. It was a deal, a double blessing. Even because his fingers were trembling, he failed several times before finally pressing the shutter. A series of clicks rang out as he snapped many photos without saying a word. After he finished, the school bell rang. Let's go, everyone, let's get to class, Lockhart shouted to the crowd, then headed towards his classroom. Wait, isn't he going to put Harry down? Hermione looked surprised as she saw Harry still being tightly held by Lockhart. How, he did something similar at Flourish and Blotch last time, Ron said sarcastically, looking at Harry being carried away by Professor Lockhart. I think Harry must be regretting it now. Regret what? Regret not learning an escape spell. By the way, Sherlock, what do you think? In Ron's opinion, this incident should be enough for Sherlock to see Lockhart's true nature. Sherlock was finally wrong this time. Lockhart was a good-for-nothing. A show-off good-for-nothing at that. I think, he's interesting. Interesting? You actually said he's interesting? Ron didn't expect Sherlock to give such an answer. He looked at Lockhart's back again, trying to find even one interesting point about him. Unfortunately, he couldn't find one. Thank you Ghost Flame for the 1,666 reading coins. Your support is my motivation to update. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.